Book 4, Canto 11 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 11. Marinel's former wound is healed. He comes to Proteus' hall, where Thamus doth the Medway wed, and feasts the sea gods all. But ah, for pity that I have thus long left a fair lady languishing in pain. Now well away that I have done such wrong, to let fair Florimel in bands remain, in bands of love, and in sad thraldom's chain, from which, unless some heavenly power her free by miracle, not yet appearing plain, she lenger yet is like captive to be, that even to think thereof it inly pities me. Here need you to remember how erewhile unlovely Proteus, missing to his mind that virgin's love to win by wit or wile, her threw into a dungeon deep and blind, and there in chains her cruelly did bind, in hope thereby her to his bent to draw. For whenas neither gifts nor graces kind her constant mind could move at all, he saw, he thought her to compel by cruelty and awe. Deep in the bottom of an huge great rock the dungeon was, in which her bound he left, that neither iron bars nor brazen lock did need to guard from force or secret theft of all her lovers, which would have her reft. For walled it was with waves, which raged and roared, as they the cliff in pieces would have cleft. Besides, 10,000 monsters foul abhorred did wait about it, gaping grisly, all begored. And in the midst thereof did horror dwell, and darkness dread, that never viewed day, like to the baleful house of lowest hell, in which old Styx her aged bones alway, old Styx, the grandame of the gods, doth lay. There did this luckless maid 7 months abide, ne ever evening saw, ne morning's ray, ne ever from the day the night descried, but thought it all one night, that did no hours divide. And all this was for love of Marinel, who her despised. Ah, who would her despise? And women's love did from his heart expel, and all those joys that weak mankind entice. Natheless his pride full dearly he did price, for of a woman's hand it was a roke, that of the wound he yet in languor lies, ne can be cured of that cruel stroke which Britomart him gave, when he did her provoke. Yet far and near the nymph his mother sought, and many salves did to his sore apply, and many herbs did use. But when as naught she saw could ease his rankling malady, at last to Tryphon she for help did hie. This Tryphon is the sea god surgeon hight, whom she besought to find some remedy, and for his pains a whistle him behight, that of a fish's shell was wrought with rare delight. So well that leech did hark to her request, and did so well employ his careful pain, that in short space his hurts he had redressed, and him restored to healthful state again, in which he long time after did remain there with the nymph his mother, like her thrall, who sore against his will did him retain, for fear of peril which to him mote fall, through his too venturous prowess proved over all. It fortuned then a solemn feast was there to all the sea gods and their fruitful seed, in honor of the spousals which then were betwixt the Medway and the Thames agreed. Long had the Thames, as we in records read, before that day her wooed to his bed, but the proud nymph would for no worldly meed, nor no entreaty to his love be led, till now at last relenting she to him was wed. So both agreed that this their bridal feast should for the gods in Proteus' house be made, to which they all repaired, both most and least, as well which in the mighty ocean trade, as that in rivers swim or brooks do wade. All which not even 100 tongues to tell, and 100 mouths, and voice of brass I had, and endless memory that mote excel, in order as they came could I recount them well. Help therefore, O thou sacred imp of Jove, the nursling of Dame Memory his dear, to whom those rolls laid up in heaven above and records of antiquity appear, to which no wit of man may come anear. help me to tell the names of all those floods, and all those nymphs which then assembled were to that great banquet of the watery gods, and all their sundry kinds, and all their hid abodes. First came great Neptune with his three-forked mace, that rules the seas, and makes them rise or fall. His dewy locks did drop with brine apace under his diadem imperial, and by his side his queen with coronal, fair Amphitrite, most divinely fair, whose ivory shoulders were uncovered all as with a robe, with her own silver hair, and decked with pearls, which th' Indian seas for her prepare. These marched far fore the other crew, and all the way before them as they went, Triton his trumpet shrill before them blew, for goodly triumph and great jolliment, that made the rocks to roar as they were rent. And after them the royal issue came, which of them sprung by lineal descent. First the sea gods, which to themselves do claim the power to rule the billows, and the waves to tame. Phorcys, the father of that fatal brood, by whom those old heroes won such fame, and Glaucus, that wise soothsays understood, and tragic Ino's son, the which became a god of seas through his mad mother's blame. Now hight Palemon, and his sailor's friend, great Brontes, and Astraeus, that did shame himself with incest of his kin unkenned, and huge Orion, that doth tempest still portend. The rich Tetius, and Eurytus long, Neleus and Peleus, lovely brethren both, mighty Chrysaor, and Caicus strong, Eurypylus, that calms the waters' wrath, and fair Ephemus, that upon them goeth as on the ground, without dismay or dread, fierce Eryx, and Alybius, that knoweth the water's depth, and doth their bottoms tread, and sad Aesopus, comely with his hoary head. There also some most famous founders were of puissant nations, which the world possessed, yet sons of Neptune now assembled here. Ancient Ogyges, even the ancientest, and Inachus, renowned above the rest, Phoenix and Aeon and Pelasgus old, great Belus, V.ix and Agenor best, and mighty Albion, father of the bold and warlike people which the Britain islands hold. For Albion the son of Neptune was, who, for the proof of his great puissance, out of his Albion did on dry foot pass into old Gaul, that now is cleped France, to fight with Hercules, that did advance to vanquish all the world with matchless might, and there his mortal part by great mischance was slain. But that which is the immortal sprite lives still, and to this feast with Neptune's seed was dight. But what do I their names seek to rehearse, which all the world have with their issue filled? How can they all in this so narrow verse contained be, and in small compass hilled? Let them record them that are better skilled, and know the monuments of passed age. Only what needeth shall be here fulfilled, to express some part of that great equipage, which from great Neptune do derive their parentage. Next came the aged Ocean, and his dame old Tethys, the oldest two of all the rest, for all the rest of those two parents came, which afterward both sea and land possessed. Of all which Nereus, the eldest and the best, did first proceed, than which none more upright, ne more sincere in word and deed professed, most void of guile, most free from foul despite, doing himself and teaching others to do right. Thereto he was expert in prophesies, and could the leaden of the gods unfold, through which when Paris brought his famous prize, the fair Tyndarid lass, he him foretold that her all Greece with many a champion bold should fetch again, and finally destroy proud Priam's town. So wise is Nereus old, and so well skilled, nathless he takes great joy oft times amongst the wanton nymphs to sport and toy. And after him the famous rivers came, which do the earth enrich and beautify. The fertile Nile, which creatures new doth frame, long Rhodanus, whose source springs from the sky, fair Ister, flowing from the mountains high, divine Scamander, purple yet with blood of Greeks and Trojans, which therein did die, Pactolus, glistering with his golden flood, and Tigris fierce, whose streams of none may be withstood, great Ganges and immortal Euphrates, deep Indus and meander intricate, slow Peneus and tempestuous Physides, swift Rhene and Alpheus still immaculate, Uraxes feared for great Cyrus' fate, Tigris renowned for the Romans' fame, rich Orinoque, though but known late, and that huge river which doth bear his name of warlike Amazons, which do possess the same. Joy on those warlike women, which so long can from all men so rich a kingdom hold, and shame on you, O men, which boast your strong and valiant hearts in thoughts less hard and bold, yet quail in conquest of that land of gold. But this to you, O Britons, most pertains, to whom the right hereof itself hath sold, the which for sparing little cost or pains lose so immortal glory and so endless gains. Then was there heard a most celestial sound of dainty music, which did next ensue before the spouse. That was Arion crowned, who playing on his harp unto him drew the ears and hearts of all that goodly crew, that even yet the dolphin, which him bore through the Aegean seas from pirates' view, stood still by him astonished at his lore, and all the raging seas for joy forgot to roar. So went he playing on the watery plain, soon after whom the lovely bridegroom came, the noble Thamus, with all his goodly train. But him before there went, as best became, his ancient parents, namely the ancient Tame, but much more aged was his wife than he, the Ooze, whom men do Isis rightly name. Full weak and crooked creature seemed she, and almost blind through eld, that scarce her way could see. Therefore on either side she was sustained of two small grooms, which by their names were hight the Churn and Charwell, two small streams, which pained themselves her footing to direct aright, which failed oft through faint and feeble plight. But Tame was stronger and of better stay, yet seemed full aged by his outward sight, with head all hoary, and his beard all gray, dewed with silver drops that trickled down all way. And eke he somewhat seemed to stoop afore with bowed back, by reason of the load and ancient heavy burden which he bore of that fair city, wherein make abode so many learned imps, that shoot abroad, and with their branches spread all Brittany, no less than do her elder sisters brood. Joy to you both, ye double nursery of arts, but Oxford thine doth Tame most glorify. But he their son full fresh and jolly was, all decked in a robe of watchet hue, on which the waves, glittering like crystal glass, so cunningly enwoven were, that few could weenen whether they were false or true. And on his head, like to a coronet he wore, that seemed strange to common view, in which were many towers and castles set, that it encompassed round as with a golden fret. Like as the mother of the gods, they say, in her great iron chariot wants to ride, when to Jove's palace she doth take her way, old Cybele, arrayed with pompous pride, wearing a diadem embattled wide, with 100 turrets like a turrepent. With such an one was Thamus beautified, that was to weet the famous Troynovant, in which her kingdom's throne is chiefly resident. And round about him many a pretty page attended duly, ready to obey, all little rivers, which owe vassalage to him as to their lord, and tribute pay, the chalky Kennet, and the Thetis gray, the Moorish Cole, and the soft sliding Breen, the wanton Lee, that oft doth lose his way, and the still Darrant, in whose waters clean 10,000 fishes play, and deck his pleasant stream. Then came his neighbor floods, which nigh him dwell, and water all the English soil throughout. They all on him this day attended well, and with meet service waited him about. Ne none disdained low to him to lout, no, not the stately Severn grudged at all, ne storming Humber, though he looked stout, but both him honored as their principal, and let their swelling waters low before him fall. There was the speedy Tamar, which divides the Cornish and the Devonish confines, through both whose borders swiftly down it glides, and meeting Plym to Plymouth thence declines, and Dart nigh choked with sands of tinny mines. But Avon marched in more stately path, proud of his adamants, with which he shines and glisters wide, as also wondrous Bath, and Bristow fair, which on his waves he builded hath. And there came Stour with terrible aspect, bearing his 60 formed heads on high, that doth his course through Blandford plains direct, and washeth windborne meads in season dry. Next him went Wileborn with passage sly, that of his wiliness his name doth take, and of himself doth name the shire thereby. And Mole, that like a nooseling mole doth make his way still underground, till Thamus he overtake. Then came the Rother, decked all with woods like a wood god, and flowing fast to Rye, and Stour, that parteth with his pleasant flood the eastern Saxons from the southern nigh, and Clare and Harwich both doth beautify. Him followed Yar, soft washing Norwich wall, and with him brought a present joyfully of his own fish unto their festival, whose like none else could show, the which they ruffins call. Next these the plenteous Ouse came far from land, by many a city and by many a town, and many rivers taking under hand into his waters, as he passeth down, the Clay, the Wear, the Grant, the Stour, the Rown. Thence doth by Huntington and Cambridge flit, by mother Cambridge, whom as with a crown he doth adorn, and is adorned of it, with many a gentle muse and many a learned wit. And after him the fatal Welland went, that if old saws prove true, which God forbid, shall drown all Holland with his excrement, and shall see Stamford, though now homely hid, then shine in learning more than ever did Cambridge or Oxford, England's goodly beams. And next to him the Nene down softly slid, and bounteous Trent, that in himself enseems both 30 sorts of fish and 30 sundry streams. Next these came Tyne, along whose stony bank that Roman monarch built a brazen wall, which mote the feeble Britons strongly flank against the Picts that swarmed over all, which yet thereof Galsever they do call. And Tweed, the limit betwixt Logris land and Albany, and Eden, though but small, yet often stained with blood of many a band of Scots and English both, that pined on his strand. Then came those 6 sad brethren, like forlorn, that whilome were, as antique fathers tell, 6 valiant knights of one fair nymph born, which did in noble deeds of arms excel. And one there, where now York people dwell, still Ur, swift Werf, and Ouse the most of might, high Swale, unquiet Nide, and troublous Skell, all whom a Scythian king, that Humber hight, slew cruelly, and in the river drowned quite. But passed not long ere Brutus' warlike son Locrinus them avenged, and that same date which the proud Humber unto them had done, by equal doom repaid on his own pate. For in the self same river where he late had drenched them, he drowned him again, and named the river of his wretched fate, whose bad condition yet it doth retain, oft tossed with his storms, which therein still remain. These after came the stony shallow Lone, that to old Lancaster his name doth lend, and following Dee, which Britons long agone did call divine. that doth by Chester tend, and Conway, which out of his stream doth send plenty of pearls to deck his dames withal, and Lindus, that his pikes doth most commend, of which the ancient Lincoln men do call. All these together marched toward Proteus hall. Now thence the Irish rivers absent were, sith no less famous than the rest they be, and join in neighborhood of kingdom near. Why should they not likewise in love agree, and joy likewise this solemn day to see? They saw it all, and present were in place, though I them all according their degree cannot recount, nor tell their hidden race, nor read the savage countries thorough which they pace. There was the Liffey rolling down the Lee, the sandy Slane, the stony Aubrian, the spacious Sheenan spreading like a sea, and pleasant Boyne, the fishy fruitful Ban, swift Onidif, which of the English man is called Blackwater, and the Liffar deep, sad Troas, that once his people overran, strong Allow tumbling from Slewloger steep, and Mulla mine, whose waves I whilom taught to weep. And there the three renowned brethren were, which that great giant Blomius begot, of the fair nymph Reusa, wandering there. One day, as she to shun the season hot, under sloe bloom in shady grove was got, this giant found her, and by force deflowered, whereof conceiving, she in time forth brought these three fair sons, which, being thenceforth powered, in three great rivers ran, and many countries scoured. The first, the gentle Sure, that making way by sweet Clonmel, adorns rich Waterford. The next, the stubborn Nure, whose waters gray by fair Kilkenny and Rosponte poured. The third, the goodly Barrow, which doth hoard great heaps of salmons in his deep bosom, all which, long sundered, do at last accord to join in one, ere to the sea they come, so flowing all from one, all one at last become. There also was the wide embayed Mare, the pleasant Bandon, crowned with many a wood, the spreading Lee, that like an island fair encloseth Cork with his divided flood, and baleful Ur, late stained with English blood, with many more whose names no tongue can tell, all which that day in orders seemly good did on the Thames attend, and waited well to do their dewful service as to them befell. Then came the bride, the lovely Medwa came, clad in a vesture of unknown gear, and uncouth fashion, yet her well became, that seemed like silver sprinkled here and there with glittering spangs, that did like stars appear, and waved upon like water Camelot, to hide the metal which yet everywhere bewrayed itself, to let men plainly wot it was no mortal work, that seemed and yet was not. Her goodly locks adown her back did flow unto her waist, with flowers bescattered, the which ambrosial odors forth did throw to all about, and all her shoulders spread as a new spring, and likewise on her head a chapelet of sundry flowers she wore, from under which the dewy humor shed did trickle down her hair, like to the hoar congealed little drops which do the morn adore. On her two pretty handmaids did attend, one called the Tace, the other called the Crane, which on her waited things amiss to mend, and both behind upheld her spreading train, under the which her feet appeared plain, her silver feet fair washed against this day, and her before their placed pages twain, both clad in colors like and like array, the Doon and eke the Frith, both which prepared her way. And after these the sea nymphs marched all goodly damsels, decked with long green hair, whom of their sire Nereides men call, all which the ocean's daughter to him bare, the gray-eyed Doris, all which 50 are. All which she there on her attending had, swift Proto, mild Eucrit, Thetis fair, soft Spio, sweet Eudore, Sao sad, light Doto, wanton Glauce, and Galene glad, white hand Eunica, proud Dynamene, joyous Thalia, goodly Amphitrite, lovely Pasithe, kind Eulimene, lightfoot Chimotho, and sweet Melite, fairest Pherusa, foul lily white, wondered Agave Poris, and Nicaea, with Erato that doth in love delight, and Panope, and wise Protomedea, and snowy necked Doris, and milk-white Galathea, speedy Hippotho, and chaste Actia, large Lysianassa, and Pernia sage, Evagor, and light Pontoporia, and she that with her least word can assuage the surging seas when they do sorest rage, Chimodoce, and stout Autonoe, and Niso, and Ione well in age, and seeming still to smile, Glauconome, and she that hight of many hests, Polynome, fresh Alameda, decked with girland green, Hipponio with salt bedewed rests, Leomedea like the crystal sheen, Leogore much praised for wise behests, and Samathe for her broad snowy breasts, Chimo, Eupompe, and Themiste just, and she that virtue loves and vice detests, Sevarna, and Menippe, true in trust, and Nemertea learned well to rule her lust. All these the daughters of old Nereus were, which have the sea in charge to them assigned, to rule his tides and surges to uprear, to bring forth storms or fast them to upbind, and sailors save from wrecks of wrathful wind. And yet besides 3,000 more there were of the ocean's seed, but Jove's and Phoebus' kind, the which in floods and fountains do appear, and all mankind do nourish with their waters clear. The which more eath it were for mortal wight to tell the sands, or count the stars on high, or aught more hard than think to reckon right. But well I wot that these which I descry were present at this great solemnity, and there amongst the rest the mother was of luckless Marinell, Chimodoce, which for my muse herself now tired has, unto another canto I will overpass.
End of Canto 11. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 4, Canto 12 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 12. Marin, for love of Florimel, in languor wastes his life. The nymph his mother getteth her, and gives to him for wife. Oh, what an endless work have I in hand, to count the sea's abundant progeny, whose fruitful seed far passeth those in land, and also those which won in the azure sky. For much more eath to tell the stars on high, albeit they endless seem in estimation, than to recount the sea's posterity. So fertile be the floods in generation, so huge their numbers, and so numberless their nation. Therefore the antique wizards well invented that Venus of the foamy sea was bred, for that the seas by her are most augmented. Witness the exceeding fry which there are fed, and wondrous shoals, which may of none be read. Then blame me not, if I have erred in count of gods, of nymphs, of rivers yet unread. For though their numbers do much more surmount, yet all those same were there which erst I did recount. All those were there, and many other more, whose names and nations were too long to tell, that Proteus' house they filled even to the door, yet were they all in order, as befell, according their degrees disposed well. Amongst the rest was fair Chimodoce, the mother of unlucky Marinell, who thither with her came, to learn and see the manner of the gods when they at banquet be. But for he was half mortal, being bred of mortal sire, though of immortal womb, he might not with immortal food be fed, ne with th' eternal gods to banquet come, but walked abroad, and round about did roam, to view the building of that uncouth place, that seemed unlike unto his earthly home, where as he to and fro by chance did trace, there unto him betid a disadventurous case. Under the hanging of an hideous cleef he heard the lamentable voice of one that piteously complained her careful grief, which never she before disclosed to none, but to herself her sorrow did bemoan. So feelingly her case she did complain, that ruth it moved in the rocky stone, and made it seem to feel her grievous pain, and oft to groan with billows beating from the main. Though vain I see my sorrows to unfold, and count my cares when none is nigh to hear, yet, hoping grief may lessen, being told, I will them tell, though unto no man near. For heaven, that unto all lends equal ear, is far from hearing of my heavy plight, and lowest hell, to which I lie most near, cares not what evils hap to wretched wight, and greedy seas do in the spoil of life delight. Yet lo, the seas I see by often beating do pierce the rocks, and hardest marble wears, but his hard rocky heart for no entreating will yield, but when my piteous plaints he hears, is hardened more with my abundant tears. Yet though he never list to me relent, but let me waste in woe my wretched years, yet will I never of my love repent, but joy that for his sake I suffer prisonment. And when my weary ghost, with grief outworn by timely death, shall win her wished rest, let then this plaint unto his ears be borne, that blame it is to him that arms professed to let her die whom he might have redressed. There did she pause, enforced to give place unto the passion that her heart oppressed, and after she had wept and wailed a space, she gan afresh thus to renew her wretched case. Ye gods of seas, if any gods at all have care of right, or ruth of wretches wrong, by one or other way me woeful thrall deliver hence out of this dungeon strong, in which I daily dying am too long. And if ye deem me death for loving one that loves not me, then do it not prolong, but let me die, and end my days atone, and let him live unloved, or love himself alone. But if that life ye unto me decree, then let me live as lovers ought to do, and of my life's dear love beloved be. And if he shall through pride your doom undo, do you by duress him compel thereto, and in this prison put him here with me. One prison fittest is to hold us two, so had I rather to be thrall than free. Such thraldom, or such freedom, let it surely be. But oh, vain judgment, and conditions vain, the which the prisoner points unto the free! The whiles I him condemn, and deem his pain, he where he list goes loose, and laughs at me. So ever loose, so ever happy be. But where so loose or happy that thou art, know, Marinell, that all this is for thee. With that she wept and wailed, as if her heart would quite have burst through great abundance of her smart. All which complaint when Marinell had heard, and understood the cause of all her care to come of him, for using her so hard, his stubborn heart, that never felt Miss Fair, was touched with soft remorse and pity rare, that even for grief of mind he oft did groan, and inly wish that in his power it were her to redress. But since he means found none, he could no more but her great misery bemoan. Thus whilst his stony heart with tender ruth was touched, and mighty courage mollified, Dame Venus' son, that tameth stubborn youth with iron bit, and maketh him abide, till like a victor on his back he ride, into his mouth his mace string bridle threw, that made him stoop till he did him bestride. Then gan he make him tread his steps anew, and learn to love, by learning lovers' pains to rue. Now gan he in his grieved mind devise how from that dungeon he might her enlarge. Somewhile he thought by fair and humble wise to Proteus' self to sue for her discharge. But then he feared his mother's former charge 'gainst women's love, long given him in vain. Then gan he think, perforce with sword and targe her forth to fetch, and Proteus to constrain. But soon he gan such folly to forethink again. Then did he cast to steal her thence away, and with him bear where none of her might know, but all in vain. For why he found no way to enter in, or issue forth below. For all about that rock the sea did flow, and though unto his will she given were, yet without ship or boat her thence to row, he wist not how her thence away to bear, and danger well he wist long to continue there. At last, when as no means he could invent, back to himself he gan return the blame, that was the author of her punishment, and with vile curses and reproachful shame to damn himself by every evil name, and deem unworthy or of love or life that had despised so chaste and fair a dame, which him had sought through trouble and long strife, yet had refused a God that her had sought to wife. In this sad plight he walked here and there, and roamed round about the rock in vain, as he had lost himself he wist not where, oft listening if he mote her hear again, and still bemoaning her unworthy pain, like as an hind whose calf is fall'n unwares into some pit, where she him hears complain, and 100 times about the pit side fares, right sorrowfully mourning her bereaved cares. And now by this the feast was throughly ended, and every one gan homeward to resort, which seeing, Marinell was sore offended that his departure thence should be so short, and leave his love in that sea-walled fort. Yet durst he not his mother disobey, but her attending in full seemly sort, did march amongst the many all the way, and all the way did inly mourn like one astray. Being returned to his mother's bower, in solitary silence far from wight, he gan record the lamentable stour in which his wretched love lay day and night, for his dear sake, that ill deserved that plight. The thought whereof him pierced his heart so deep, that of no worldly thing he took delight, ne daily food did take, ne nightly sleep, but pined and mourned and languished, and alone did weep. That in short space his wonted cheerful hue gan fade, and lively spirits deaded quite. His cheekbones raw, and eye pits hollow grew, and brawny arms had lost their knowen might, that nothing like himself he seemed in sight. Ere long, so weak of limb and sick of love he walks, that lenger he note stand upright, but to his bed was brought, and laid above, like rueful ghost, unable once to stir or move. Which when his mother saw, she in her mind was troubled sore, ne wist well what to ween, ne could by search nor any means outfind the secret cause and nature of his teen, whereby she might apply some medicine. But weeping day and night did him attend, and mourned to see her loss before her eyne, which grieved her more that she it could not mend. To see an helpless evil double grief doth lend. Not could she read the root of his disease, ne ween what mister malady it is, whereby to seek some means it to appease. Most did she think, but most she thought amiss, that same former fatal wound of his, while by Tryphon was not throughly healed, but closely rankled under the orifice. Least did she think that which he most concealed, that love it was, which in his heart lay unrevealed. Therefore to Tryphon she again doth haste, and him doth chide as false and fraudulent, that failed the trust which she in him had placed to cure her son, as he his faith had lent, who now was fallen into a new languishment of his old hurt, which was not throughly cured. So back he came unto her patient, where searching every part her well assured that it was no old sore which his new pain procured. but that it was some other malady or grief unknown, which he could not discern. So left he her withouten remedy. Then gan her heart to faint, and quake, and earn, and inly troubled was the truth to learn. Unto himself she came, and him besought, now with fair speeches, now with threatenings stern, if aught lay hidden in his grieved thought, it to reveal, who still her answered, there was naught. Natheless she rested not so satisfied, but leaving watery gods as booting naught, unto the shiny heaven in haste she hied, and thence Apollo, king of leeches, brought. Apollo came, who soon as he had sought through his disease, did by and by outfind that he did languish of some inward thought, the which afflicted his engrieved mind, which love he read to be that leads each living kind. Which when he had unto his mother told, she gan thereat to fret and greatly grieve, and coming to her son, gan first to scold and chide at him that made her disbelieve. But afterwards she gan him soft to shrieve, and woo with fair entreaty, to disclose which of the nymphs his heart so sore did meave. For sure she weened it was some one of those which he had lately seen, that for his love he chose. Now, lest she feared that same fatal rede that warned him of women's love beware, which being meant of mortal creatures' seed, for love of nymphs she thought she need not care, but promised him whatever white she wear, that she her love to him would shortly gain. So he her told. But soon as she did hear that Florimel it was which wrought his pain, she gan afresh to chafe and grieve in every vein. Yet, since she saw the strait extremity in which his life unluckily was laid, it was no time to scan the prophecy, whether old Proteus true or false had said, that his decay should happen by a maid. It's late in death of danger to advise, or love forbid him that his life denayed, but rather gan in troubled mind devise how she that lady's liberty might enterprise. To Proteus' self to sue she thought it vain, who was the root and worker of her woe, nor unto any meaner to complain, but unto great King Neptune's self did go, and on her knee before him falling low, made humble suit unto his majesty to grant to her her son's life, which his foe, a cruel tyrant, had presumptuously by wicked doom condemned, a wretched death to die. To whom God Neptune, softly smiling, thus: Daughter, meseems of double wrong ye plain, 'gainst one that hath both wronged you and us. For death toward, I ween did appertain to none but to the sea's sole sovereign. Read therefore who it is which this hath wrought, and for what cause, the truth discover plain. For never wight so evil did or thought, but would some rightful cause pretend, though rightly not. To whom she answered, Then it is by name Proteus, that hath ordained my son to die, for that a waft, the which by fortune came upon your seas, he claimed as property, and yet nor his inequity, but yours the waft by high prerogative. Therefore I humbly crave your majesty it to replevy, and my son reprieve. So shall you by one gift save all us three alive. He granted it, and straight his warrant made, under the sea god's seal authentical, commanding Proteus straight enlarge the maid, which wandering on his seas imperial he lately took, and sithence kept as thrall, which she receiving with meet thankfulness, departed straight to Proteus therewithal, who, reading it with inward loathfulness, was grieved to restore the pledge he did possess. Yet durst he not the warrant to withstand, but unto her delivered Florimel, whom she receiving by the lily hand, admired her beauty much, as she mote well, for she all living creatures did excel, and was right joyous that she gotten had so fair a wife for her son Marinel. So home with her she straight the virgin lad, and showed her to him, then being sore bestad. Who soon as he beheld that angel's face, adorned with all divine perfection, his cleared heart, eftsoons away gan chase sad death, revived with her sweet inspection, and feeble spirit inly felt refection. As withered weed through cruel winter's tine, that feels the warmth of sunny beams reflection, lifts up his head that did before decline, and gins to spread his leaf before the fair sunshine. Right so himself did Marinell uprear, when he in place his dearest love did spy, and though his limbs could not his body bear, ne former strength return so suddenly, yet cheerful signs he showed outwardly, ne less was she in secret heart affected, but that she masked it with modesty, for fear she should of likeness be detected, which to another place I leave to be perfected.
End of Canto 12. Recording by Thomas Copeland. End of Book 4 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. The Faerie Queene, Book 5, Canto 1, by Edmund Spenser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
The fifth book of the Faerie Queene, containing the legend of Artegall, or of Justice. So oft as I with state of present time the image of the antique world compare, when as man's age was in his freshest prime, and the first blossom of fair virtue bare, such odds I find twixt those and these which are, as that through long continuance of his course, meseems the world is quite run out of square from the first point of his appointed source, and being once amiss, grows daily worse and worse. For from the golden age that first was named, it's now at erst become a stony one, and men themselves, the which at first were framed of earthly mold, and formed of flesh and bone, are now transformed into hardest stone, such as behind their backs, so backward bred, were thrown by Pyrrha and Deucalion. And if than those may any worse be read, they into that ere long will be degenerate. Let none then blame me, if in discipline of virtue and of civil uses lore, I do not form them to the common line of present days, which are corrupted sore, but to the antique use which was of yore, when good was only for itself desired, and all men sought their own, and none no more, when justice was not for most meed out-hired, but simple truth did reign, and was of all admired. For that which all men then did virtue call, is now called vice, and that which vice was hight, is now hight virtue, and so used of all. Right now is wrong, and wrong that was is right, as all things else in time are changed quite. Ne wonder, for the heaven's revolution is wandered far from where it first was pight, and so do make contrary constitution of all this lower world toward his dissolution. For whoso list into the heavens look, and search the courses of the rolling spheres, shall find that from the point where they first took their setting forth, in these few thousand years, they all are wandered much, that plain appears. For that same golden fleecy ram, which bore Phrixus and Helle from their stepdames' fears, hath now forgot where he was placed of yore, and shouldered hath the bull which fair Europa bore. And eke the bull hath now his bow-bent horn so hardly butted those two twins of Jove, that they have crushed the crab, and quite him borne into the great Nemean lion's grove. So now all range, and do at random rove out of their proper places far away, and all this world with them amiss do move, and all his creatures from their course astray, till they arrive at their last ruinous decay. He is that same great glorious lamp of light, that doth illumine all these lesser fires in better case, and keeps his course more right, but is miscarried with the other spheres. For since the term of 1400 years, that learned Ptolemy his height did take, he is declined from that mark of theirs nigh 30 minutes to the southern lake. that makes me fear in time he will us quite forsake. And if to those Egyptian wizards old, which in star read were wont to have best insight, faith may be given, it is by them told, that since the time they first took the sun's height, 4 times his place he shifted hath in sight, and twice hath risen where he now doth west, and wested twice where he ought rise aright. But most is Mars amiss of all the rest, and next to him old Saturn, that was wont be best. For during Saturn's ancient reign it said, that all the world with goodness did abound, all loved virtue, no man was afraid of force, ne fraud in wight was to be found, no war was known, no dreadful trumpet sound, peace universal reigned mongst men and beasts, and all things freely grew out of the ground. Justice sate high adored with solemn feasts, and to all people did divide her dread behests. Most sacred virtue she of all the rest, resembling God in his imperial might, whose sovereign power is herein most expressed, that both to good and bad he dealeth right, and all his works with justice hath bedight. That power he also doth to princes lend, and makes them like himself in glorious sight, to sit in his own seat, his cause to end, and rule his people right, as he doth recommend. Dread sovereign Goddess, that dost highest sit in seat of judgment in th' Almighty's stead, and with magnific might and wondrous wit dost to thy people righteous doom areed, that furthest nations fills with awful dread, pardon the boldness of thy basest thrall, that dare discourse of so divine a reed, as thy great justice praised over all, the instrument whereof, lo, hear thy article. Canto 1. Artegall, trained in justice lore, Irene's quest pursued. He doth avenge on Sanglier his lady's blood imbrued. Though virtue then were held in highest price, in those old times of which I do entreat, yet then likewise the wicked seed of vice began to spring, which shortly grew full great, and with their boughs the gentle plants did beat. But evermore some of the virtuous race rose up, inspired with heroic heat, that cropped the branches of the scient base, and with strong hand their fruitful rankness did deface. Such first was Bacchus, that with furious might all the East before untamed did overrun, and wrong repressed, and established right, which lawless men had formerly fordone. There justice first her princely rule begun, next Hercules his like ensample shewed, who all the West with equal conquest won, and monstrous tyrants with his club subdued, the club of justice dread with kingly power endued. And such was he of whom I have to tell, the champion of true justice, Artegall, whom, as ye lately mote remember well, an hard adventure which did then befall, into redoubted peril forth did call, that was to succor a distressed dame, whom a strong tyrant did unjustly thrall, and from the heritage which she did claim, did with strong hand withhold. Grantorto was his name. Wherefore the lady, which Irena hight, did to the Faerie Queene her way address, to whom complaining her afflicted plight, she her besought of gracious redress. That sovereign queen, that mighty empress, whose glory is to aid all suppliants poor, and of weak princes to be patroness, chose Artegall to right her to restore, for that to her he seemed best skilled in righteous lore. For Artegall in justice was upbrought even from the cradle of his infancy, and all the depth of rightful doom was taught by fair Astrea with great industry, whilst here on earth she lived mortally. For till the world from his perfection fell into all filth and foul iniquity, Astrea here mongst earthly men did dwell, and in the rules of justice them instructed well. Whiles through the world she walked in this sort, upon a day she found this gentle child amongst his peers playing his childish sport, whom seeing fit, and with no crime defiled, she did allure with gifts and speeches mild to wend with her, So thence him far she brought into a cave, from company exiled, in which she nourselled him, till years he wrought, and all the discipline of justice there him taught. There she him taught to weigh both right and wrong in equal balance, with due recompense, and equity to measure out along, according to the line of conscience, when so it needs with rigour to dispense. Of all the which, for want there of mankind, she caused him to make experience upon wild beasts, which she in woods did find, with wrongful power oppressing others of their kind. Thus she him trained, and thus she him taught, in all the skill of deeming wrong and right, until the ripeness of man's years he wrought, that even wild beasts did fear his awful sight, and men admired his overruling might. Ne any lived on ground that durst withstand his dreadful hest, much less him match in fight, or bide the horror of his wreakful hand, when so he list in wrath lift up his steely brand. Which steely brand, to make him dreaded more, she gave unto him, gotten by her sleight and earnest search, where it was kept in store in Jove's eternal house, unwist of wight, since he himself it used in that great fight against the Titans, that whilom rebelled gainst highest heaven. Chrysaor it was hight, Chrysaor, that all other swords excelled, well proved in that same day, when Jove those giants quelled. For of most perfect metal it was made, tempered with adamant amongst the same, and garnished all with gold upon the blade in goodly wise, whereof it took his name, and was of no less virtue than of fame. For there no substance was so firm and hard, but it would pierce or cleave whereso it came, ne any armour could his dint outward, but wheresoever it did light, it throughly shard. Now when the world with sin gan to abound, Astrea, loathing linger here to space mongst wicked men, in whom no truth she found, returned to heaven, whence she derived her race, where she hath now an everlasting place mongst those 12 signs, which nightly we do see the heavens bright shining baldric to enchase, and is the Virgin, sixth in her degree, and next herself her righteous balance hanging be. But when she parted hence, she left her groom, an iron man, which did on her attend always to execute her steadfast doom, and willed him with artigal to wend, and do whatever thing he did intend. His name was Talus, made of iron mold, immovable, resistless, without end, who in his hand an iron flail did hold, with which he threshed out falsehood, and did truth unfold. He now went with him in this new inquest, him for to aid, if aid he chanced to need, against that cruel tyrant which oppressed the fair Irena with his foul misdeed, and kept the crown in which she should succeed. And now together on their way they been, when as they saw a squire in squalid weed, lamenting sore his sorrowful sad tine, with many bitter tears shed from his blubbered eyne. To whom as they approached, they espied a sorry sight as ever seen with eye, an headless lady lying him beside, in her own blood all wallowed wofully, that her gay clothes did in discolour dye. Much was he moved at that rueful sight, and flamed with zeal of vengeance inwardly, he asked, who had that dame so foully dight, or whether his own hand, or whether other wight. Ah, woe is me, and well away, quoth he, bursting forth tears, like springs out of a bank, that ever I this dismal day did see. Full far was I from thinking such a prank, yet little loss it were, and mickle thank, if I should grant that I have done the same, that I mote drink the cup whereof she drank, but that I should die guilty of the blame, the which another did, who now is fled with shame. Who was it then, said Artegall, that wrought, and why? Do it declare unto me true. A knight, said he, if knight he may be thought, that did his hand in lady's blood imbrue, and for no cause, but as I shall you shew. This day, as I in solace sate hereby with a fair love, whose loss I now do rue, there came this knight, having in company this luckless lady, which now here doth headless lie. He, whether mine seemed fairer in his eye, or that he waxed weary of his own, would change with me. But I did it deny, so did the ladies both, as may be known. But he, whose spirit was with pride upblown, would not so rest contented with his right, but having from his courser her down thrown, from me reft mine away by lawless might, and on his steed her set, to bear her out of sight. Which when his lady saw, she followed fast, and on him catching hold, gan loud to cry, not so to leave her, nor away to cast, but rather of his hand besought to die. With that his sword he drew all wrathfully, and at one stroke cropped off her head with scorn, in that same place where is it now doth lie. So he my love away with him hath borne, and left me here, both his and mine own love to mourn. A rede, said he, which way then did he make, and by what marks may he be known again? To hope, quoth he, him soon to overtake, that hence so long departed, is but vain. But yet he pricked over yonder plain, and as I marked, bore upon his shield, by which it's easy him to know again, a broken sword within a bloody field, expressing well his nature, which the same did wield. No sooner said, but straight he after sent his iron page, who him pursued so light, as that it seemed above the ground he went. For he was swift as swallow in her flight, and strong as lion in his lordly might. It was not long before he overtook Sir Sanglier, so cleped was that knight, whom at the first he guessed by his look, and by the other marks which of his shield he took. He bade him stay, and back with him retire, who, full of scorn to be commanded so, the lady to alight did require, whilst he reformed that uncivil foe, and straight at him with all his force did go, who moved no more therewith than when a rock is lightly stricken with some stone's throw, but to him leaping, lent him such a knock, that on the ground he laid him like a senseless block. But ere he could himself recure again, him in his iron paw he seized had, that when he waked out of his wareless pain, he found himself unwist so ill bestad, that limb he could not wag. Thence he him lad, bound like a beast appointed to the stall, the sight whereof the lady sore adrad, and feigned to fly for fear of being thrall. But he her quickly stayed, and forced to wend withal. When to the place they came, where Artegall by that same careful squire did then abide, he gently gan him to demand of all that did betwixt him and that squire betide, who with stern countenance and indignant pride did answer, that of all he guiltless stood, and his accuser thereupon defied. For neither he did shed that lady's blood, nor took away his love, but his own proper good. Well did the squire perceive himself too weak to answer his defiance in the field, and rather chose his challenge off to break, than to approve his right with spear and shield, and rather guilty chose himself to yield. But Artegall by signs perceiving plain, that he it was not which that lady killed, but that strange knight, the fairer love to gain, did cast about by sleight the truth thereout to strain, and said, now sure this doubtful cause's right can hardly but by sacrament be tried, or else by ordeal, or by bloody fight, that ill perhaps mote fall to either side. But if ye please that I your cause decide, perhaps I may all further quarrel end, so ye will swear my judgment to abide. Thereto they both did frankly condescend, and to his doom with listful ears did both attend. Sith then, said he, ye both the dead deny, and both the living lady claim your right, let both the dead and living equally divided be betwixt you here in sight, and each of either take his share aright. But look, who does dissent from this my rede, he for a 12-month's day shall in despite bear for his penance that same lady's head, to witness to the world that she by him is dead. Well pleased with that doom was Sanglier, and offered straight the lady to be slain. But that same squire, to whom she was more dear, when as he saw she should be cut in twain, did yield she rather should with him remain alive, than to himself be shared dead. And rather than his love should suffer pain, he chose with shame to bear that lady's head. True love despiseth shame, when life is called in dread. Whom when so willing Artegall perceived, not so, thou squire, he said, but thine I deem the living lady, which from thee he reaved. For worthy thou of her dost rightly seem, and you, Sir Knight, that love so light esteem, as that ye would for little leave the same, take here your own that doth you best beseem, and with it bear the burden of defame, your own dead lady's head, to tell abroad your shame. But Sanglier disdained much his doom, and sternly gan repine at his behest, ne would for aught obey, as did become, to bear that lady's head before his breast, until that Talus had his pride repressed, and forced him mulgre it up to rear, who, when he saw it bootless to resist, he took it up, and thence with him did bear, as rated spaniel takes his burden up for fear. Much did that squire Sir Artegall adore for his great justice, held in high regard, and as his squire him offered evermore to serve, for want of other meet reward, and wend with him on his adventure hard. But he thereto would by no means consent, but leaving him, forth on his journey fared. Ne wight with him, but only Talus went, they two enough to encounter an whole regiment.
End of Canto 1. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 2 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 2. Artegall hears of Florimel, does with the pagan fight, him slays, drowns Lady Munera, does race her castle quite. Naught is more honorable to a knight, ne better doth beseem brave chivalry, than to defend the feeble in their right, and wrong redress in such as wend awry. Whilome those great heroes got thereby their greatest glory for their rightful deeds, and place deserved with the gods on high. Herein the noblest of this knight exceeds, who now to perils great for justice sake proceeds. To which, as he now was upon the way, he chanced to meet a dwarf in hasty course, whom he required his forward haste to stay, till he of tidings mote with him discourse. Loth was the dwarf, yet did he stay perforce, and gan of sundry news his store to tell, as to his memory they had recourse, but chiefly of the fairest Florimel, how she was found again, and spoused to Marinell. For this was Dony, Florimel's own dwarf, whom having lost, as ye have heard whilere, and finding in the way the scattered scarf, the fortune of her life long time did fear. But of her health, when Artegall did hear, and safe return, he was full inly glad, and asked him where and when her bridal cheer should be solemnized. For if time he had, he would be there, and honor to her spousal add. Within 3 days, quoth he, as I do hear, it will be at the castle of the Strond, what time, if naught me let, I will be there to do her service, so as I am bond. But in my way, a little here beyond, a cursed cruel Saracen doth one, that keeps a bridge's passage by strong hond, and many errant knights hath therefore done, that makes all men for fear that passage for to shun. What, Mr. Wight, quoth he, and how far hence is he, that doth to travellers such harms? He is, said he, a man of great defence, expert in battle and in deeds of arms, and more emboldened by the wicked charms with which his daughter doth him still support, having great lordships got and goodly farms, through strong oppression of his power extort, by which he still them holds, and keeps with strong effort. And daily he his wrongs increaseth more, for never wight he lets to pass that way over his bridge, albe he rich or poor, but he him makes his
Passage penny pay.
else he doth hold him back, or beat away. Thereto he hath a groom of evil guise, whose scalp is bare, that bondage doth bewray, which poles and pills the poor in piteous wise. But he himself upon the rich doth tyrannize. His name is hight Polenti, rightly so, for that he is so puissant and strong, that with his power he all doth overgo, and makes them subject to his mighty wrong. And some by sleight he eke doth underfong, for on a bridge he custometh to fight, which is but narrow, but exceeding long, and in the same are many trapfalls pight, through which the rider down doth fall through oversight. And underneath the same a river flows, that is both swift and dangerous deep withal, into the which whomso he overthrows, all destitute of hope doth headlong fall. But he himself, through practice usual, leaps forth into the flood, and there assays his foe, confused through his sudden fall, that horse and man he equally dismays, and either both them drowns, or traitorously slays. Then doth he take the spoil of them at will, and to his daughter brings, that dwells thereby, who all that comes doth take, and therewith fill the coffers of her wicked treasury, which she with wrongs hath heaped up so high, that many princes she in wealth exceeds, and purchased all the country lying nigh with the revenue of her plenteous meeds. Her name is Munera, agreeing with her deeds. Thereto she is full fair and rich attired, with golden hands and silver feet beside, that many lords have her to wife desired, but she them all despiseth for great pride. Now by my life, said he, and God to guide, none other way will I this day betake, but by that bridge, whereas he doth abide. Therefore me thither lead. No more he spake, but thitherward forthright his ready way did make. Unto the place he came within a while, where on the bridge he ready armed saw the Saracen, awaiting for some spoil, who, as they to the passage gan to draw, a villain to them came with skull all raw,
that passage money
did with them require, according to the custom of their law. To whom he answered wroth, Lo, there thy hire, and with that word him strook, that straight he did expire. Which when the pagan saw, he waxed wroth, and straight himself unto the fight addressed. It was Sir Artegall behind, so both together ran with ready spears in rest. Right in the midst, whereas they breast to breast should meet, a trap was letten down to fall into the flood. Straight leaped the carle unblessed, well weening that his foe was fallen withal, but he was well aware, and leapt before his fall. There being both together in the flood, they each at other tyrannously flew, ne aught the water cooled their hot blood, but rather in them kindled choler new. But there the Paynim, who that use well knew to fight in water, great advantage had, that oftentimes him nigh he overthrew, and eke the courser whereupon he rad could swim like to a fish, whilst he his back bestrad. Which odds, when as Sir Artegall espied, he saw no way but close with him in haste, and to him driving strongly down the tide, upon his iron collar gripped fast, that with the straint his weasand nigh he brast. There they together strove and struggled long, either the other from his steed to cast. Ne ever Artegall his gripple strong for anything would slack, but still upon him hong. As when a dolphin and a seal are met in the wide champaign of the ocean plain, with cruel chafe their courages they whet, the maesterdom of each by force to gain, and dreadful battail twixt them do arraign. They snuff, they snort, they bounce, they rage, they roar, that all the sea, disturbed with their train, doth fry with foam above the surge's hoar. Such was betwixt these two the troublesome uproar. So Artegall at length him forced forsake his horse's back, for dread of being drowned, and to his handy swimming him betake. Eftsoons himself he from his hold unbound, and then no odds at all in him he found, for Artegall in swimming skillful was, and durst the depth of any water sound. So ought each knight that use of peril has in swimming be expert, through waters forced to pass. Then very doubtful was the war's event, uncertain whether had the better side. For both were skilled in that experiment, and both in arms well trained and throughly tried. But Artegall was better breathed beside, and towards the end grew greater in his might, that his faint foe no longer could abide his puissance, ne bear himself upright, but from the water to the land betook his flight. But Artegall pursued him still so near, with bright Chrysaor in his cruel hand, that as his head he gan a little rear above the brink, to tread upon the land, he smote it off, that tumbling on the strand, it bit the earth for very fell despite, and gnashed with his teeth, as if he banned high God, whose goodness he despaired quite, or cursed the hand which did that vengeance on him dight. His corpse was carried down along the Lee, whose waters with his filthy blood it stained, but his blasphemous head, that all might see, he pitched upon a pole on high ordained, where many years it afterwards remained, to be a mirror to all mighty men, in whose right hands great power is contained, that none of them the feeble overran, but always do their power within just compass pen. That done, unto the castle he did wend, in which the Paynim's daughter did abide, guarded of many which did her defend, of whom he entrance sought, but was denied, and with reproachful blasphemy defied, beaten with stones down from the battlement, that he was forced to withdraw aside, and bade his servant Talus to invent which way he enter might without endangerment. Eftsoons his page drew to the castle gate, and with his iron flail at it let fly, that all the warders it did sore amate, the which erewhile spake so reproachfully, and made them stoop that looked erst so high. Yet still he bet and bounced upon the door, and thundered strokes thereon so hideously, that all the piece he shaked from the floor, and filled all the house with fear and great uproar. With noise whereof the lady forth appeared upon the castle wall, and when she saw the dangerous state in which she stood, she feared the sad effect of her near overthrow, and gan entreat that iron man below to cease his outrage, and him fair besought, sith neither force of stones which they did throw, nor power of charms which she against him wrought, might otherwise prevail, or make him cease for aught. But when as yet she saw him to proceed, unmoved with prayers or with piteous thought, she meant him to corrupt with goodly meed, and caused great sacks with endless riches fraught unto the battlement to be upbrought, and poured forth over the castle wall, that she might win some time, though dearly bought, whilst he to gathering of the gold did fall. But he was nothing moved nor tempted therewithal, but still continued his assault the more, and laid on load with his huge iron flail, that at the length he has yrent the door, and made way for his maester to assail, who being entered, naught did then avail for wight against his power themselves to rear. Each one did fly, their hearts began to fail, and hid themselves in corners here and there, and eke their dame half dead did hide herself for fear. Long they her sought, yet nowhere could they find her, that sure they weened she was escaped away. But Talus, that could like a limehound wind her, and all things secret wisely could bewray, at length found out whereas she hidden lay under an heap of gold. Thence he her drew by the fair locks, and foully did array, without in pity of her goodly hue, that Artegall himself her seamless plight did rue. Yet for no pity would he change the course of justice, which in Talus' hand did lie, who rudely haled her forth without remorse, still holding up her suppliant hands on high, and kneeling at his feet submissively. But he her suppliant hands, those hands of gold, and eke her feet, those feet of silver, try, which sought unrighteousness, and justice sold, chopped off, and nailed on high, that all might them behold. Herself then took he by the slender waist, in vain loud crying, and into the flood over the castle wall adown her cast, and there her drowned in the dirty mud. But the stream washed away her guilty blood. Thereafter all that mucky pelf he took, the spoil of people's evil gotten good, the which her sire had scraped by hook and crook, and burning all to ashes, poured it down the brook. And lastly all that castle quite he raced, even from the sole of his foundation, and all the hewn stones thereof defaced, that there mote be no hope of reparation, nor memory thereof to any nation. All which when Talus throughly had performed, Sir Artegall undid the evil fashion, and wicked customs of that bridge reformed, which done, unto his former journey he returned. In which they measured mickle weary way, till that at length nigh to the sea they drew, by which, as they did travel on a day, they saw before them, far as they could view, full many people gathered in a crew, whose great assembly they did much admire, for never there the like resort they knew. So towards them they coasted, to inquire what things so many nations met did there desire. There they beheld a mighty giant stand upon a rock, and holding forth on high an huge great pair of balance in his hand, with which he boasted in his secretary, that all the world he would weigh equally, if aught he had the same to counterpoise, for want whereof he weighed vanity, and filled his balance full of idle toys, yet was admired much of fools, women, and boys. He said that he would all the earth uptake, and all the sea, divided each from either. So would he of the fire one balance make, and one of there, without or wind or weather. Then would he balance heaven and hell together, and all that did within them all contain, of all whose weight he would not miss a feather. And look what surplus did of each remain, he would to his own part restore the same again. For why, he said, they all unequal were, and had encroached upon others' share, like as the sea, which plain he shewed there, had worn the earth, so did the fire the air, so all the rest did others' parts impair, and so were realms and nations run awry, all which he undertook for to repair, in sort as they were formed anciently, and all things would reduce unto equality. Therefore the vulgar did about him flock, and cluster thick unto his leasings vain, like foolish flies about an honey crock, in hope by him great benefit to gain, and uncontrolled freedom to obtain. All which when Artegall did see and hear, how he misled the simple people's train, in sdeinful wise he drew unto him near, and thus unto him spake, without regard or fear: Thou that presumest to weigh the world anew, and all things to an equal to restore, instead of right, meseems great wrong dost shew, and far above thy forces pitch to soar.
For ere thou limit what is less or more in every thing, thou oughtest first to know what was the poise of every part of yore, and look then how much it doth overflow or fail thereof. So much is more than just to trow.
For at the first they all created were in goodly measure by their Maker's might, and weighed out in balances so near, that not a dram was missing of their right. The earth was in the middle center pight, in which it doth immovable abide, hemmed in with waters like a wall in sight, and they with air, that not a drop can slide, all which the heavens contain, and in their courses guide. Such heavenly justice doth among them reign, that every one doth know their certain bound, in which they do these many years remain, and mongst them all no change hath yet been found. But if thou now shouldst weigh them new in pound, we are not sure they would so long remain. All change is perilous, and all chance unsound. Therefore leave off to weigh them all again, till we may be assured they shall their course retain. Thou foolish elf, said then the giant wroth, Seest not how badly all things present be, and each estate quite out of order goeth? The sea itself, dost thou not plainly see, encroach upon the land there under thee? And the earth itself, how daily it's increased by all that dying to it turned be? Were it not good that wrong were then surceased, and from the most that some were given to the least? Therefore I will throw down these mountains high, and make them level with the lowly plain. These towering rocks, which reach unto the sky, I will thrust down into the deepest main, and as they were, them equalize again. Tyrants that make men subject to their law I will suppress, that they no more may reign, and lordings curb that commons overawe, and all the wealth of rich men to the poor will draw. Of things unseen, how canst thou deem aright? Then answered the righteous Artegall, sith thou misdeemst so much of things in sight. What though the sea with waves continual do eat the earth? It is no more at all, ne is the earth the less, or loseth aught. For whatsoever from one place doth fall, is with the tide unto another brought. For there is nothing lost that may be found if sought. Likewise the earth is not augmented more by all that dying into it do fade, for of the earth they formed were of yore. However gay their blossom or their blade do flourish now, they into dust shall vade. What wrong then is it, if that when they die they turn to that whereof they first were made? All in the power of their great Maker lie, all creatures must obey the voice of the Most High. They live, they die, like as he doth ordain, ne ever any asketh reason why. The hills do not the lowly dales disdain, the dales do not the lofty hills envy. He maketh kings to sit in sovereignty, he maketh subjects to their power obey. He pulleth down, he setteth up on high, he gives to this, from that he takes away. For all we have is his, what he list do he may. Whatever thing is done, by him is done, ne any may his mighty will withstand, ne any may his sovereign power shun, ne loose that he hath bound with steadfast band. In vain therefore dost thou now take in hand to call to count, or weigh his works anew, whose counsels depth thou canst not understand. Sith of things subject to thy daily view, thou dost not know the causes, nor their courses due. For take thy balance, if thou be so wise, and weigh the wind that under heaven doth blow, or weigh the light that in the east doth rise, or weigh the thought that from man's mind doth flow. But if the weight of these thou canst not show, weigh but one word which from thy lips doth fall. For how canst thou those greater secrets know, that dost not know the least thing of them all? Ill can he rule the great, that cannot reach the small. Therewith the giant much abashed said, that he of little things made reckoning light. Yet the least word that ever could be laid within his balance, he could weigh aright. Which is, said he, more heavy then in weight, the right or wrong, the false or else the true? He answered that he would try it straight. So he the words into his balance threw, but straight the winged words out of his balance flew. Wroth waxed he then, and said that words were light, ne would within his balance well abide, but he could justly weigh the wrong and right. Well then, said Artegall, let it be tried. First in one balance set the true aside. He did so first, and then the false he laid in th'other scale, but still it down did slide, and by no mean could in the weight be stayed. For by no means the false will with the truth be weighed. Now take the right likewise, said Artegall, and counterpoise the same with so much wrong. So first the right he put into one scale, and then the giant strove with puissance strong to fill the other scale with so much wrong. but all the wrongs that he therein could lay might not it pays. Yet did he labour long, and swat and chafed, and proved every way, yet all the wrongs could not a little right downlay. Which when he saw, he greatly grew in rage, and almost would his balances have broken. But Artegall him fairly gan assuage, and said, Be not upon thy balance roken, for they do not but right or wrong betoken. But in the mind the doom of right must be, and so likewise of words, the which be spoken. The ear must be the balance, to decree and judge, whether with truth or falsehood they agree. But set the truth and set the right aside, for they with wrong or falsehood will not fare, and put two wrongs together to be tried, or else two falses of each equal share, and then together do them both compare, for truth is one, and right is ever one. So did he, and then plain it did appear, whether of them the greater were atone. But right sate in the middest of the beam alone. But he the right from thence did thrust away, for it was not the right which he did seek, but rather strove extremities to weigh, the one to diminish, th'other for to eke. For of the mean he greatly did misleek. Whom when so lewdly minded Talus found, approaching nigh unto him, cheek by cheek, he shouldered him from off the higher ground, and down the rock him throwing, in the sea him drowned. Like as a ship, whom cruel tempest drives upon a rock with horrible dismay, her shattered ribs in thousand pieces rives, and spoiling all her gears and goodly ray, does make herself misfortune's piteous prey. So down the cliff the wretched giant tumbled, his battered balances in pieces lay, his timbered bones all broken rudely rumbled. So was the high aspiring with huge ruin humbled. That when the people, which had there about long waited, saw his sudden desolation, they gan to gather in tumultuous rout, and mutining to stir up civil faction, for certain loss of so great expectation. For well they hoped to have got great good and wondrous riches by his innovation. Therefore resolving to revenge his blood, they rose in arms, and all in battle order stood. Which lawless multitude him coming to, in warlike wise when Artegall did view, he much was troubled, ne wist what to do, for loath he was his noble hands to imbrue in the base blood of such a rascal crew. And otherwise, if that he should retire, he feared lest they with shame would him pursue. Therefore he Talus to them sent, to inquire the cause of their array, and truce for to desire. But soon as they him nigh approaching spied, they gan with all their weapons him assay, and rudely stroke at him on every side. Yet not they could him hurt, ne aught dismay. But when at them he with his flail gan lay, he like a swarm of flies them overthrew. Ne any of them durst come in his way, but here and there before his presence flew, and hid themselves in holes and bushes from his view. As when a falcon hath with nimble flight flown at a flush of ducks, for by the brook, the trembling fowl, dismayed with dreadful sight of death, the which them almost overtook, do hide themselves from her astonishing look among the flags and covert round about. When Talus saw they all the field forsook, and none appeared of all that rascal rout, to Artegall he turned, and went with him throughout.
End of Canto 2. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The Faerie Queene, Book 5, Canto 3, by Edmund SPENSER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 3. The spousals of fair Florimel, where tourney many knights, their braggadocio is uncased in all the ladies' sights. After long storms and tempests overblown, the sun at length his joyous face doth clear. So when, as fortune all her spite hath shown, some blissful hours at last must needs appear. else should afflicted wights oft times despair. So comes it now to Florimel by turn, after long sorrows suffered whileare, in which captived she many months did mourn, to taste of joy, and to want pleasures to return. Who being freed from Proteus' cruel band by Marinell, was unto him affied, and by him brought again to Fairyland, where he her spoused, and made his joyous bride. The time and place was blazed far and wide, and solemn feasts and justs ordained therefore, to which there did resort from every side of lords and ladies infinite great store, ne any knight was absent that brave courage bore. To tell the glory of the feast that day, the goodly service, the deviceful sights, the bridegroom's state, the bride's most rich array, the pride of ladies and the worth of knights, the royal banquets and the rare delights, were work fit for an herald, not for me, but for so much as to my lot here lights, that with this present treatise doth agree, true virtue to advance shall here recounted be. When all men had with full satiety of meats and drinks their appetites suffised, to deeds of arms and proof of chivalry they gan themselves address, full rich aguised, as each one had his furnitures devised. And first of all issued Sir Marinell, and with him 6 knights more, which enterprised to challenge all in right of Florimel, and to maintain that she all others did excel. The first of them was hight Sir Ormond, a noble knight, and tried in hard assays. The second had to name Sir Belisant, but second unto none in prowess praise. The third was Brunel, famous in his days. The fourth Acastor, of exceeding might. The fifth Armedon, skilled in lovely lays. The sixth was Lansac, a redoubted knight. All 6 well seen in arms, and proved in many a fight. And them against came all that list to just, from every coast and country under sun. None was debarred, but all had leave that lust. The trumpet sound, then all together run. Full many deeds of arms that day were done, and many knights unhorsed, and many wounded, as fortune fell, yet little lost or won. But all that day the greatest praise redounded to Marinell, whose name the heralds loud resounded. The second day, so soon as morrow light appeared in heaven, into the field they came, and there all day continued cruel fight, with diverse fortune fit for such a game, in which all strove with peril to win fame. Yet whether side was victor note be guessed. But at the last the trumpets did proclaim that Marinell that day deserved best. So they disparted were, and all men went to rest. The third day came, that should due trial lend of all the rest, and then this warlike crew together met, of all to make an end. There Marinell great deeds of arms did shew, and through the thickest like a lion flew, rashing off helms, and riving plates asunder, that every one his danger did eschew. So terribly his dreadful strokes did thunder, that all men stood amazed, and at his might did wonder. But what on earth can always happy stand? The greater prowess greater perils find. So far he passed amongst his enemies' band, that they have him enclosed so behind, as by no means he can himself outwind. And now perforce they have him prisoner taken, and now they do with captive bands him bind, and now they lead him thence, of all forsaken, unless some succor had in time him overtaken. It fortuned, whilst they were thus ill beset, Sir Artegall into the tilt-yard came, with Braggadocio, whom he lately met upon the way, with that his snowy dame. Where when he understood by common fame what evil hap to Marinell betid, he much was moved at so unworthy shame, and straight that boaster prayed with whom he rid to change his shield with him, to be the better hid. So forth he went, and soon them overhent, where they were leading Marinell away, whom he assailed with dreadless hardiment, and forced the burden of their prize to stay. They were 100 knights of that array, of which the one half upon himself did set, the other stayed behind to guard the prey. But he ere long the former 50 bet, and from the other 50 soon the prisoner fet. So back he brought Sir Marinell again, whom having quickly armed again anew, they both together joined might and main to set afresh on all the other crew, whom with sore havoc soon they overthrew, and chased quite out of the field, that none against them durst his head to peril shew. So were they left lords of the field alone. So Marinell by him was rescued from his foe, which when he had performed, then back again to Braggadocio did his shield restore, who all this while behind him did remain, keeping there close with him in precious store that his false lady, as ye heard before. Then did the trumpet sound, and judges rose, and all these knights, which that day armor bore, came to the open hall to listen whose the honor of the prize should be adjudged by those. And thither also came in open sight fair Florimell into the common hall, to greet his guerdon unto every knight, and best to him to whom the best should fall. Then for that stranger knight they loud did call, to whom that day they should the girland yield, who came not forth, but for Sir Artegall came Braggadocio, and did show his shield, which bore the sun broad blazed in a golden field, the sight whereof did all with gladness fill. So unto him they did addeem the prize of all that triumph. Then the trumpet shrilled, on Braggadocio's name resounded thrice, so courage lent a cloak to cowardice. And then to him came fairest Florimell, and goodly gan to greet his brave emprise, and thousand thanks him yield, that had so well approved that day, that she all others did excel. To whom the boaster, that all knights did blot, with proud disdain did scornful answer make, that what he did that day, he did it not for her, but for his own dear lady's sake, whom on his peril he did undertake, both her and eke all others to excel, and further did uncomely speeches crake. Much did his words the gentle lady quell, and turned aside for shame to hear what he did tell. Then forth he brought his snowy Florimell, whom Trumpert had in keeping there beside, covered from people's gazement with a veil, whom when discovered they had throughly eyed, with great amazement they were stupefied, and said that surely Florimell it was, or if it were not Florimell so tried, that Florimell herself she then did pass, so feeble skill of perfect things the vulgar has. Which when as Marinell beheld likewise, he was therewith exceedingly dismayed, ne wist he what to think or to devise, but like as one whom fiends had made afraid, he long astonished stood, ne aught he said, ne aught he did, but with fast fixed eyes he gazed still upon that snowy maid, whom ever as he did the more avise, the more to be true Florimell he did surmise. As when two suns appear in the azure sky, mounted in Phoebus' chariot fiery bright, both darting forth fair beams to each man's eye, and both adorned with lamps of flaming light, all that behold so strange prodigious sight, not knowing nature's work, nor what the ween, are rapt with wonder and with rare affright. So stood Sir Marinell, when he had seen the semblant of this false by his fair beauty's queen. All which when Artegall, who all this while stood in the press close covered, well adviewed, and saw that boaster's pride and graceless guile, he could no longer bear, but forth eschewed, and unto all himself there open shewed, and to the boaster said, Thou losel base, that hast with borrowed plumes thyself endued, and others' worth with leasings dost deface, when they are all restored, thou shalt rest in disgrace. That shield which thou dost bear, was it indeed which this day's honor saved to Marinell? But not that arm, nor thou the man, I read, which didst that service unto Florimell. For proof, show forth thy sword, and let it tell what strokes, what dreadful stour it stirred this day, or show the wounds which unto thee befell, or show the sweat with which thou didst sway so sharp a battle, that so many did dismay. But this the sword, which wrought those cruel stounds, and this the arm, the which that shield did bear, and these the signs, so show it forth his wounds, by which that glory gotten doth appear. As for this lady, which he sheweth here, is not, I wager, Florimel at all, but some fair Franion, fit for such a fear, that by misfortune in his hand did fall. For proof whereof he bade them Florimel forth call. So forth the noble lady was brought, adorned with honour and all comely grace, whereto her bashful shamefastness wrought a great increase in her fair blushing face, as roses did with lilies interlace. For of those words the which that boaster threw, she inly yet conceived great disgrace. Whom when as all the people such did view, they shouted loud, and signs of gladness all did shew. Then did he set her by that snowy one, like the true saint beside the image set, of both their beauties to make paragon, and trial whether should the honour get. Straightway, so soon as both together met, th' enchanted damsel vanished into naught, her snowy substance melted as with heat, ne of that goodly hue remained aught but th' empty girdle which about her waist was wrought. As when the daughter of Thaumantes fair hath in a watery cloud displayed wide her goodly bow, which paints the liquid air, that all men wonder at her colours' pride, all suddenly, ere one can look aside, the glorious picture vanisheth away, ne any token doth thereof abide. So did this lady's goodly form decay, and into nothing go, ere one could it bewray. Which when as all that present were beheld, they stricken were with great astonishment, and their faint hearts with senseless horror quelled, to see the thing that seemed so excellent, so stolen from their fancy's wonderment, that what of it became none understood. And Braggadocio's self with dreariment so daunted was in his despairing mood, that like a lifeless corse immovable he stood. But Artegall that golden belt uptook, the which of all her spoil was only left, which was not hers, as many it mistook, but Florimel's own girdle, from her reft, while she was flying like a weary weft from that foul monster, which did her compel to perils great, which he unbuckling eft, presented to the fairest Florimel, who round about her tender waist it fitted well. Full many ladies often had assayed about their middles that fair belt to knit, and many a one supposed to be a maid, yet it to none of all their loins would fit, till Florimel about her fastened it. Such power it had, that to no woman's waist by any skill or labour it would sit, unless that she were continent and chaste, but it would lose or break, that many had disgraced. Whilst thus they busied were about Florimel and boastful Braggadocio to defame, Sir Guyon, as by fortune then befell, forth from the thickest press of people came, his own good steed which he had stolen to claim, and the one hand seizing on his golden bit, with the other drew his sword, for with the same he meant the thief there deadly to have smit, and had he not been held, he not had failed of it. Thereof great hurly-burly moved was throughout the hall for that same warlike horse, for Braggadocio would not let him pass, and Guyon would him all gates have perforce, or it approve upon his carrion course. Which troublous stir when Artegall perceived, he nigh them drew to stay the venger's force, and gan inquire how was that steed bereaved, whether by might extort, or else by sleight deceived. Who all that piteous story which befell about that woeful couple which were slain, and their young bloody babe, to him gan tell, with whom whiles he did in the wood remain, his horse purloined was by subtle train, for which he challenged the thief to fight, but he for naught could him thereto constrain, for as the death he hated such despite, and rather had to lose than try in arms his right. Which Artegall well hearing, though no more by law of arms there need one's right to try, as was the wont of warlike knights of yore, than that his foe should him the field deny, yet further right by tokens to descry, he asked what privy tokens he did bear. If that, said Guyon, may you satisfy, within his mouth a black spot doth appear, shaped like a horse's shoe, who list to seek it there. Whereof, to make due trial, one did take the horse in hand, within his mouth to look. But with his heel so sorely he him strake, that all his ribs he quite in pieces broke, that never word from that day forth he spoke. Another, that would seem to have more wit, him by the bright embroidered headstall took, but by the shoulder him so sore he bit, that he him maimed quite, and all his shoulder split. Nay, he his mouth would open unto white, until that Guyon's self unto him spake, and called Brigador, so was he hight, whose voice so soon as he did undertake, eftsoons he stood as still as any stake, and suffered all his secret mark to see. And when as he him named for joy, he brake his bands, and followed him with gladful glee, and frisked, and flung aloft, and louted low on knee. Thereby Sir Artegall did plainer read, that unto him the horse belonged, and said, Lo there, Sir Guyon, take to you the steed, as he with golden saddle is arrayed, and let that losel, plainly now displayed, hence fare on foot, till he and horse have gained. But the proud boaster gan his doom upbraid, and him reviled and rated and disdained, that judgment so unjust against him had ordained. Much was the knight incensed with his lewd word, to have revenged that his villainy, and thrice did lay his hand upon his sword, to have him slain or dearly done aby. But Guyon did his choler pacify, saying, Sir knight, it would dishonor be to you, that are our judge of equity, to wreak your wrath on such a carle as he. It's punishment enough, that all his shame do see. So did he mitigate Sir Artegall. But Talus by the back the boaster hent, and drawing him out of the open hall, upon him did inflict this punishment. First he his beard did shave, and foully shent. Then from him reft his shield, and it reversed, and blotted out his arms with falsehood blent, and himself baffled, and his arms unhearsed, and broke his sword in twain, and all his armor spursed. The whiles his guileful groom was fled away, but vain it was to think from him to fly, who overtaking him did disarray, and all his face deformed with infamy, and out of court him scourged openly. So ought all faitors, the true knighthood shame, and arms dishonor with base villainy, from all brave knights be banished with defame, for oft their lewdness blotteth good deserts with blame. Now when these counterfeits were thus uncased, out of the foreside of their forgery, and in the sight of all men clean disgraced, all gan to jest and jibe full merrily at the remembrance of their knavery. Ladies can laugh at ladies, knights at knights, to think with how great vaunt of bravery he them abused through his subtle sleights, and what a glorious show he made in all their sights. There leave with them in pleasure and repast, spending their joyous days and gladful nights, and taking usury of time for past, with all dear delices and rare delights, fit for such ladies and such lovely knights. And turn we here to this fair furrow's end our weary yokes, to gather fresher sprites, that when as time to Artegall shall tend, we on his first adventure may him forward send.
End of Canto 3. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 4 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 4. Artegall dealeth right betwixt two brethren that do strive, saves Turpin from the gallow tree, and doth from death reprieve. Whoso upon himself will take the skill true justice unto people to divide, had need have mighty hands, for to fulfill that which he doth with righteous doom decide, and for to master wrong and puissant pride. For vain it is to deem of things aright, and makes wrongdoers justice to deride, unless it be performed with dreadless might, for power is the right hand of justice truly hight. Therefore, whilome to knights
of great emprise
the charge of justice given was in trust, that they might execute her judgments wise, and with their might beat down licentious lust, which proudly did impugn her sentence just. Whereof no braver president this day remains on earth, preserved from iron rust of rude oblivion and long time's decay, than this of Artegall, which here we have to say. Who, having lately left that lovely pair, and linked fast in wedlock's loyal bond, bold Marinell with Florimell the fair, with whom great feast and goodly glee he fond, departed from the castle of the Strand, to follow his adventures' first intent, which long ago he taken had in hand. Ne wight with him for his assistance went, but that great iron groom his guard and government. With whom, as he did pass by the seashore, he chanced to come, whereas two comely squires, both brethren, whom one womb together bore, but stirred up with different desires, together strove, and kindled wrathful fires. And then beside, two seemly damsels stood, by all means seeking to assuage their ires, now with fair words, but words did little good, now with sharp threats, but threats the more increased their mood. And there before them stood a coffer strong, fast bound on every side with iron bands, but seeming to have suffered mickle wrong, either by being wrecked upon the sands, or being carried far from foreign lands. Seemed that for it these squires at odds did fall, and bent against themselves their cruel hands. But evermore those damsels did forestall their furious encounter, and their fierceness pall. But firmly fixed they were, with dint of sword and battle's doubtful proof, their rights to try. Ne other end their fury would afford, but what to them fortune would justify. So stood they both in readiness, thereby to join the combat with cruel intent, when Artegall, arriving happily, did stay a while their greedy bickerment, till he had questioned the cause of their dissent. To whom the elder did this answer frame: Then wit ye, sir, that we two brethren be, to whom our sire, Milesio by name, did equally bequeath his lands in fee, 2 islands, which ye there before you see not far in sea, of which the one appears but like a little mount of small degree, yet was as great and wide ere many years as that same other isle that greater breadth now bears. But tract of time, that all things doth decay, and this devouring sea that naught doth spare, the most part of my land hath washed away, and thrown it up unto my brother's share. So his increased, but mine did impair. Before which time I loved, as was my lot, that further maid, hight Philtra the fair, with whom a goodly dower I should have got, and should have joined been to her in wedlock's knot. Then did my younger brother, Amidas, love that same other damsel, Lucy bright, to whom but little dower allotted was. Her virtue was the dower that did delight. What better dower can to a dame be hight? But now, when Philtra saw my lands decay, and former livelihood fail, she left me quite, and to my brother did elope straightway, who, taking her from me, his own love left astray. She, seeing then herself forsaken so, through dolorous despair which she conceived, into the sea herself did headlong throw, thinking to have her grief by death bereaved. But see how much her purpose was deceived. Whilst thus amidst the billows beating of her, twixt life and death, long to and fro she weaved, she chanced unwares to light upon this coffer, which to her in that danger hope of life did offer. The wretched maid that erst desired to die, when as the pain of death she tasted had, and but half seen his ugly visnomy, gan to repent that she had been so mad, for any death to change life, the most bad. And catching hold of this sea-beaten chest, the lucky pilot of her passage sad, after long tossing in the sea's distress, her weary bark at last upon mine isle did rest, where I, by chance, then wandering on the shore, did her espy, and through my good endeavor from dreadful mouth of death, which threatened sore her to have swallowed up, did help to save her. She then, in recompense of that great favour which I on her bestowed on me the portion of that good which fortune gave her, together with herself in dowry free, both goodly portions, but of both the better she. Yet in this coffer which she with her brought, great treasure sithence we did find contained, which as our own we took, and so it thought. But this same other damsel since hath feigned that to herself that treasure appertained, and that she did transport the same by sea to bring it to her husband new ordained, but suffered cruel shipwreck by the way. But whether it be so or no, I cannot say. But whether it indeed be so or no, this do I say, that what so good or ill, or God or fortune unto me did throw, not wronging any other by my will, I hold mine own, and so will hold it still. And though my land he first did win away, and then my love, though now it little skill, yet my good luck he shall not likewise pray, but I will it defend, whilst ever that I may. So having said, the younger did ensue. Full true it is, whatso about our land my brother here declared hath to you. But not for it this odds twixt us doth stand, but for this treasure thrown upon his strand, which well I prove, as shall appear by trial, to be this maid's with whom I fastened hand, known by good marks and perfect good espial, therefore it ought be rendered her without denial. When they thus ended had, the knight began. Certes your strife were easy to accord, would ye remit it to some righteous man. Unto yourself, said they, we give our word, to bide what judgment ye shall us afford. Then for assurance to my doom to stand, under my foot let each lay down his sword, and then you shall my sentence understand. So each of them laid down his sword out of his hand. Then Artegall thus to the younger said, Now tell me, Amidas, if that ye may, your brother's land, the which the sea hath laid unto your part, and plucked from his away, by what good right do you withhold this day? What other right, quoth he, should you esteem, but that the sea to my share did lay? Your right is good, said he, and so I deem that what the sea unto you sent, your own should seem. Then turning to the elder, thus he said, Now, Brasidas, let this likewise be shown. Your brother's treasure, which from him is strayed, being the dowry of his wife well known, by what right do you claim to be your own? What other right, quoth he, should you esteem, but that the sea hath it unto me thrown? Your right is good, said he, and so I deem that what the sea unto you sent, your own should seem. For equal right in equal things doth stand. For what the mighty sea hath once possessed, and plucked quite from all possessor's hand, whether by rage of waves that never rest, or else by wrack that wretches hath distressed, he may dispose by his imperial might, as thing at random left, to whom he list. So, Amidas, the land was yours first height, and so the treasure yours is, Brasidas, by right. When he his sentence thus pronounced had, both Amidas and Philtra were displeased, but Brasidas and Lucy were right glad, and on the treasure by that judgment seized. So was their discord by this doom appeased, and each one had his right. Then Artegall, when as their sharp contention he had ceased, departed on his way as did befall, to follow his old quest, the which him forth did call. So as he travelled upon the way, he chanced to come where happily he spied a rout of many people far away, to whom his course he hastily applied, to weet the cause of their assemblance wide. To whom when he approached near in sight, an uncouth sight, he plainly then descried to be a troop of women warlike dight, with weapons in their hands, as ready for to fight. And in the midst of them he saw a knight, with both his hands behind him pinnowed hard, and round about his neck an halter tight, as ready for the gallow tree prepared. His face was covered, and his head was barred, that who he was, uneath was to descry. And with full heavy heart with them he fared, grieved to the soul and groaning inwardly. that he of women's hand so base a death should die. But they, like tyrants, merciless the more, rejoiced at his miserable case, and him reviled and reproached sore with bitter taunts and terms of vile disgrace. Now, when as Artegall arrived in place did ask what cause brought that man to decay, they round about him gan to swarm apace, meaning on him their cruel hands to lay, and to have wrought unwares some villainous assay. But he was soon aware of their ill mind, and drawing back deceived their intent. Yet, though himself did shame on womankind his mighty hand to shend, he Talus sent to wreak on them their folly's hardiment, who with few souses of his iron flail dispersed all the troop incontinent, and sent them home to tell a piteous tale of their vain prowess, turned to their proper bale. But that same wretched man, ordained to die, they left behind them, glad to be so quit. Him Talus took out of perplexity and horror of foul death, for night unfit, who more than loss of life dreaded it, and him restoring unto living light, so brought unto his lord where he did sit, beholding all that womanish weak fight, whom soon as he beheld he knew, and thus behight. Sir Turpin, hapless man, what make you here? Or have you lost yourself and your discretion, that ever in this wretched case ye were? Or have ye yielded you to proud oppression of women's power, that boast of men's subjection? Or else what other deadly dismal day is fallen on you by heaven's hard direction, that ye were run so fondly far astray, as for to lead yourself unto your own decay? Much was the man confounded in his mind, partly with shame, and partly with dismay, that all astonished he himself did find, and little had for his excuse to say, but only thus: most hapless well ye may me justly term, that to this shame am brought, and made the scorn of knighthood this same day. But who can scape what his own fate hath wrought? The work of heaven's will surpasseth human thought. Right true, but faulty men use oftentimes to attribute their folly unto fate, and lay on heaven the guilt of their own crimes. But tell, Sir Turpin, ne let you amate your misery, how fell ye in this state? Then, sith ye needs, quoth he, will know my shame, and all the ill which chanced to me of late, I shortly will to you rehearse the same, in hope ye will not turn misfortune to my blame. Being desirous, as all knights are wont, through hard adventure deeds of arms to try, and after fame and honour for to hunt, I heard report, that far abroad did fly, that a proud Amazon did late defy all the brave knights that hold of maidenhead, and unto them wrought all the villainy that she could forge in her malicious head, which some hath put to shame, and many done be dead. The cause, they say, of this her cruel hate is for the sake of Belladent the bold, to whom she bore most fervent love of late, and wooed him by all the ways she could. But when she saw at last that he ne would for aught or naught be won unto her will, she turned her love to hatred manifold, and for his sake vowed to do all the ill which she could do to knights, which now she doth fulfill. For all those knights the which by force or guile she doth subdue, she foully doth entreat. First she doth them of warlike arms despoil, and clothe in women's weeds, and then with threat doth them compel to work, to earn their meat, to spin, to card, to sew, to wash, to wring. Ne doth she give them other thing to eat but bread and water, or like feeble thing, them to disable from revenge adventuring. But if through stout disdain of manly mind any her proud observance will withstand, upon that gibbet which is there behind she causeth them be hanged up out of hand, in which condition I right now did stand, for being overcome by her in fight, and put to that base service of her band, I rather chose to die in life's despite, than lead that shameful life unworthy of a knight. How hight that Amazon, said Artegall, and where, and how far hence does she abide? Her name, quoth he, they Radigund do call, a princess of great power, and greater pride, and queen of Amazons, in arms well tried, and sundry battles, which she hath achieved with great success, that her hath glorified, and made her famous more than is believed. Ne would I it have weened, had I not late it grieved. Now sure, said he, and by the faith that I to maidenhead and noble knighthood owe, I will not rest till I her might do try, and venge the shame that she to knights doth show. Therefore, Sir Turpin, from you lightly throw this squalid weed, the pattern of despair, and wend with me, that ye may see and know how fortune will your ruined name repair, and knights of maidenhead whose praise she would impair. With that, like one that hopeless was reprived from death's door at which he lately lay, those iron fetters wherewith he was gyved, the badges of reproach, he threw away, and nimbly did him dight to guide the way unto the dwelling of that Amazon, which was from thence not past a mile or tway, a goodly city and a mighty one, the which of her own name she called Radigone. Where they arriving, by the watchmen were descried straight, who all the city warned how that 3 warlike persons did appear, of which the one him seemed a knight all armed, and the other 2 well likely to have harmed. Eftsoons the people all to harness ran, and like a sort of bees in cluster swarmed. Ere long their queen herself, half like a man, came forth into the rout, and them to array began. And now the knights being arrived near, did beat upon the gates to enter in, and at the porter, scorning them so few, threw many threats, if they the town did win, to tear his flesh in pieces for his sin. Which when as Radigund there coming heard, her heart for rage did great, and teeth did grin. She bade that straight the gates should be unbarred, and to them way to make, with weapons well prepared. Soon as the gates were open to them set, they pressed forward, entrance to have made, but in the middle way they were met with a sharp shower of arrows, which them stayed, and better bade advise, ere they essayed unknown peril of bold women's pride. Then all that rout upon them rudely laid, and heaped strokes so fast on every side, and arrows hailed so thick, that they could not abide. But Radigund herself, when she espied Sir Turpin from her direful doom acquit, so cruel dole amongst her maids divide, to venge that shame they did on him commit, all suddenly inflamed with furious fit, like a fell lioness at him she flew, and on his headpiece him so fiercely smit, that to the ground him quite she overthrew, dismayed so with the stroke, that he no colours knew. Soon as she saw him on the ground to grovel, she lightly to him leapt, and in his neck her proud foot setting, at his head did level, weening at once her wrath on him to wreak, and his contempt that did her judgment break. As when a bear hath seized her cruel claws upon the carcass of some beast too weak, proudly stands over, and a while doth pause, to hear the piteous beast pleading her plaintive cause. Whom when as Artegall in that distress by chance beheld, he left the bloody slaughter in which he swam, and ran to his redress. There her assailing fiercely fresh, he wrought her such an huge stroke, that it of sense distraught her. And had she not it warded warily, it had deprived her mother of a daughter. Nathless, for all the power she did apply, it made her stagger oft, and stare with ghastly eye. Like to an eagle in his kingly pride, soaring through his wide empire of the air, to weather his broad sails, by chance hath spied a goshawk, which hath seized for her share upon some fowl that should her feast prepare. With dreadful force he flies at her belive, that with his souse, which none enduren dare, her from the quarry he away doth drive, and from her griping pounce the greedy prey doth rive. But soon as she her sense recovered had, she fiercely towards him herself gan dight, through vengeful wrath and disdainful pride half mad. For never had she suffered such despite, but ere she could join hand with him to fight, her warlike maids about her flocked so fast, that they disparted them, maugre their might, and with their troops did far asunder cast. But mongst the rest the fight did until evening last. And every while that mighty Iron Man, with his strange weapon, never wont in war, them sorely vexed, and coursed, and overran, and broke their bows, and did their shooting mar, that none of all the many once did dar him to assault, nor once approach him nigh, but like a sort of sheep dispersed far, for dread of their devouring enemy, through all the fields and valleys did before him fly. But when as day's fair shiny beam, clouded with fearful shadows of deformed night, warned man and beast in quiet rest be shrouded, bold Radegund, with sound of trump on height, caused all her people to surcease from fight, and gathering them unto her city's gate, made them all enter in before her sight, and all the wounded and the weak in state to be conveyed in, ere she would once retreat. When thus the field was voided all away, and all things quieted, the elfin knight, weary of toil and travel of that day, caused his pavilion to be richly pight before the city gate in open sight, where he himself did rest in safety, together with Sir Turpin all that night. But Talus used in times of jeopardy to keep a nightly watch, for dread of treachery. But Radegund, full of heart-gnawing grief, for the rebuke which he sustained that day, could take no rest, ne would receive relief, but tossed in her troublous mind what way she mote revenge that blot which on her lay. There she resolved herself in single fray to try her fortune and her force essay, rather than see her people spoiled quite, as she had seen that day a disadventurous sight. She called forth to her a trusty maid, whom she thought fittest for that business, her name was Clarin, and thus to her said, Go, damsel, quickly, do thyself address to do the message which I shall express. Go thou unto that stranger fairy knight, who yesterday drove us to such distress. Tell that tomorrow I with him will fight, and try in equal field whether hath greater might. But these conditions do to him propound, that if I vanquish him, he shall obey my law, and ever to my lore be bound. And so will I, if me he vanquish may, whatever he shall like to do or say. Go straight, and take with thee to witness it 6 of thy fellows of the best array, and bear with you both wine and junkets fit, and bid him eat, henceforth he oft shall hungry sit. The damsel straight obeyed, and putting all in readiness, forth to the town gate went, where, sounding loud a trumpet from the wall, unto those warlike knights she warning sent. Then Talus, forth issuing from the tent, unto the wall his way did fearless take, to weten what that trumpet sounding meant, where that same damsel loudly him bespake, and shewed that with his lord she would emparlance make. So he them straight conducted to his lord, who as he could them goodly well did greet, till they had told their message word by word, which he accepting well as he could weet, them fairly entertained with courtesies meet, and gave them gifts and things of dear delight. So back again they homeward turned their feet, but Artegall himself to rest did dight, that he mote fresher be against the next day's fight.
End of Canto 4. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 5 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Canto 5.
Artegall fights with Radegund, and is subdued by guile. He is by her imprisoned, but wrought by Clarin's wile. So soon as day forth dawning from the east, night's humid curtain from the heavens withdrew, and early calling forth both man and beast, commanded them their daily works renew. These noble warriors, mindful to pursue the last day's purpose of their vowed fight, themselves thereto prepared in order due. The night as best was seeming for a night, and the Amazon as best it liked herself to dight, all in a camus light of purple silk, woven upon with silver subtly wrought, and quilted upon satin white as milk. trailed with ribbons diversely distraught, like as the workmen had their courses taught, which was short tucked for light motion up to her ham, but when she list, it wrought down to her lowest heel, and thereupon she wore for her defence a mailed habergeon. And on her legs she painted buskins wore, basted with bends of gold on every side, and mails between, and laced close afore. Upon her thigh her scimitar was tied, with an embroidered belt of mickle pride, and on her shoulder hung her shield, bedecked upon the boss with stones that shined wide, as the fair moon in her most full aspect, that to the moon it mote be like in each respect. So forth she came out of the city gate, with stately port and proud magnificence, guarded with many damsels that did wait upon her person for her sure defence, playing on shawms and trumpets, that from hence their sound did reach unto the heavens' height. So forth into the field she marched thence, where was a rich pavilion ready pight, her to receive, till time they should begin the fight. Then forth came Artegall out of his tent, all armed to point, and first the lists did enter. Soon after eke came she, with fell intent, and countenance fierce, as having fully bent her, that battle's utmost trial to adventure. The lists were closed fast, to bar the rout from rudely pressing to the middle centre, which in great heaps them circled all about, waiting how fortune would resolve that dangerous doubt. The trumpet sounded, and the field began. With bitter strokes it both began and ended. She at the first encounter on him ran with furious rage, as if she had intended out of his breast the very heart have rended. But he, that had like tempests often tried, from that first flaw himself right well defended. The more she raged, the more he did abide. She hewed, she foined, she lashed, she laid on every side, yet still her blows he bore, and her forbore, weening at last to win advantage new. Yet still her cruelty increased more, and though power failed, her courage did accrue. Which failing, he gan fiercely her pursue, like as a smith that to his cunning feat the stubborn metal seeketh to subdue. Soon as he feels it mollified with heat, with his great iron sledge doth strongly on it beat. So did Sir Artegall upon her lay, as if she had an iron anvil been, that flakes of fire, bright as the sunny ray, out of her steely arms were flashing seen, that all on fire ye would her surely ween. But with her shield so well herself she warded from the dread danger of his weapon keen, that all that while her life she safely guarded. But he that help from her against her will discarded. For with his trenchant blade at the next blow, half of her shield he shared quite away, that half her side itself did naked show, and thenceforth unto danger opened way. Much was she moved with the mighty sway of that sad stroke, that half enraged she grew, and like a greedy bear unto her prey, with her sharp scimitar at him she flew, that glancing down his thigh the purple blood forth drew. Thereat she gan to triumph with great boast, and to upbraid that chance which him misfell, as if the prize she gotten had almost, with spiteful speeches fitting with her well. That his great heart gan inwardly to swell with indignation at her vaunting vain, and at her strook with puissance fearful fell. Yet with her shield she warded it again, that shattered all to pieces round about the plain. Having her thus disarmed of her shield, upon her helmet he again her strook, that down she fell upon the grassy field in senseless swoon, as if her life forsook, and pangs of death her spirit overtook. Whom when he saw before his foot prostrated, he to her leapt with deadly dreadful look, and her sunshiny helmet soon unlaced, thinking at once both head and helmet to have raced. But when as he discovered had her face, he saw his senses strange astonishment, a miracle of nature's goodly grace in her fair visage, void of ornament, but bathed in blood and sweat together meant, which in the rudeness of that evil plight bewrayed the signs of feature excellent, like as the moon in foggy winter's night doth seem to be herself, though darkened be her light. At sight thereof his cruel-minded heart empierced was with pitiful regard, that his sharp sword he threw from him apart, cursing his hand that had that visage marred. No hand so cruel, nor no heart so hard, but ruth of beauty will it mollify. By this, upstarting from her swoon, she stared a while about her with confused eye, like one that from his dream is waked suddenly. Soon as the knight she there by her did spy, standing with empty hands, all weaponless, with fresh assault upon him she did fly, and gan renew her former cruelness. And though he still retired, yet natheless with huge redoubled strokes she on him laid, and more increased her outrage merciless, the more that he with meek entreaty prayed her wrathful hand from greedy vengeance to have stayed. Like as a puttock, having spied in sight a gentle falcon, sitting on an hill, whose other wing, now made unmeet for flight, was lately broken by some fortune ill, the foolish kite, led with licentious will, doth beat upon the gentle bird in vain, with many idle stoops her troubling still. Even so did Radigan, with bootless pain, annoy this noble knight, and sorely him constrain. Naught could he do but shun the dread despite of her fierce wrath, and backward still retire, and with his single shield, well as he might, bear off the burden of her raging ire. And evermore he gently did desire to stay her strokes, and he himself would yield, yet nold she hark, ne let him once respire, till he to her delivered had his shield, and to her mercy him submitted in plain field. So was he overcome, not overcome, but to her yielded of his own accord. Yet was he justly damned by the doom of his own mouth, that spake so wareless word, to be her thrall, and service her afford. For though that he first victory obtained, yet after, by abandoning his sword, he wilful lost that he before attained. No fairer conquest than that with good will is gained. Though with her sword on him she flatling strook, in sign of true subjection to her power, and as her vassal him to thraldom took. But Turpin, born to more unhappy hour, as he on whom the luckless stars did lower, she caused to be attached, and forthwith led unto the crook, to bide the baleful stour, from which he lately had through rescue fled, where he full shamefully was hanged by the head. But when they thought on Talus hands to lay, he with his iron flail amongst them thundered, that they were fain to let him scape away, glad from his company to be so sundered, whose presence all their troops so much encumbered, that the heaps of those which he did wound and slay, besides the rest dismayed, might not be numbered. Yet all the while he would not once essay to rescue his own lord, but thought it just obey. Then took the Amazon this noble knight, left to her will by his own willful blame, and caused him to be disarmed quite of all the ornaments of knightly name, with which whilome he gotten had great fame. Instead whereof she made him to be dight in woman's weeds, that is to manhood shame, and put before his lap a napron white, instead of cuirass and bases fit for fight. So being clad, she brought him from the field, in which he had been trained many a day, unto a long large chamber, which was sealed with monuments of many a knight's decay, by her subdued in victorious fray. Amongst the which she caused his warlike arms be hanged on high, that mote his shame bewray, and broke his sword for fear of further harms, with which he wont to stir up battleless alarms. There entered in, he round about him saw many brave knights, whose names right well he knew, there bound to obey that Amazon's proud law, spinning and carding all in comely rue, that his big heart loathed so uncomely view. But they were forced through penury and pine to do those works to them appointed due. For naught was given them to sup or dine, but what their hands could earn by twisting linen twine. Amongst them all she placed him most low, and in his hand a distaff to him gave, that he thereon should spin both flax and tow, a sordid office for a mind so brave. So hard it is to be a woman's slave. Yet he it took in his own self's despite, and thereto did himself right well behave, her to obey, sith he his faith had plight, her vassal to become, if she him won in fight. Who had him seen, imagine mote thereby, that whilome hath of Hercules been told, how for Iola's sake he did apply his mighty hands the distaff vile to hold, for his huge club, which had subdued of old so many monsters which the world annoyed. His lion skin changed to a pall of gold, in which, forgetting wars, he only joyed in combats of sweet love, and with his mistress toyed. Such is the cruelty of womankind, when they have shaken off the shamefast band with which wise nature did them strongly bind, to obey the hests of man's well-ruling hand, that then all rule and reason they withstand to purchase a licentious liberty. But virtuous women wisely understand that they were born to base humility, unless the heavens them lift to lawful sovereignty. Thus there long while continued Artegall, serving proud Radigund with true subjection. However it his noble heart did gall to obey a woman's tyrannous direction, that might have had of life or death election. But having chosen, now he might not change, during which time the warlike Amazon, whose wandering fancy after lust did range, gan cast a secret liking to this captive strange, which long concealing in her covered breast, she chawed the cud of lovers' careful plight, yet could it not so thoroughly digest, being fast fixed in her wounded sprite, but it tormented her both day and night. Yet would she not thereto yield free accord, to serve the lowly vassal of her might, and of her servant make her sovereign lord, so great her pride, that she such baseness much abhorred. So much the greater still her anguish grew, through stubborn handling of her lovesick heart, and still the more she strove it to subdue, the more she still augmented her own smart, and wider made the wound of the hidden dart. At last, when long she struggled had in vain, she gan to stoop, and her proud mind convert to meek obeisance of love's mighty reign, and him entreat for grace that had procured her pain. And to herself in secret she did call her nearest handmaid, whom she most did trust, and to her said, Clorinda, whom of all I trust alive, sith I thee fostered first, now is the time that I untimely must thereof make trial in my greatest need. It is so happened that the heavens unjust, spiting my happy freedom, have agreed to thrall my looser life, or my last bale to breed. With that she turned her head, as half abashed, to hide the blush which in her visage rose, and through her eyes like sudden lightning flashed, decking her cheek with a vermilion rose. But soon she did her countenance compose, and to her turning thus began again. This grief's deep wound I would to thee disclose, thereto compelled through heart murdering pain, but dread of shame my doubtful lips doth still restrain. Ah, my dear dread, said then the faithful maid, can dread of aught your dreadless heart withhold, that many hath with dread of death dismayed, and dare even death's most dreadful face behold? Say on, my sovereign lady, and be bold, doth not your handmaid's life at your foot lie? Therewith much comforted she gan unfold the cause of her conceived malady, as one that would confess, yet fain would it deny. Clarin," said she, "thou seest yon fairy knight, whom not my valor, but his own brave mind subjected hath to my unequal might. What right is it that he should thraldom find for lending life to me, a wretch unkind, that for such good him recompense with ill? Therefore I cast how I may him unbind, and by his freedom get his free good will, yet so as bound to me he may continue still. Bound unto me, but not with such hard bands of strong compulsion and strait violence, as now in miserable state he stands, but with sweet love and sure benevolence, void of malicious mind or foul offence, to which if thou canst win him any way, without discovery of my thoughts' pretense, both goodly meed of him it purchase may, and eke with grateful service me right well appay. Which that thou mayst the better bring to pass, lo, here this ring, which shall thy warrant be, and token true to old Eumenius, from time to time, when thou it best shalt see, that in and out thou mayst have passage free. Go now, Clorinda, well thy wits advise, and all thy forces gather unto thee, armies of lovely looks and speeches wise, with which thou canst even Jove himself to love entice." The trusty maid, conceiving her intent, did with sure promise of her good endeavor give her great comfort and some heart's content. So from her parting she thenceforth did labor by all the means she might to curry favor with Delphin knight, her lady's best beloved. With daily show of courteous kind behavior, even at the mark white of his heart she roved, and with wide glancing words one day she thus him proved: "Unhappy knight, upon whose hopeless state Fortune, envying good, hath fellly frowned, and cruel heavens have heaped an heavy fate, I rue that thus thy better days are drowned in sad despair, and all thy senses wounded in stupid sorrow, sith thy juster merit might else have with felicity been crowned. Look up at last, and wake thy dulled spirit, to think how this long death thou mightest disinherit." Much did he marvel at her uncouth speech, whose hidden drift he could not well perceive, and gan to doubt lest she him sought to peach of treason, or some guileful train did weave, through which she might his wretched life bereave. Both which to bar, he with this answer met her: "Fair damsel, that with ruth, as I perceive, of my mishaps art moved to wish me better, for such your kind regard I can but rest your debtor. Yet weet ye well, that to a courage great it is no less beseeming well to bear the storm of fortune's frown, or heaven's threat, than in the sunshine of her countenance clear timely to joy, and carry comely cheer. For though this cloud have now me overcast, yet do I not of better times despair, and though unlike they should for ever last, yet in my truth's assurance I rest fixed fast." "But what so stony mind," she then replied, "but if in his own power occasion lay, would to his hope a window open wide, and to his fortune's help make ready way?" "Unworthy sure," quoth he, "of better day, that will not take the offer of good hope, and eke pursue if he attain it may." Which speeches she applying to the scope of her intent, this further purpose to him shope: "Then why dost not, thou ill-advised man, make means to win thy liberty forlorn, and try if thou by fair entreaty can move Radegund, who though she still have worn her days in war, yet weet thou was not born of bears and tigers, nor so salvage minded as that, albeit all love of men she scorn, she yet forgets that she of men was kinded, and sooth oft seen that proudest hearts base love hath blinded." "Certes, Clorinda, not of cankered will," said he, "nor obstinate disdainful mind, I have forbore this duty to fulfill, for well I may this ween, By that I find that she a queen, and come of princely kind, both worthy is for to be sued unto, chiefly by him whose life her law doth bind, and eke of power her own doom to undo, and also princely grace to be inclined thereto. But want of means hath been mine only let from seeking favor where it doth abound, which if I might by your good office get, I to yourself should rest for ever bound, and ready to deserve what grace I found. She feeling him thus bite upon the bait, yet doubting lest his hold was but unsound, and not well fastened, would not strike him straight, but drew him on with hope, fit leisure to await. But foolish maid, whiles heedless of the hook she thus oft times was beating off and on, through slippery footing fell into the brook, and there was caught to her confusion. For seeking thus to salve the Amazon, she wounded was with her deceit's own dart, and gan thenceforth to cast affection, conceived close in her beguiled heart to Artegall, through pity of his causeless smart. Yet durst she not disclose her fancy's wound, ne to himself, for doubt of being stained, ne yet to any other wight on ground, for fear her mistress should have knowledge gained, but to herself it secretly retained, within the closet of her covered breast, the more thereby her tender heart was pained. Yet to await fit time she weened best, and fairly did dissemble her sad thoughts unrest. One day her lady, calling her apart, gan to demand of her some tidings good, touching her love's success, her lingering smart. Therewith she gan at first to change her mood, as one adawed and half confused stood. But quickly she it overpassed, so soon as she her face had wiped, to fresh her blood. Though gan she tell her all that she had done, and all the ways she sought his love for to have won, but said that he was obstinate and stern, scorning her offers and conditions vain, ne would be taught with any terms to learn so fond a lesson as to love again. Die rather would he in penurious pain, and his abridged days in dolour waste, than his foes' love or liking entertain. His resolution was, both first and last, his body was her thrall, his heart was freely placed. Which when the cruel Amazon perceived, she gan to storm and rage and rend her gall, for very fell despite, which he conceived to be so scorned of a base born thrall, whose life did lie in her least eyelid's fall, of which she vowed with many a cursed threat, that she therefore would him ere long forestall. Natheless, when calmed was her furious heat, she changed that threatful mood, and mildly gan entreat. What now is left, Clorinda? What remains, that we may compass this our enterprise? Great shame to lose so long employed pains, and greater shame to bide so great misprise, with which he dares our offers thus despise. Yet that his guilt the greater may appear, and more my gracious mercy, by this wise, I will a while with his first folly bear, till thou have tried again, and tempted him more near. Say and do all that may thereto prevail, leave naught unpromised that may him persuade. Life, freedom, grace, and gifts of great avail, with which the gods themselves are milder made. Thereto add art, even women's witty trade, the art of mighty words that men can charm, with which in case thou canst not him invade, let him feel hardness of thy heavy arm. Who will not stoop with good shall be made stoop with harm. Some of his diet do from him withdraw, for I him find to be too proudly fed. Give him more labor and with straighter law, that he with work may be forwearied. Let him lodge hard and lie in straw in bed, that may pull down the courage of his pride, and lay upon him for his greater dread cold iron chains, with which let him be tied, and let whatever he desires be him denied. When thou hast all this done, then bring me news of his demean. Thenceforth not like a lover, but like a rebel stout I will him use, For I resolve this siege not to give over, till I the conquest of my will recover. So she departed, full of grief and stain, which inly did to great impatience move her. But the false maiden shortly turned again into the prison, where her heart did thrall remain. There all her subtle net she did unfold, and all the engines of her wit display, in which she meant him wareless to enfold, and of his innocence to make her prey. So cunningly she wrought her crafts assay, that both her lady and herself withal, and eke the knight at once she did betray. But most the knight, whom she with guileful call did cast for to allure into her trap to fall. As a bad nurse, which feigning to receive in her own mouth the food meant for her child, withholds it to herself, and doth deceive the infant, so for want of nurture spoiled, even so Clorinda her own dame beguiled, and turned the trust which was in her fide to feeding of her private fire, which boiled her inward breast, and in her entrails fried, the more that she had sought to cover and to hide. For coming to this night, she purpose feigned how earnest suit she erst for him had made unto her queen, his freedom to have gained, but by no means could her thereto persuade, but that instead thereof she sternly bade his misery to be augmented more, and many iron bands on him to laid, all which nathless she for his love forbore, so praying him to accept her service evermore. And more than that, she promised that she would, in case she might find favor in his eye, devise how to enlarge him out of hold. The fairy, glad to gain his liberty, can yield great thanks for such her courtesy, and with fair words fit for the time and place to feed the humor of her malady, promised, if she would free him from that case, he would, by all good means he might, deserve such grace. So daily he fair semblant did her shew, yet never meant he in his noble mind to his own absent love to be untrue, ne ever did deceitful Clarin find in her false heart his bondage to unbind, but rather how she mote him faster tie. Therefore unto her mistress most unkind she daily told her love he did defy, and him she told her dame his freedom did deny. Yet thus much friendship she to him did show, that his scarce diet somewhat was amended, and his work lessened, that his love mote grow. Yet to her dame him still she discommended, that she with him mote be the more offended. Thus he long while in thraldom there remained, of both beloved well, but little friended, until his own true love his freedom gained, which in another canto will be best contained.
End of Canto 5. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 6 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 6. Talus brings news to Britomart of Artegall's mishap. She goes to seek him. Dolon meets, who seeks her to entrap. Some men, I wot, will deem in Artegall great weakness, and report of him much ill, for yielding so himself a wretched thrall to th' insolent command of women's will, that all his former praise doth foully spill. But he, the man, that say or do so dare, be well advised that he stands steadfast still, for never yet was wight so well aware, but he at first or last was trapped in women's snare. Yet in the straitness of that captive state, this gentle knight himself so well behaved, that notwithstanding all the subtle bait with which those Amazons his love still craved, to his own love his loyalty he saved, whose character in that amantine mold of his true heart so firmly was engraved, that no new love's impression ever could bereave it thence, such blot his honor blemish should. Yet his own love, the noble Britomart, scarce so conceived in her jealous thought, what time sad tidings of his baleful smart in woman's bondage Talus to her brought in untimely hour, ere it was sought. For after that the utmost state, assigned for his return she waited had for naught, she gan to cast in her misdoubtful mind 1,000 fears that love-sick fancies fain to find. Sometimes she feared lest some hard mishap had him misfallen in his adventurous quest, sometime lest his false foe did him entrap in traitorous train, or had unwares oppressed. But most she did her troubled mind molest, and secretly afflict with jealous fear, lest some new love had him from her possessed. Yet loath she was, since she no ill did hear, to think of him so ill, yet could she not forbear. One while she blamed herself, another while she him condemned as trustless and untrue, and then, her grief with error to beguile, she feigned to count the time again anew, as if before she had not counted true. For hours but days, for weeks that passed were, she told but months to make them seem more few. Yet when she reckoned them, still drawing near, each hour did seem a month, and every month a year. But when as yet she saw him not return, she thought to send some one to seek him out, but none she found so fit to serve that turn as her own self, to ease herself of doubt. Now she devised
amongst the warlike rout of errant knights to seek her errant knight,
and then again resolved to hunt him out amongst loose ladies, lapid in delight, and then both knights envied, and ladies eke did spite. One day, when as she long had sought for ease in every place, and every place thought best, yet found no place that could her liking please, she to a window came that opened west, towards which coast her love his way addressed. There looking forth, she in her heart did find many vain fancies working her unrest, and sent her winged thoughts more swift than wind to bear unto her love the message of her mind. There as she looked long, at last she spied one coming towards her with hasty speed. Well weened she then, ere she him plain descried, that it was one sent from her love indeed, who when he nigh approached, she mote read that it was Talus Artegall his groom, whereat her heart was filled with hope and dread. Nor would she stay till he in place could come, but ran to meet him forth, to know his tidings some. Even in the door him meeting, she begun, "And where is he thy lord, and how far hence? Declare at once, and hath he lost or won?" The iron man, albeit he wanted sense and sorrows feeling, yet with conscience of his ill news, did inly chill and quake, and stood still mute, as one in great suspense, as if that by his silence he would make her rather read his meaning than himself it spake. Till she again thus said, "Talus, be bold, and tell whatever it be, good or bad, that from thy tongue thy heart's intent doth hold." To whom he thus at length, "The tidings sad that I would hide, needs will I see be rad. My lord your love by hard mishap doth lie in wretched bondage, woefully bestad." "Ay me," quoth she, "what wicked destiny! And is he vanquished by his tyrant enemy?" "Not by that tyrant his intended foe, but by a tyranness," he then replied, "that him captived hath in hapless woe." "Cease, thou bad newsman, badly dost thou hide Thy master's shame in harlot's bondage tied, The rest myself too readily can spell." With that in rage she turned from him aside, forcing in vain the rest to her to tell, and to her chamber went like solitary cell. There she began to make her mournful plaint against her knight, for being so untrue, and him to touch with falsehood's foul attaint, that all his other honor overthrew. Oft did she blame herself, and often rue, for yielding to a stranger's love so light, whose life and manners strange she never knew, and evermore she did him sharply twite, for breach of faith to her, which he had firmly plight. And then she in her wrathful will did cast how to revenge that blot of honor blent, to fight with him and goodly die her last. And then again she did herself torment, inflicting on herself his punishment. A while she walked and chafed, a while she threw herself upon her bed and did lament. Yet did she not lament with loud allure, as women wont, but with deep sighs and sin-gulfs few. Like as a wayward child, whose sounder sleep is broken with some fearful dreams affright, with froward will doth set himself to weep, ne can be stilled for all his nurse's might, but kicks and squalls and shrieks for fell despite, now scratching her and her loose locks misusing, now seeking darkness and now seeking light, then craving suck and then the suck refusing. Such was this lady's fit in her love's fond accusing. But when she had with such unquiet fits herself there close afflicted long in vain, yet found no easement in her troubled wits, she unto Talus forth returned again, by change of place seeking to ease her pain, and gan inquire of him with milder mood the certain cause of Artegal's detain, and what he did, and in what state he stood, and whether he did woo, or whether he were wooed. Ah, well away, said then the iron man, that he is not the while in state to woo, but lies in wretched thraldom, weak and wan, not by strong hand compelled thereunto, but his own doom, that none can now undo. Said I not then, quoth she, erewhile aright, that this is thing compact betwixt you two, me to deceive, of faith unto me plight, since that he was not forced, nor overcome in fight. With that he gan at large to her dilate the whole discourse of his captivance sad, in sort as ye have heard the same of late. All which, when she with hard endurance had heard to the end, she was right sore bestead, with sudden stounds of wrath and grief at one, ne would abide till she had answer made, but straight herself did dight, and armoured on, and mounting to her steed, bade Talus guide her on. So forth she rode upon her ready way to seek her knight, as Talus did her guide. Sadly she rode, and never word did say, nor good nor bad, ne ever looked aside, but still right down, and in her thought did hide the fellness of her heart, right fully bent to fierce avengement of that woman's pride, which had her lord in her base prison pent, and so great honour with so foul reproach had blent. So as she thus melancholic did ride, chawing the cud of grief and inward pain, she chanced to meet toward the eventide a knight that softly paced on the plain, as if himself to solace he were fain. Well shot in years he seemed, and rather bent to peace, the needless trouble to constrain, as well by view of that his vestiment, as by his modest semblant, that no evil meant. He, coming near, gan gently her salute with courteous words, in the most comely wise, who, though desirous rather to rest mute than terms to entertain of common guise, yet rather than she kindness would despise, she would herself displease, so him requite. Then gan the other further to devise of things abroad, as next to hand did light, and many things demand, to which she answered light. For little lust had she to talk of aught, or aught to hear that mote delightful be. Her mind was whole possessed of one thought, that gave none other place, which when as he by outward signs, as well he might, did see, he list no longer to use loathful speech, but her besought to take it well in gree, sith shady damp had dimmed the heavens' reach, to lodge with him that night, unless good cause impeach. The championess, now seeing knight at door, was glad to yield unto his good request, and with him went without gainsaying more. Not far away, but little wide by west, his dwelling was, to which he him addressed, where soon arriving, they received were in seemly wise, as them beseemed best. For he their host them goodly well did cheer, and talked of pleasant things the night away to wear. Thus passing the evening well, till time of rest, then Britomart unto a bower was brought, where grooms awaited her to have undressed. But she ne would undressed be for aught, ne doff her arms, though he her much besought. For she had vowed, she said, not to forego those warlike weeds, till she revenge had wrought of a late wrong upon a mortal foe, which she would sure perform, betide her weal or woe. which when her host perceived, right discontent in mind he grew, for fear lest by that art he should his purpose miss, which close he meant. Yet taking leave of her he did depart. There all that night remained Britomart, restless, recomfortless, with heart deep grieved, not suffering the least twinkling sleep to start into her eye, which the heart mote have relieved. But if the least appeared, her eyes she straight reprieved. Ye guilty eyes, said she, the which with guile my heart at first betrayed, will ye betray my life now too, for which a little while ye will not watch? False watches, well away! I wot when ye did watch both night and day unto your loss, and now needs will ye sleep? Now ye have made my heart to wake alway, now will ye sleep? Ah, wake, and rather weep, to think of your night's want, that should ye waking keep. Thus did she watch, and wear the weary night in wailful plaints, that none was to appease. Now walking soft, now sitting still upright, as sundry change her seemed best to ease. Ne less did Talus suffer sleep to seize his eyelid sad, but watched continually, lying without her door in great disease, like to a spaniel waiting carefully, lest any should betray his lady treacherously. What time the native bellman of the night, the bird that warned Peter of his fall, first rings his silver bell to each sleepy wight, that should their minds up to devotion call, she heard a wondrous noise below the hall. All suddenly the bed where she should lie, by a false trap was let down to fall into a lower room, and by the loft was raised again, that no man could it spy.
With sight whereof she was dismayed right sore,
Perceiving well the treason which was meant, yet stirred not at all for doubt of more, but kept her place with courage confident, waiting what would ensue of that event. It was not long before she heard the sound of armed men coming with close intent towards her chamber, at which dreadful sound she quickly caught her sword and shield about her bound. With that there came unto her chamber door 2 knights, all armed ready for to fight, and after them full many other more, a rascal rout with weapons rudely dight. Whom soon as Talus spied by glimpse of night, he started up, there where on ground he lay, and in his hand his thresher ready kite. They seeing that, let drive at him straightway, and round about him press in riotous array. But soon as he began to lay about with his rude iron flail, they gan to fly, both armed knights and eke unarmed rout. Yet Talus after them apace did ply, wherever in the dark he could them spy, that here and there like scattered sheep they lay. Then back returning, where his dame did lie, he to her told the story of that fray, and all that treason there intended did bewray. Wherewith, though wondrous wroth, and inly burning to be avenged for so foul a deed, yet being forced to bide the day's returning, she there remained, but with right wary heed, lest any more such practice should proceed. Now mote ye know, that which to Britomart unknown was, whence all this did proceed, and for what cause so great mischievous smart was meant to her that never evil meant in heart. The goodman of this house was Dolon hight, a man of subtle wit and wicked mind, that whilome in his youth had been a knight, and arms had borne, but little good could find, and much less honour by that warlike kind of life. For he was nothing valorous, but with sly shifts and wiles did undermine all noble knights which were adventurous, and many brought to shame by treason treacherous. He had 3 sons, all 3 like father's sons, like treacherous, like full of fraud and guile, of all that on this earthly compass wons. The eldest of the which was slain erewhile by Artegall, through his own guilty wile. His name was Gizor, whose untimely fate, for to avenge, full many treasons vile his father Dolon had devised of late, with these his wicked sons, and showed his cankered hate. For sure he weened that this his present guest was Artegall, by many tokens plain, but chiefly by that iron page he guessed, which still was wont with Artegall remain, and therefore meant him surely to have slain. but by God's grace and her good heediness she was preserved from this traitorous train. Thus she all night wore out in watchfulness, ne suffered slothful sleep her eyelids to oppress. The morrow next, so soon as dawning hour discovered had the light to living eye, she forth issued out of her loathed bower, with full intent to venge that villainy on that viled man and all his family. And coming down to seek them where they wand, nor sire, nor sons, nor any could she spy. Each room she sought, but them all empty found. They all were fled for fear, but whether, nether conned. She saw it vain to make their linger stay, but took her steed, and thereon mounting light, gan her address unto her former way. She had not rid the mountenance of a flight, but that she saw there present in her sight those two false brethren on that perilous bridge on which Polent with Artegall did fight. Straight was the passage, like a ploughed ridge, that if two met, the one mote needes fall over the lidge. There they did think themselves on her to wreak, who, as she nigh unto them drew, the one these vile reproaches gan unto her speak. Thou recreant false traitor, that with loan of arms hast knighthood stol'n, yet knight art none. No more shall now the darkness of the night defend thee from the vengeance of thy foe, but with thy blood thou shalt appease the sprite of Gizor, by thee slain and murdered by thy sleight. Strange were the words in Britomartis' ear, yet stayed she not for them, but forward fared, till to the perilous bridge she came. And there Talus desired that he might have prepared the way for her, and those two losels scared. But she thereat was wroth, that for despite the glancing sparkles through her beaver glared, and from her eyes did flash out fiery light, like coals that through a silver censer sparkle bright. She stayed not to advise which way to take, but putting spurs into her fiery beast, thorough the midst of them she way did make. The one of them, which most her wrath increased, upon her spear she bore before her breast, till to the bridge's further end she passed, where falling down his challenge he released. The other overside the bridge she cast into the river, where he drunk his deadly last. As when the lightning levin haps to light upon two stubborn oaks, which stand so near that way betwixt them none appears in sight, the engine fiercely flying forth doth tear one from the earth, and through the air doth bear. The other it with force doth overthrow upon one side, and from his roots doth rear. So did the championess those two there strow, and to their sire their carcasses left to bestow.
End of Canto 6. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 7 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 7. Britomart comes to Isis' church, where she strange vision sees. She fights with Radegund, her slays, and Artegall thence frees. Naught is on earth more sacred or divine, that gods and men do equally adore, than this same virtue that doth right define. For the heavens themselves, whence mortal men implore right in their wrongs, are ruled by righteous lore of highest Jove, who doth true justice deal to his inferior gods, and evermore therewith contains his heavenly commonweal, the skill whereof to princes' hearts he doth reveal. Well therefore did the antique world invent that justice was a god of sovereign grace, and altars unto him and temples lent, and heavenly honors in the highest place, calling him great Osiris, of the race of th' old Egyptian kings that whilom were, with feigned colours shading a true case. For that Osiris, whilst he lived here, the justest man alive and truest did appear. His wife was Isis, whom they likewise made a goddess of great power and sovereignty, and in her person cunningly did shade that part of justice which is equity, whereof I have to treat here presently. Unto whose temple, when as Britomart arrived, she with great humility did enter in, ne would that night depart, but Talus mote not be admitted to her part. There she received was in goodly wise of many priests, which duly did attend upon the rites and daily sacrifice, all clad in linen robes with silver hemmed. And on their heads, with long locks comely kemmed, they wore rich mitres shaped like the moon, to show that Isis doth the moon portend, like as Osiris signifies the sun, for that they both like race in equal justice run. The championess them greeting as she could, was thence by them into the temple led, whose goodly building when she did behold, borne upon stately pillars, all dispread with shining gold, and arched overhead, she wondered at the workman's passing skill, whose like before she never saw nor read, and thereupon long while stood gazing still, but thought that she thereon could never gaze or fill. Thence forth unto the idol they her brought, the which was framed all of silver fine, so well as could with cunning hand be wrought, and clothed all in garments made of line, hemmed all about with fringe of silver twine. Upon her head she wore a crown of gold, to show that she had power in things divine, and at her feet a crocodile was rolled, that with his wreathed tail her middle did enfold. One foot was set upon the crocodile, and on the ground the other fast did stand, so meaning to suppress both forged guile and open force. And in her other hand she stretched forth a long white slender wand. Such was the goddess, whom when Britomart had long beheld, herself upon the land she did prostrate, and with right humble heart unto herself her silent prayers did impart. To which the idol, as it were inclining, her wand did move with amiable look, by outward show her inward sense defining, who well perceiving how her wand she shook, it as a token of good fortune took. By this the day with damp was overcast, and joyous light the house of Jove forsook, which when she saw her helmet she unlaced, and by the altar's side herself to slumber placed. For other beds the priests there used none, but on their mother earth's dear lap did lie, and bake their sides upon the cold hard stone, tenure themselves to sufferance thereby, and proud rebellious flesh to mortify. For by the vow of their religion they tied were to steadfast chastity and continence of life, that all forgone they mote the better tend to their devotion. Therefore they mote not taste of fleshly food, ne feed on aught the which doth blood contain, ne drink of wine, for wine they say is blood, even the blood of giants, which were slain by thundering Jove in the Phlegrean plain, for which the earth, as they the story tell, wroth with the gods, which to perpetual pain had damned her sons, which gainst them did rebel, with inward grief and malice did against them swell. And of their vital blood, the which was shed into her pregnant bosom, forth she brought the fruitful vine, whose liquor bloody red, having the minds of men with fury fraught, mote in them stir up old rebellious thought, to make new war against the gods again. Such is the power of that same fruit, that naught the fell contagion may thereof restrain, ne within reason's rule her madding mood contain. There did the warlike maid herself repose, under the wings of Isis all that night, and with sweet rest her heavy eyes did close, after that long day's toil and weary plight. Where whilst her earthly parts with soft delight of senseless sleep did deeply drowned lie, there did appear unto her heavenly sprite a wondrous vision, which did close imply the course of all her fortune and posterity. Her seemed as she was doing sacrifice to Isis, decked with mitre on her head, and linen stole, after those priestess guise. All suddenly she saw transfigured her linen stole to robe of scarlet red, and moon-like mitre to a crown of gold, that even she herself much wondered at such a change, and joyed to behold herself adorned with gems and jewels manifold. And in the midst of her felicity, an hideous tempest seemed from below to rise through all the temple suddenly, that from the altar all about did blow the holy fire, and all the embers strow upon the ground, which kindled privily into outrageous flames unwares did grow, that all the temple put in jeopardy of flaming, and herself in great perplexity. With that the crocodile, which sleeping lay under the idol's feet in fearless bower, seemed to awake in horrible dismay, as being troubled with that stormy stour, and gaping greedy wide did straight devour both flames and tempest, with which grown great and swollen with pride of his own peerless power, he gan to threaten her likewise to eat, but that the goddess with her rod him back did beat. Though turning all his pride to humbless meek, himself before her feet he lowly threw, and gan for grace and love for her to seek, which she accepting, he so near her drew, that of his game she soon enwombed grew, and forth did bring a lion of great might, that shortly did all other beasts subdue. With that she waked, full of dreadful fright, and doubtfully dismayed through that so uncouth sight. So thereupon long while she musing lay, with thousand thoughts feeding her fantasy, until she spied the lamp of lightsome day uplifted in the porch of heaven high. Then up she rose, fraught with melancholy, and forth into the lower parts did pass, whereas the priests she found full busily about their holy things for morrow mass, whom she saluting fair resaluted was. But by the change of her uncheerful look they might perceive she was not well in plight, or that some pensiveness to heart she took. Therefore thus one of them, who seemed in sight to be the greatest and the gravest wight, to her bespake: Sir Knight, it seems to me that there are evil rest of this last night, or ill apaid, or much dismayed ye be, that by your change of cheer is easy for to see. Certes, said she, sith ye so well have spied the troublous passion of my pensive mind, I will not seek the same from you to hide, but will my cares unfold, in hope to find your aid to guide me out of error blind. Say on, quoth he, the secret of your heart, for by the holy vow which me doth bind, I am adjured by counsel to impart to all that shall require my comfort in their smart. Then gan she to declare the whole discourse of all that vision which to her appeared, as well as to her mind it had recourse, all which when he unto the end had heard, like to a weak faint-hearted man he fared, through great astonishment of that strange sight, and with long locks upstanding, stiffly stared like one adawed with some dreadful sprite, so filled with heavenly fury, thus he her behight: Magnific Virgin, that in quaint disguise of British arms dost mask thy royal blood, so to pursue a perilous emprise, how couldst thou ween through that disguised hood to hide thy state from being understood? Can from the immortal gods aught hidden be? They do thy lineage and thy lordly brood, they do thy sire lamenting sore for thee, they do thy love forlorn in women's thraldom see. The end whereof, and all the long event, they do to thee in this same dream discover. For that same crocodile doth represent the righteous knight that is thy faithful lover, like to Osiris in all just endeavor. For that same crocodile Osiris is, that under Isis' feet doth sleep for ever, to show that clemence oft in things amiss restrains those stern behests and cruel dooms of his. That night shall all the troublous storms assuage, and raging flames that many foes shall rear to hinder thee from the just heritage of thy sire's crown, and from thy country dear. Then shalt thou take him to thy loved fere, and join in equal portion of thy realm, and afterwards a son to him shalt bear, that lion-like shall show his powers extreme. So bless thee God, and give thee joyance of thy dream. All which, when she unto the end had heard, she much was eased in her troublous thoughts, and on those priests bestowed rich reward, and royal gifts of gold and silver wrought she for a present to their goddess brought. Then taking leave of them she forward went, to seek her love where he was to be sought, ne rested till she came without relent unto the land of Amazons as she was bent. Whereof when news to Radegund was brought, not with amaze, as women wonted be, she was confused in her troublous thought, but filled with courage and with joyous glee, as glad to hear of arms, the which now she had long surceased, she bade to open bold, that she the face of her new foe might see. But when they of that iron man had told, which late her folk had slain, she bade them forth to hold. So there without the gate, as seemed best, she caused her pavilion to be pight, in which stout Britomart herself did rest, whiles Talus watched at the door all night. All night likewise they of the town in fright upon their wall good watch and ward did keep. The morrow next, so soon as dawning light bade do away the damp of drowsy sleep, the warlike Amazon out of her bower did peep, and caused straight a trumpet loud to shrill, to warn her foe to battle soon be pressed. Who long before awoke, for she full ill could sleep all night, that in unquiet breast did closely harbour such a jealous guest, was to the battle whilome ready dight. Eftsoons that warrioress with haughty crest did issue forth, all ready for the fight. On the other side her foe appeared soon in sight. But ere they reared hand, the Amazon began the straight conditions to propound, with which she used still to tie her fone, to serve her so, as she the rest had bound. Which when the other heard, she sternly frowned for high disdain of such indignity, and would no longer treat, but bade them sound. For her no other terms should ever tie than what prescribed were by laws of chivalry. The trumpet sound, and they together run with greedy rage, and with their falchions smaught. Ne either sought the other's strokes to shun, but through great fury both their skill forgot, and practic use in arms, ne spared not their dainty parts, which nature had created so fair and tender, without stain or spot, for other uses than they them translated, which they now hacked and hewed, as if such use they hated. As when a tiger and a lioness are met at spoiling of some hungry prey, both challenge it with equal greediness. But first the tiger claws thereon did lay, and therefore, loath to lose her right away, doth in defence thereof full stoutly stond. To which the lion strongly doth gainsay, that she to hunt the beast first took in hand, and therefore ought it have, wherever she it fond. Full fiercely laid the Amazon about, and dealt her blows unmercifully sore, which Britomart withstood with courage stout, and them repaid again with double more. So long they fought, that all the grassy floor was filled with blood, which from their sides did flow, and gushed through their arms, that all in gore they trod, and on the ground their lives did strow, like fruitless seed, of which untimely death should grow. At last proud Radigund, with fell despite, having by chance espied advantage near, let drive at her with all her dreadful might, and thus upbraiding said, "This token bear unto the man whom thou dost love so dear, and tell him for his sake thy life thou gavest." Which spiteful word she sore in grieved to hear, thus answered, "Lewdly thou my love depravest, who shortly must repent that now so vainly bravest." Nathless that stroke so cruel passage found, that glancing on her shoulder plate it bit unto the bone, and made a grisly wound, that she her shield through raging smart of it could scarce uphold. Yet soon she it requit, for having force increased through furious pain, she her so rudely on the helmet smit, that it impierced to the very brain, and her proud person low prostrated on the plain. Where being laid, the wrathful Britoness stayed not till she came to herself again, but in revenge both of her love's distress, and her late vile reproach, though vaunted vain, and also of her wound, which sore did pain, she with one stroke both head and helmet cleft. Which dreadful sight, when all her warlike train there present saw, each one of sense bereft fled fast into the town, and her sole victor left. But yet so fast they could not home retreat, but that swift Talus did the foremost win, and pressing through the press unto the gate, pell-mell with them at once did enter in. There then a piteous slaughter did begin, for all that ever came within his reach, he with his iron flail did thresh, so thin that he no work at all left for the leech. like to an hideous storm which nothing may impeach. And now, by this, the noble conqueress herself came in, her glory to partake, where, though revengeful vow she did profess, yet when she saw the heaps which he did make of slaughtered carcasses, her heart did quake for very ruth, which did it almost rive, that she his fury willed him to slake, for else he sure had left not one alive, but all in his revenge of spirit would deprive. Though when she had his execution stayed, she for that iron prison did inquire, in which her wretched love was captive laid, which breaking open with indignant ire, she entered into all the parts entire, where when she saw that loathly uncouth sight of men disguised in womanish attire, her heart gan grudge for very deep despite of so unmanly mask, in misery misdight. At last, when as to her own love she came, whom like disguise no less deformed had, at sight thereof abashed with secret shame, she turned her head aside, as nothing glad to have beheld a spectacle so bad. And then too well believed that which tofore jealous suspect, as true untruly dread, which vain conceit now nourishing no more, she sought with ruth to salve his sad misfortune sore. Not so great wonder and astonishment did the most chaste Penelope possess to see her lord, that was reported drent, and dead long since in dolorous distress, come home to her in piteous wretchedness, after long travel of full 20 years, that she knew not his favour's likeliness, for many scars and many hoary hairs, but stood long staring on him, mongst uncertain fears. "Ah, my dear lord, what sight is this?" quoth she, "what May game hath misfortune made of you? Where is that dreadful manly look? Where be those mighty palms, the which ye wont embrue in blood of kings, and great hosts to subdue? Could aught on earth so wondrous change have wrought, as to have robbed you of that manly hue? Could so great courage stooped have to aught, then farewell fleshly force, I see thy pride is naught." Thenceforth she straight into a bower him brought, and caused him those uncomely weeds undight, and in their stead for other raiment sought, whereof there was great store and armours bright, which had been reft from many a noble knight, whom that proud Amazon subdued had, whilst fortune favoured her success in fight. In which, whenas she him anew had clad, she was revived, and joyed much in his semblance glad. So there a while they afterwards remained, him to refresh, and her late wounds to heal. During which space she there as princess reigned, and changing all that form of commonweal, the liberty of women did repeal, which they had long usurped, and them restoring to men's subjection, did true justice deal. That all they, as a goddess her adoring, her wisdom did admire, and hearken to her loring. For all those knights, which long in captive shade had shrouded been, she did from thraldom free, and magistrates of all that city made, and gave to them great living and large fee. And that they should for ever faithful be, made them swear fealty to Artegall, who, when himself now well recured did see, he purposed to proceed, whatso befall, upon his first adventure, which him forth did call. Full sad and sorrowful was Britomart for his departure, her new cause of grief, yet wisely moderated her own smart, seeing his honour, which she tendered chief, consisted much in that adventure's prief. The care whereof and hope of his success gave unto her great comfort and relief, that womanish complaints she did repress, and tempered for the time her present heaviness. There she continued for a certain space, till through his want her woe did more increase. Then, hoping that the change of air and place would change her pain, and sorrow somewhat ease, she parted thence, her anguish to appease. Meanwhile her noble lord Sir Artegall went on his way, ne ever hour did cease, till he redeemed had that lady thrall, that for another canto will more fitly fall.
End of Canto 7. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 8 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 8. Prince Arthur and Sir Artegall free Samiant from fear. They slay the Soudan, drive his wife Editia to despair. Not under heaven so strongly doth allure the sense of man, and all his mind possess, as beauty's lovely bait, that doth procure great warriors oft their rigour to repress, and mighty hands forget their manliness, drawn with the power of an heart-robbing eye, and wrapped in fetters of a golden tress, that can with melting pleasance mollify their hardened hearts, inured to blood and cruelty. So whilome learned that mighty Jewish swain, each of whose locks did match a man in might, to lay his spoils before his leman's train, so also did that great Aeaean knight for his love's sake his lion's skin undight, and so did warlike Antony neglect the world's whole rule for Cleopatra's sight. Such wondrous power hath women's fair aspect to captive men, and make them all the world reject. Yet could it not stern Artegall retain, nor hold from sweet of his avowed quest, which he had undertaken to Gloriane, but left his love, albe her strong request, fair Britomart, in languor and unrest, and rode himself upon his first intent. Ne day nor night did ever idly rest, ne wight but only Talus with him went, the true guide of his way and virtuous government. So travelling, he chanced far off to heed a damsel, flying on a palfrey fast before two knights, that after her did speed with all their power, and her full fiercely chast, in hope to have her overhent at last. Yet fled she fast, and both them far outwent, carried with wings of fear like fowl aghast, with locks all loose and raiment all to rent, and ever as she rode her eye was backward bent. Soon after these he saw another knight, that after those two former rode apace, with spear in rest, and pricked with all his might. So ran they all, as they had been at base, they being chased that did others chase. At length he saw the hindmost overtake one of those two, and force him turn his face. However loath he were his way to slake, yet mote he all gates now abide, and answer make. But th' other still pursued the fearful maid, who still from him as fast away did fly, ne once for aught her speedy passage stayed, till that at length she did before her spy Sir Artegall, to whom she straight did hie with gladful haste, in hope of him to get succour against her greedy enemy, who seeing her approach gan forward set to save her from her fear, and him from force to let. But he like hound full greedy of his prey, being impatient of impediment, continued still his course, and by the way thought with his spear him quite have overwent. So both together, like fellly bent, like fiercely met. But Artegall was stronger, and better skilled in tilt and tournament, and bore him quite out of his saddle, longer than 2 spears' length, so mischief overmatched the wronger. And in his fall misfortune him mistook, for on his head unhappily he pight, that his own weight his neck asunder broke, and left there dead. Meanwhile the other knight defeated had the other fate or quite, and all his bowels in his body brast, whom leaving there in that dispiteous plight, he ran still on, thinking to follow fast his other fellow pagan, which before him passed. Instead of whom, finding there ready pressed Sir Artegall, without discretion he at him ran, with ready spear in rest, who seeing him come still so fiercely on, against him made again. So both anon together met, and strongly either strook and broke their spears, yet neither has forgone his horse's back, yet to and fro long shook, and tottered like 2 towers, which through a tempest quoke. But when again they had recovered sense, they drew their swords in mind to make amends for what their spears had failed of their pretence, which when the damsel, who those deadly ends of both her foes had seen, and now her friends, for her beginning a more fearful fray, she to them runs in haste, and her hair rends, crying to them their cruel hands to stay, until they both do hear what she to them will say. They stayed their hands, when she thus 'gan to speak. Ah, gentle knights, what mean ye thus unwise upon yourselves another's wrong to wreak? I am the wronged, whom ye did enterprise both to redress, and both redressed likewise. Witness the paynims both whom ye may see there dead on ground. What do ye then devise of more revenge? If more, then I am she which was the root of all, and your revenge on me. Whom when they heard so say, they looked about to weet if it were true as she had told. Where when they saw their foes dead out of doubt, eftsoons they 'gan their wrathful hands to hold, and ventails rear, each other to behold. Though, when as Artegall did Arthur view, so fair a creature and so wondrous bold, he much admired both his heart and hue, and touched with entire affection, nigh him drew, saying, Sir Knight, of pardon I you pray, that all unweeting have you wronged thus sore, suffering my hand against my heart to stray. Which if ye please forgive, I will therefore yield for amends myself yours evermore, or whatso penance shall by you be read. To whom the prince, Certes, me needeth more to crave the same, whom error so misled, as that it did mistake the living for the dead. But sith ye please that both our blames shall die, amends may for the trespass soon be made, since neither is endamaged much thereby. So can they both themselves full eath persuade to fair accordance, and both faults to shade, either embracing other lovingly, and swearing faith to either on his blade, never thenceforth to nourish enmity, but either other's cause to maintain mutually. Then Artegall 'gan of the prince inquire, what were those knights which there on ground were laid, and had received their folly's worthy hire, and for what cause they chased so that maid. Certes, I wot not well, the prince then said, but by adventure found them faring so, as by the way unweetingly I strayed. And lo, the damsel's self, whence all did grow, of whom we may at will the whole occasion know. Then they that damsel called to them nigh, and asked her what were those to her phone, from whom she erst so fast awaited fly, and what was she herself so woe begone, and for what cause pursued of them at one. To whom she thus, Then wot ye well that I do serve a queen, that not far hence doth won, a princess of great power and majesty, famous through all the world, and honoured far and nigh. Her name Mercilla most men use to call, that is a maiden queen of high renown, for her great bounty known over all, and sovereign grace, with which her royal crown she doth support, and strongly beateth down the malice of her foes, which her envy, and at her happiness do fret and frown. Yet she herself the more doth magnify, and even to her foes her mercies multiply. Mongst many which malign her happy state, there is a mighty man, which ones hereby, that with most fell despite and deadly hate seeks to subvert her crown and dignity, and all his power doth thereunto apply, and her good knights, of which so brave a band serves her as any princess under sky, he either spoils, if they against him stand, or to his part allures and bribeth underhand. Nay, him sufficeth all the wrong and ill which he unto her people does each day, but that he seeks by traitorous trains to spill her person, and her sacred self to slay. That, O ye heavens, defend and turn away from her unto the miscreant himself, that neither hath religion nor fay, and makes his god of his ungodly pelf, and idols serves, so let his idols serve the elf. To all which cruel tyranny, they say, he is provoked and stirred up day and night by his bad wife, that hight Edicea, who counsels him, through confidence of might, to break all bonds of law and rules of right, for she herself professeth mortal foe to justice, and against her still doth fight, working to all that love her deadly woe, and making all her knights and people to do so. Which my liege lady seeing, thought it best with that his wife in friendly wise to deal, for stint of strife and stablishment of rest, both to herself and to her common weal, and all for past displeasures to repeal. So me in message unto her she sent, to treat with her by way of interdeal, of final peace and fair atonement, which might concluded be my mutual consent. All times have want safe passage to afford to messengers that come for causes just, but this proud dame, disdaining all accord, not only into bitter terms forth brust, reviling me and railing as she lust, but lastly, to make proof of utmost shame, me like a dog she out of doors did thrust, miscalling me by many a bitter name, that never did her ill, no once deserved blame. And lastly, that no shame might wanting be, when I was gone, soon after me she sent these 2 false knights, whom there ye lying see, to be by them dishonoured and shent. But thanked be God, and your good hardiment, they have the price of their own folly paid. So said this damsel that hight Samient, and to those knights, for their so noble aid, herself most grateful showed, and heaped thanks repaid. But they, now having throughly heard and seen all those great wrongs, the which that maid complained to have been done against her lady queen by that proud dame, which her so much disdained, were moved much thereat, and twixt them feigned with all their force to work avengement strong upon the Soldan self, which it maintained, and on his lady, the author of that wrong, and upon all those knights that did to her belong. But thinking best by counterfeit disguise to their design, to make the easier way, they did this complot twixt themselves devise. First, that Sir Artegall should him array like one of those 2 knights which dead there lay, and then that damsel the sad Samient should, as his purchased prize, with him convey unto the Soldan's court, her to present unto his scornful lady that for her had sent. So, as they had devised, Sir Artegall him clad in the armour of a pagan knight, and taking with him, as his vanquished thrall, that damsel, led her to the Soldan's right, where, soon as his proud wife of her had sight, forth of her window as she looking lay, she weened straight it was her Paynim knight, which brought that damsel as his purchased prey, and sent to him a page that mote direct his way, who, bringing them to their appointed place, offered his service to disarm the knight, but he refusing him to let unlace, for doubt to be discovered by his sight, kept himself still in his strange armour dight. Soon after whom the prince arrived there, and sending to the Soldan in despite a bold defiance, did of him requere that damsel whom he held as wrongful prisoner. Wherewith the Soldan all with fury fraught, swearing and banning most blasphemously, commanded straight his armour to be brought, and mounting straight upon a chariot high, with iron wheels and hooks, armed dreadfully, and drawn of cruel steeds, which he had fed with flesh of men, whom through fell tyranny he slaughtered had, and ere they were half dead, their bodies to his beasts for provender did spread. So forth he came, all in a coat of plate, burnished with bloody rust, whiles on the green the Briton prince him ready did await, in glistering arms right goodly well beseen, that shone as bright as doth the heaven sheen, and by his stirrup Talus did attend, playing his page's part, as he had been before directed by his lord, to the end he should his flail to final execution bend. Thus go they both together to their gear, with like fierce minds, but meanings different. For the proud Soldan, with presumptuous cheer, and countenance sublime and insolent, sought only slaughter and avengement. But the brave prince, for honour and for right, 'gainst tortious power and lawless regiment, in the behalf of wronged weak did fight. More in his cause's truth he trusted than in might. Like to the Thracian tyrant, who, they say, unto his horses gave his guests for meat, till he himself was made their greedy prey, and torn in pieces by Alcides great, so thought the Soldan in his folly's threat, either the prince in pieces to have torn with his sharp wheels in his first rage's heat, or under his fierce horse's feet have borne, and trampled down in dust his thoughts disdained scorn. But the bold child, that peril well espying, if he too rashly to his chariot drew, gave way unto his horse's speedy flying, and their resistless rigour did eschew. Yet as he passed by, the pagan threw a shivering dart with so impetuous force, that had he not it shunned with heedful view, it had himself transfixed, or his horse, or made them both one mass, withouten more remorse. Oft drew the prince unto his chariot nigh, in hope some stroke to fasten on him near. But he was mounted in his seat so high, and his wing-footed coursers him did bear so fast away, that ere his ready spear he could advance, he far was gone and past. Yet still he him did follow everywhere, and followed was of him likewise full fast, so long as in his steeds the flaming breath did last. Again the pagan threw another dart, of which he had with him abundant store on every side of his embattled cart, and of all other weapons less or more, which warlike uses had devised of yore. The wicked shaft, guided through the airy wind by some bad spirit, that it to mischief bore, stayed not, till through his curate it did glide, and made a grisly wound in his enriven side. Much was he grieved with that hapless throw, that opened had the wellspring of his blood, but much the more that to his hateful foe he mote not come, to wreak his wrathful mood, that made him rave like to a lion would, which, being wounded of the huntsman's hand, cannot come near him in the covered wood, where he with boughs hath built his shady stand, and fenced himself about with many a flaming brand. Still when he sought to approach unto him nigh, his chariot wheels about him whirled round, and made him back again as fast to fly. And eke his steeds, like to an hungry hound that hunting after game hath carrion found, so cruelly did him pursue and chase, that his good steed, all were he much renowned for noble courage and for hardy race, durst not endure their sight, but fled from place to place. Thus long they traced and traversed to and fro, seeking by every way to make some breach. Yet could the prince not nigh unto him go, that one sure stroke he might unto him reach, whereby his strength's assay he might him teach. At last from his victorious shield he drew the veil, which did his powerful light impeach, and coming full before his horse's view, as they upon him pressed, it plain to them did shew. Like lightning flash that hath the gazer burned, so did the sight thereof their sense dismay, that back again upon themselves they turned, and with their rider ran perforce away. Ne could the Soldan them from flying stay, with reins or wonted rule, as well he knew. Naught feared they what he could do or say, but the only fear that was before their view, from which like mazed deer dismayfully they flew. Fast did they fly as them their feet could bear, high over hills and lowly over dales, as they were followed of their former fear. In vain the pagan bans and swears and rails, and back with both his hands unto him hails the resty reins, regarded now no more. He to them calls and speaks, yet naught avails. They hear him not, they have forgot his lore, but go which way they list, their guide they have for lore. As when the fiery-mouthed steeds, which drew the sun's bright wane to Phaeton's decay, soon as they did the monstrous scorpion view, with ugly crapples crawling in their way, the dreadful sight did them so sore affray, that their well-known courses they forwent, and, leading the ever-burning lamp astray, this lower world nigh all to ashes brent, and left their scorched path yet in the firmament. Such was the fury of these headstrong steeds, soon as the infant's sun-like shield they saw, that all obedience both to words and deeds they quite forgot, and scorned all former law. Through woods, through rocks, and mountains they did draw the iron chariot, and the wheels did tear, and tossed the Paynim without fear or awe. From side to side they tossed him here and there, crying to them in vain, that nold his crying here. Yet still the prince pursued him close behind, oft making offer him to smite, but found no easy means according to his mind. At last they have all overthrown to ground quite topsy-turvy, and the pagan hound, amongst the iron hooks and grapples keen, torn all to rags, and rent with many a wound, that no whole piece of him was to be seen, but scattered all about, and strowed upon the green. Like as the cursed son of Theseus, that following his chase in dewy morn, to fly his stepdame's loves outrageous, of his own steeds was all to pieces torn, and his fair limbs left in the woods forlorn, that for his sake Diana did lament, and all the woody nymphs did wail and mourn. So was this Soldan wrapped, and all to rent, that of his shape appeared no little monument. Only his shield and armour, which there lay, though nothing whole, but all to bruised and broken, he up did take, and with him brought away, that mote remain for an eternal token to all mongst whom this story should be spoken, how worthily, by heaven's high decree, justice that day of wrong herself had wroken, that all men which that spectacle did see, by like ensample mote for ever warned be. So on a tree before the tyrant's door he caused them be hung in all men's sight, to be a monument for evermore, which when his lady from the castle's height beheld, it much appalled her troubled sprite. Yet not as women wont, in doleful fit she was dismayed, or fainted through affright, but gathered unto her troubled wit, and gan eftsoons devise to be avenged for it. Straight down she ran, like an enraged cow that is berobbed of her youngling deer, with knife in hand, and fatally did vow to wreak her on that maiden messenger, whom she had caused be kept as prisoner by Artegall, misween for her own knight that brought her back. And coming present there, she at her ran with all her force and might, all flaming with revenge and furious despite, like raging Ino, when with knife in hand she threw her husband's murdered infant out, or fell Medea, when on Colchic strand her brother's bones she scattered all about, or as that madding mother mongst the rout of Bacchus priests her own dear flesh did tear. Yet neither Ino nor Medea stout, nor all the Maenades so furious were as this bold woman when she saw that damsel there. But Artegall, being thereof aware, did stay her cruel hand ere she her wrought, and as she did herself to strike prepare, out of her fist the wicked weapon caught. With that, like one enfeloned or distraught, she forth did roam, whither her rage her bore, with frantic passion and with fury fraught, and breaking forth out at a postern door, unto the wild wood ran her dolours to deplore. As a mad bitch, when, as the frantic fit her burning tongue with rage and flame it hath, doth run at random, and with furious bit snatching at everything, doth wreak her wrath on man and beast that cometh in her path. There they do say that she transformed was into a tiger, and the tiger's scath in cruelty and outrage she did pass, to prove her surname true that she imposed has. Then Artegall himself discovering plain, did issue forth gainst all that warlike rout of knights and armed men which did maintain that lady's part, and to the Soldan lout, all which he did assault with courage stout. All were they 900 knights of name, and like wild goats them chased all about, flying from place to place with cowherd shame, so that with final force them all he overcame. Then caused he the gates be opened wide, and there the prince, as victor of that day, with triumph entertained and glorified, presenting him with all the rich array and royal pomp which there long hidden lay, purchased through lawless power and tortious wrong of that proud Soldan, whom he erst did slay. So both, for rest there having stayed not long, marched with that maid, fit matter for another song.
End of Canto 8. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 9 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 9. Arthur and Artegall catch guile, whom Talus doth dismay. They to Mercilla's palace come, and see her rich array. What tiger, or what other savage wight is so exceeding furious and fell as wrong, when it hath armed itself with might? Not fit mongst men that do with reason mell, but mongst wild beasts and savage woods to dwell, where still the stronger doth the weak devour, And they that most in boldness do excel are dreaded most, and feared for their power. Fit for Adicia there to build her wicked bower. There let her one far from resort of men, where righteous Artegall her late exiled. There let her ever keep her damned den, where none may be with her lewd parts defiled, nor none but beasts may be of her despoiled. And turn we to the noble prince, where late we did him leave, after that he had foiled the cruel Soldan, and with dreadful fate had utterly subverted his unrighteous state. Where, having with Sir Artegall a space well solaced in that Soldan's late delight, they both resolving now to leave the place, both it and all the wealth therein behight, unto that damsel in her lady's right, and so would have departed on their way. But she them wooed by all the means she might, and earnestly besought to wend that day with her, to see her lady thence not far away. By whose entreaty both they overcomen, agreed to go with her, and by the way, as often falls, of sundry things they common. Mongst which that damsel did to them bewray a strange adventure, which not far thence lay, to weet a wicked villain, bold and stout, which wonned in a rock not far away, that robbed all the country thereabout, and brought the pillage home, whence none could get it out. Thereto both his own wily wit she said, and eke the fastness of his dwelling place, both unassailable, gave him great aid. For he so crafty was to forge and face, so light of hand and nimble of his pace, so smooth of tongue and subtil of his tale, that could deceive one looking in his face. Therefore by name Melengen they him call, well known by his feats, and famous over all. Through these his sleights he many doth confound, and eke the rock in which he once to dwell is wondrous strong, and hewn far underground a dreadful depth, how deep no man can tell. But some do say it goeth down to hell, and all within it full of windings is, and hidden ways, that scarce an hound by smell can follow out those false footsteps of his, ne none can back return that once are gone amiss. Which when those knights had heard, their hearts gan earn to understand that villain's dwelling place, and greatly it desired of her to learn, and by which way they towards it should trace. Were not, said she, that it should let your pace towards my lady's presence by you met, I would you guide directly to the place. Then let not that, said they, stay your intent, for neither will one foot till we that carle have hent. So forth they passed, till they approached nigh unto the rock where was the villain's won. Which when the damsel near at hand did spy, she warned the knights thereof, who thereupon gan to advise what best were to be done. So both agreed to send that maid afore, where she might sit nigh to the den alone, wailing and raising pitiful uproar, as if she did some great calamity deplore. With noise whereof, when as the caitiff carle should issue forth, in hope to find some spoil, they in a wait would closely him ensnarl, ere to his den he backward could recoil, and so would hope him easily to foil. The damsel straight went as she was directed unto the rock, and there upon the soil, having herself in wretched wise objected, gan weep and wail, as if great grief had her affected. The cry whereof, entering the hollow cave, eftsoons brought forth the villain, as they meant, with hope of her some wishful boot to have. Full dreadful white he was, as ever went upon the earth, with hollow eyes deep pent, and long curled locks that down his shoulders shagged, and on his back an uncouth vestiment made of strange stuff, but all too worn and ragged, and underneath his breech was all too torn and jagged. And in his hand an huge long staff he held, whose top was armed with many an iron hook, fit to catch hold of all that he could weld, or in the compass of his clouches took, and ever round about he cast his look. Alls at his back a great wide net he bore, with which he seldom fished at the brook, but used to fish for fools on the dry shore, of which he in fair weather wont to take great store. Him when the damsel saw fast by her side, so ugly creature, she was nigh dismayed, and now for help aloud in earnest cried. But when the villain saw her so afraid, he gan with guileful words her to persuade to banish fear, and with Sardonian smile laughing on her, his false intent to shade, gan forth to lay his bait her to beguile, that from herself unwares he might her steal the while. Like as the fowler on his guileful pipe charms to the birds full many a pleasant lay, that they the whiles may take less heedy keep, how he his nets doth for their ruin lay. So did the villain to her prate and play, and many pleasant tricks before her show, to turn her eyes from his intent away. For he in sleights and juggling feats did flow, and of legerdemain the mysteries did know. To which, whilst she lent her intentive mind, he suddenly his net upon her threw, that overspread her like a puff of wind, and snatching her soon up, ere well she knew, ran with her fast away unto his mew, crying for help aloud. But when as nigh he came unto his cave, and there did view the armed knights stopping his passage by, he threw his burden down, and fast away did fly. But Artegall him after did pursue, the whiles the prince there kept the entrance still. Up to the rock he ran, and thereon flew like a wild goat, leaping from hill to hill, and dancing on the craggy cliffs at will. That deadly danger seemed in all men's sight, to tempt such steps where footing was so ill. Ne aught availed for the armed knight to think to follow him, that was so swift and light. Which when he saw, his iron man he sent to follow him, for he was swift in chase. He him pursued wherever that he went, both over rocks and hills, and every place whereso he fled, he followed him apace. So that he shortly forced him to forsake the height, and down descend unto the base. There he him coursed afresh, and soon did make to leave his proper form, and other shape to take. Into a fox himself he first did turn, but he him hunted like a fox full fast. Then to a bush himself he did transform, but he the bush did beat, till at the last into a bird it changed, and from him passed, flying from tree to tree, from wand to wand. But he then stones at it so long did cast, that like a stone it fell upon the land. But he then took it up, and held fast in his hand. So he it brought with him unto the knights, and to his lord Sir Artegall it lent, warning him hold it fast for fear of sleights. Who, whilst in hand it griping hard, he hent, into a hedgehog all in wares it went, and pricked him so that he away it threw. Then gan it run away incontinent, being returned to his former hue. But Talus soon him overtook, and backward drew. But when as he would to a snake again have turned himself, he with his iron flail gan drive at him, with so huge might and main, that all his bones as small as sandy grail he broke, and did his bowels disentrail, crying in vain for help when help was past. So did deceit the self-deceiver fail. There they him left a carrion outcast, for beasts and fowls to feed upon for their repast. Thenceforth they passed with that gentle maid to see her lady, as they did agree. To which when she approached, thus she said, Lo now, right noble knights, arrived ye be nigh to the place which ye desired to see. There shall ye see my sovereign lady queen, most sacred white, most debonair and free, that ever yet upon this earth was seen, or that with diadem hath ever crowned been. The gentle knights rejoiced much to hear the praises of that prince so manifold, and passing little further, comen were where they a stately palace did behold, of pompous show, much more than she had told, with many towers and terrace mounted high. And all their tops bright glistering with gold, that seemed to outshine the dimmed sky, and with their brightness dazed the strange beholder's eye. There they alighting, by that damsel were directed in, and showed all the sight, whose porch, that most magnific did appear, stood open wide to all men day and night, yet warded well by one of mickle might, that sate thereby with giant-like resemblance, to keep out guile and malice and despite, that under show oft times of feigned semblance are wont in princes' courts to work great scath and hindrance. His name was Awe, by whom they passing in went up the hall, that was a large wide room, all full of people making troublous din and wondrous noise, as if that there were some which unto them was dealing righteous doom. By whom they passing through the thickest press, the marshal of the hall to them did come. His name hight Order, who commanding peace, them guided through the throng that did their clamours cease. They ceased their clamours upon them to gaze, whom seeing all in armour bright as day, strange there to see, it did them much amaze, and with unwonted terror half affray, for never saw they there the like array. Ne ever was the name of war there spoken, but joyous peace and quietness alway, dealing just judgments that mote not be broken for any bribes or threat of any to be wroken. There, as they entered the shrine, they saw someone whose tongue was for his trespass vile nailed to a post, adjudged so by law, for that therewith he falsely did revile and foul blaspheme that queen for forged guile, both with bold speeches which he blazed had, and with lewd poems which he did compile, for the bold title of a poet bad he on himself had ta'en, and railing rhymes had spread. Thus there he stood, whilst high over his head there written was the purport of his sin, in ciphers strange that few could rightly read. Bon fond, but bon, that once had written been, was raced out, and mal was now put in. So now malfond was plainly to be read, either for the evil which he did therein, or that he likened was to a well head of evil words and wicked slanders by him shed. They, passing by, were guided by degree unto the presence of that gracious queen, who sate on high, that she might all men see, and might of all men royally be seen. Upon a throne of gold full bright and sheen, adorned with all gems of endless price, as either might for wealth have gotten been, or could be framed by workman's rare device, and all embossed with lions and with fleur-de-lis. All over her a cloth of state was spread, not of rich tissue, nor of cloth of gold, nor of aught else that may be richest red, but like a cloud, as likest may be told, that her broad spreading wings did wide unfold, whose skirts were bordered with bright sunny beams glistering like gold amongst the plights enrolled, and here and there shooting forth silver streams, mongst which crept little angels through the glittering gleams. Seemed those little angels did uphold the cloth of state, and on their purpled wings did bear the pendants through their nimbless bold. Besides, 1,000 more of such as sings hymns to high God, and carols heavenly things, encompassed the throne on which she sate. She, angel-like, the heir of ancient kings and mighty conquerors, in royal state, whilst kings and Caesars at her feet did them prostrate. Thus she did sit in sovereign majesty, holding a sceptre in her royal hand, the sacred pledge of peace and clemency, with which high God had blessed her happy land, maugre so many foes which did withstand. But at her feet her sword was likewise laid, whose long rest rusted the bright steely brand. Yet when as foes enforced or friends sought aid, she could it sternly draw, that all the world dismayed. And round about before her feet there sate a bevy of fair virgins clad in white, that goodly seemed to adorn her royal state, all lovely daughters of high Jove, that hight Lighty, by him begot in love's delight upon the righteous Themis. Those, they say, upon Jove's judgment seat wait day and night, and when in wrath he threats the world's decay, they do his anger calm, and cruel vengeance stay. They also do by his divine permission upon the thrones of mortal princes tend, and often treat for pardon and remission to suppliants through frailty which offend. Those did upon Mercilli's throne attend, just Dice, wise Eunomie, mild Irene, and them amongst her glories to commend, sate goodly temperance in garments clean, and sacred reverence born of heavenly streen. Thus did she sit in royal rich estate, admired of many, honored of all, whilst underneath her feet there as she sate, an huge great lion lay, that mote appall in hardy courage, like captived thrall, with a strong iron chain and collar bound, that once he could not move nor quitch at all. Yet did he murmur with rebellious sound, and softly roin, when savage choler gan redound. So sitting high in dreaded sovereignty, those two strange knights were to her presence brought, who, bowing low before her majesty, did to her mild obeisance as they ought, and meekest boon that they imagine mought. To whom she eke inclining her withal, as a fair stoop of her high soaring thought, a cheerful countenance on them let fall, yet tempered with some majesty imperial. As the bright sun, what time his fiery team towards the western brim begins to draw, gins to abate the brightness of his beam, and fervour of his flames somewhat adaw, so did this mighty lady, when she saw those two strange knights such homage to her make, bate somewhat of that majesty and awe, that whilom wont to do so many quake, and with more mild aspect those two to entertake. Now at that instant, as occasion fell, when these two stranger knights arrived in place, she was about affairs of common weal, dealing of justice with indifferent grace, and hearing pleas of people mean and base, mongst which, as then, there was for to be heard the trial of a great and weighty case, which on both sides was then debating hard, but at the sight of these, those were a while debarred. But after all her princely entertain, to the hearing of that former cause in hand, herself eftsoon she gan convert again, which that those knights likewise mote understand, and witness forth aright in foreign land, taking them up unto her stately throne, where they mote hear the matter throughly scanned, on either part she placed one on one, the other on the other side, and near them none. Then was there brought as prisoner to the bar a lady of great countenance and place, but that she it with foul abuse did mar, yet did appear rare beauty in her face, but blotted with condition vile and base, that all her other honour did obscure, and titles of nobility deface. Yet in that wretched semblant she did sure the people's great compassion unto her allure. Then up arose a person of deep reach, and rare insight hard matters to reveal, that well could charm his tongue, and time his speech to all assays. His name was called Zeal. He gan that lady strongly to appeal of many heinous crimes by her inured, and with sharp reasons rang her such appeal, that those whom she to pity had allured, he now t'abhor and loathe her person had procured. First gan he tell how this, that seemed so fair and royally arrayed, Duessa hight, that false Duessa, which had wrought great care and mickle mischief unto many a knight, by her beguiled and confounded quite. But not for those she now in question came, though also those mote question be aright, but for viled treasons and outrageous shame, which she against the dread Mercilla oft did frame. For she whilome, as ye mote yet right well remember, had her counsels false conspired with faithless Blandimour and Paradel, both to her paramours, both by her hired, and both with hope of shadows vain inspired, and with them practised how for to deprive Mercilla of her crown by her aspired, that she might it unto herself derive, and triumph in their blood whom she to death did drive. But through high heaven's grace, which favour not the wicked drifts of traitorous designs gainst loyal princes, all this cursed plot, ere proof it took, discovered was betimes, and th' actors won the meet for their crimes. Such be the meed of all that by such mean unto the type of kingdoms title climbs. But false Duessa, now untitled queen, was brought to her sad doom, as here was to be seen. Strongly did zeal her heinous fact enforce, and many other crimes of foul defame against her brought to banish all remorse, and aggravate the horror of her blame. And with him, to make part against her, came many grave persons that against her pled. First was a sage old sire that had to name the kingdom's care, with a white silver head, that many high regards and reasons gainst her read. Then gan authority her to oppose with peremptory power, that made all mute. And then the law of nations gainst her rose, and reasons brought that no man could refute. Next gan religion gainst her to impute high God's behest, and power of holy laws. Then gan the people's cry and common suit importune care of their own public cause. And lastly, justice charged her with breach of laws. But then for her, on the contrary part, rose many advocates for her to plead. First there came pity, with full tender heart, and with her joined regard of womanhead. And then came danger, threatening hidden dread, and high alliance unto foreign power. Then came nobility of birth, that bred great ruth through her misfortune's tragic stour. And lastly grief did plead, and many tears forth pour. With the near touch whereof in tender heart the Briton prince was sore impassionate, and walks inclined much unto her part, through the sad terror of so dreadful fate, and wretched ruin of so high estate, that for great ruth his courage gan relent, which when as zeal perceived to abate, he gan his earnest fervour to augment, and many fearful objects to them to present. He gan to force the evidence anew, and new accusements to produce in place. He brought forth that old hag of hellish hue, the cursed Ate, brought her face to face, who privy was and party in the case. She, glad of spoil and ruinous decay, did her appeach, and to her more disgrace the plot of all her practice did display, and all her trains and all her treasons forth did lay. Then brought he forth with grisly grim aspect abhorred murder, who with bloody knife, yet dropping fresh in hand, did her detect, and there with guilty bloodshed charged rife. Then brought he forth sedition, breeding strife in troublous wits, and mutinous uproar. Then brought he forth incontinence of life, even foul adultery her face before, and lewd impiety that her accused sore. All which when as the prince had heard and seen, his former fancies ruth he gan repent, and from her party eftsoons was drawn clean. But Artegall, with constant firm intent, for zeal of justice was against her bent. So was she guilty deemed of them all. Then zeal began to urge her punishment, and to their queen for judgment loudly call, unto Mercilla mild, for justice gainst the thrall. But she, whose princely breast was touched near with piteous ruth of her so wretched plight, though plain she saw by all that she did hear that she of death was guilty found by right, yet would not let just vengeance on her light, but rather let instead thereof to fall few purling drops from her fair lamps of light, the which she covering with her purple pall would have the passion hid, and up arose withal.
End of Canto 9. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 10 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 10. Prince Arthur takes the enterprise for Belgi for to fight. Gerioneo's seneschal he slays in Belgi's right. Some clerks do doubt in their deviceful art, whether this heavenly thing whereof I treat, to eaten mercy, be of justice part, or drawn forth from her by divine entreat. This well I wot, that sure she is as great, and meriteth to have as high a place, sith in the Almighty's everlasting seat she first was bred, and born of heavenly race, from thence poured down on men by influence of grace. For if that virtue be of so great might, which from just verdict will for nothing start, but to preserve inviolated right oft spills the principle to save the part, so much more then is that of power and art that seeks to save the subject of her skill, yet never doth from doom of right depart. As it is greater praise to save than spill, and better to reform than to cut off the ill. Who then can thee, Marcilla, throughly praise, that herein dost all earthly princes pass? What heavenly muse shall thy great honor raise up to the skies, whence first derived it was, and now on earth itself enlarged has, from th'utmost brink of the Americ shore unto the margin of the Moluccas? Those nations far thy justice do adore, but thine own people do thy mercy praise much more. Much more it praised was of those two knights, the noble prince and righteous Artegall, when they had seen and heard her doom arights against Duessa, damned by them all, but by her tempered without grief or gall, till strong constraint did her thereto enforce, and yet even then ruing her wilful fall with more than needful natural remorse, and yielding the last honor to her wretched course. During all which those knights continued there, both doing and receiving courtesies of that great lady, who with goodly cheer them entertained, fit for their dignities, approving daily to their noble eyes royal examples of her mercies rare, and worthy patterns of her clemencies, which till this day mongst many living are, who them to their posterities do still declare. Amongst the rest, which in that space befell, there came two springles of full tender years, far thence from foreign land where they did dwell, to seek for succor of her, and of her peers, with humble prayers and entreatful tears, sent by their mother, who a widow was, wrapped in great dolours, and in deadly fears, by a strong tyrant, who invaded has her land, and slain her children ruefully, alas. Her name was Belgi, who in former age a lady of great worth and wealth had been, and mother of a fruitful heritage, even 17 goodly sons, which who had seen in their first flower, before this fatal teen them overtook, and their fair blossoms blasted, more happy mother would her surely wean than famous Niobe, before she tasted Latona's children's wrath, that all her issue wasted. But this fell tyrant, through his tortious power, had left her now but 5 of all that brood, for 12 of them he did by times devour, and to his idol sacrifice their blood, whilst he of none was stopped nor withstood. For soothly he was one of matchless might, of horrible aspect and dreadful mood, and had 3 bodies in one waist empite, and arms and legs of 3 to succor him in fight. And sooth they say that he was born and bred of giants' race, the son of Geryon, he that whilome in Spain so sore was dread for his huge power and great oppression, which brought that land to his subjection through his 3 bodies' power in one combined, and he calls strangers in that region arriving to his kine for food assigned, the fairest kine alive, but of the fiercest kind. For they were all, they say, of purple hue, kept by a cowherd, hight Eurytion, a cruel carle, the which all strangers slew, ne day nor night did sleep to tend them on, but walked about them ever and anon with his two-headed dog, that Orthrus hight. Orthrus begotten by great Typhoon, and foul Echidna in the house of night, but Hercules them all did overcome in fight.
His son was this, Gerioneo hight,
Who, after that his monstrous father fell under Alcides' club, straight took his flight from that sad land, where he his sire did quell, and came to this, where Belgi then did dwell, and flourish in all wealth and happiness, being then new made widow, as befell, after her noble husband's late decease, which gave beginning to her woe and wretchedness. Then this bold tyrant, of her widowhead taking advantage, and her yet fresh woes, himself in service to her offered her to defend against all foreign foes, that should their power against her right oppose. Whereof she glad, now needing strong defence, him entertained, and did her champion chose, which long he used with careful diligence, the better to confirm her fearless confidence. By means whereof she did at last commit all to his hands, and gave him sovereign power to do whatever he thought good or fit, which having got, he gan forth from that hour to stir up strife, and many a tragic stour, giving her dearest children one by one unto a dreadful monster to devour, and setting up an idol of his own, the image of his monstrous parent Geryon. So tyrannizing and oppressing all, the woeful widow had no means now left, but unto gracious great Mercilla call for aid against that cruel tyrant's theft, ere all her children he from her had reft. Therefore these two her eldest sons she sent to seek for succor of this lady's gift, to whom their suit they humbly did present, in the hearing of full many knights and ladies gent. Amongst the which then fortunate to be the noble Britain prince with his brave peer, who, when he none of all those knights did see, hastily bent that enterprise to hear, nor undertake the same for coward fear, he stepped forth with courage bold and great, admired of all the rest in presence there, and humbly gan that mighty queen entreat to grant him that adventure for his former feat. She gladly granted it. Then he straightway himself unto his journey gan prepare, and all his armors ready dight that day, that not the morrow next mote stay his fare. The morrow next appeared with purple hair, yet dropping fresh out of the Indian fount, and bringing light into the heavens fair, when he was ready to his steed to mount unto his way, which now was all his care and count. Then, taking humble leave of that great queen, who gave him royal gifts and riches rare, as tokens of her thankful mind beseen, and leaving Artegall to his own care, upon his voyage forth he gan to fare, with those two gentle youths, which him did guide, and all his way before him still prepare. Nay, after him did Artegall abide, but on his first adventure forward forth did ride. It was not long till that the prince arrived within the land where dwelt that lady sad, whereof that tyrant had her now deprived, and into moors and marshes banished had, out of the pleasant soil and cities glad, in which she wont to harbour happily. But now his cruelty so sore she dread, that to those fens for fastness she did fly, and there herself did hide from his hard tyranny. There he her found in sorrow and dismay, all solitary, without living wight. For all her other children through a fray had hid themselves, or taken further flight. And eke herself, through sudden strange affright, when one in arms she saw, began to fly. But when her own two sons she had in sight, she gan take heart, and look up joyfully, for well she wist this night came succor to supply. And running unto them with greedy joys, fell straight about their necks as they did kneel, and bursting forth in tears, "Ah, my sweet boys," said she, "yet now I gin new life to feel, and feeble spirits that gan faint and reel now rise again at this your joyous sight. Already seems that fortune's headlong wheel begins to turn, and sun to shine more bright than it was wont, through comfort of this noble knight. Then turning unto him, and you, Sir Knight, said she, that taken have this toilsome pain for wretched woman, miserable wight, may you in heaven immortal guerdon gain, for so great travel as you do sustain. For other meed may hope for none of me, to whom naught else but bare life doth remain, and that so wretched one as you do see is liker lingering death than loathed life to be. Much was he moved with her piteous plight, and low dismounting from his lofty steed, gan to recomfort her all that he might, seeking to drive away deep-rooted dread, with hope of help in that her greatest need. So thence he wished her with him to wend unto some place where they mote rest and feed, and she take comfort which God now did send. Good heart in evils doth the evils much amend. Ay me, said she, and whither shall I go? Are not all places full of foreign powers? My palaces possessed of my foe, my cities sacked, and their sky-threatening towers raced, and made smooth fields now full of flowers. Only these marishes and miry bogs, in which the fearful eufts do build their bowers, yield me an hostelry mongst the croaking frogs, and harbour here in safety from those ravenous dogs. Natheless, said he, dear lady, with me go. Some place shall us receive and harbour yield. If not, we will at force maugre your foe, and purchase it to us with spear and shield. And if all fail, yet farewell open field, the earth to all her creatures lodging lends. With such his cheerful speeches he doth wield her mind so well, that to his will she bends, and binding up her locks and weeds, forth with him wends. They came unto a city far upland, the which whilome that lady's own had been, but now by force extort out of her hand by her strong foe, who had defaced clean her stately towers and buildings sunny sheen, shut up her haven, marred her merchants' trade, robbed her people that full rich had been, and in her neck a castle huge had made, the which did her command without needing persuade. That castle was the strength of all that state, until that state by strength was pulled down, and that same city, so now ruinate, had been the key of all that kingdom's crown, both goodly castle and both goodly town, till that th' offended heavens list to lower upon their bliss, and baleful fortune frown. When those gainst states and kingdoms do conjure, who then can think their headlong ruin to recure? But he had brought it now in servile bond, and made it bear the yoke of inquisition, striving long time in vain it to withstand, yet glad at last to make most base submission, and life and joy for any composition. So now he hath new laws and orders new imposed on it, with many a hard condition, and forced it the honor that is due to God, to do unto his idol most untrue. To him he hath before this castle green built a fair chapel, and an altar framed of costly ivory, full rich beseen, on which that cursed idol far proclaimed he hath set up, and him his God hath named, offering to him in sinful sacrifice the flesh of men, to God's own likeness framed, and pouring forth their blood in brutish wise, that any iron eyes to see it would agrise. And for more horror and more cruelty, under that cursed idol's altar stone an hideous monster doth in darkness lie, whose dreadful shape was never seen of none that lives on earth, but unto those alone the which unto him sacrificed be. Those he devours, they say, both flesh and bone. What else they have is all the tyrant's fee, so that no whit of them remaining one may see. There eke he placed a strong garrison, and set a seneschal of dreaded might, that by his power oppressed every one, and vanquished all venturous knights in fight, to whom he once show all the shame he might, after that them in battle he had won. To which, when now they gan approach in sight, the lady counselled him that place to shun, whereas so many knights had foully been fordone. Her fearful speeches naught he did regard, but riding straight under the castle wall, called it aloud unto the watchful ward, which there did wait, willing them forth to call into the field their tyrant seneschal. To whom when tidings thereof came, he straight calls for his arms, and arming him with all eftsoons forth pricked proudly in his might, and gan with courage fierce address him to the fight. They both encounter in the middle plain, and their sharp spears do both together smite amid their shields, with so huge might and main, that seemed their souls they would have riven quite out of their breasts, with furious despite. Yet could the seneschals no entrance find into the prince's shield, where it impight, so pure the metal was, and well refined, but shivered all about, and scattered in the wind. Not so the prince's, but with restless force into his shield it ready passage found, both through his habergeon and eke his course, which, tumbling down upon the senseless ground, gave leave unto his ghost, from thraldom bound, to wander in the grisly shades of night. There did the prince him leave in deadly swound, and thence unto the castle marched right, to see if entrance there as yet obtain he might. But as he nigher drew, 3 knights he spied, all armed to point, issuing forth apace, which towards him with all their power did ride, and meeting him right in the middle race, did all their spears at once on him enchase. As 3 great culverings for battery bent, and levelled all against one certain place, do all at once their thunders rage forth rent, that makes the walls to stagger with astonishment. So all at once they on the prince did thunder, who from his saddle swerved not aside, ne to their force gave way, that was great wonder, but like a bulwark firmly did abide, rebutting him which in the midst did ride, with so huge rigour, that his mortal spear passed through his shield, and pierced through either side, that down he fell upon his mother dear, and poured forth his wretched life in deadly drear. Whom when his other fellows saw, they fled as fast as feet could carry them away, and after them the prince as swiftly sped, to be avenged of their unknightly play. There, whilst they entering, the one did the other stay, the hindmost in the gate he overhent, and as he pressed in, him there did slay. His carcass, tumbling on the threshold, sent his groaning soul unto her place of punishment. The other, which was entered, labored fast to spare the gate, but that same lump of clay, whose grudging ghost was thereout fled and passed, right in the middest of the threshold lay, that it the postern did from closing stay, the whiles the prince hard pressed in between, and entrance won. Straight the other fled away, and ran into the hall, where he did ween himself to save. But he there slew him at the screen. Then all the rest, which in that castle were, seeing that sad ensample them before, durst not abide, but fled away for fear, and them conveyed out at a postern door. Long sought the prince, but when he found no more to pose against his power, he forth eschewed unto that lady, where he her had lore, and her gan cheer with what she there had viewed, and what she had not seen within unto her shewed. Who with right humble thanks him goodly greeting, for so great prowess as he there had proved, much greater than was ever in her weeting, with great admirance inwardly was moved, and honoured him with all that her behooved. Thenceforth into that castle he her led, with her 2 sons, right dear of her beloved, where all that night themselves they cherished, and from her baleful mind all care he banished.
End of Canto 10. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 11 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 11. Prince Arthur overcomes the great Gerineo in fight, doth slay the monster, and restore Belgian to her right. It often falls in course of common life, that right long time is overborne of wrong, through avarice or power or guile or strife, that weakens her, and makes her party strong. But justice, though her doom she do prolong, yet at the last she will her own cause right, as by sad Belgie seems, whose wrongs, though long she suffered, yet at length she did requite, and sent redress thereof by this brave Briton knight. Whereof when news was to that tyrant brought, how that the Lady Belgie now had found a champion, that had with his champion fought, and laid his seneschal low on the ground, and eke himself did threaten to confound, he gan to burn in rage, and freeze in fear, doubting sad end of principle unsound. Yet sith he heard but one that did appear, he did himself encourage, and take better cheer. Natheless himself he armed all in haste, and forth he fared with all his many bad, ne stayed step till that he came at last unto the castle which they conquered had. There with huge terror, to be more adrad, he sternly marched before the castle gate, and with bold vaunts and idle threatening bade deliver him his own, ere yet too late, to which they had no right nor any wrongful state. The prince stayed not his answer to devise, but opening straight the spar, forth to him came, full nobly mounted in right warlike wise, and asked him if that he were the same who all that wrong unto that woeful dame so long had done, and from her native land exiled her, that all the world spake shame. He boldly answered him, he there did stand that would his doings justify with his own hand. With that, so furiously at him he flew, as if he would have overrun him straight, and with his huge great iron axe gan hew so hideously upon his armor bright, as he to pieces would have chopped it quite, that the bold prince was forced foot to give to his first rage, and yield to his despite, the whilst at him so dreadfully he drive, that seemed a marble rock asunder could have rive. Thereto a great advantage eke he has, through his 3 double hands, thrice multiplied, besides the double strength which in them was. For still, when fit occasion did betide, he could his weapon shift from side to side, from hand to hand, and with such nimblest sly could wield about, that ere it were espied, the wicked stroke did wound his enemy behind, beside, before, as he had list apply. Which uncouth use, when as the prince perceived, he gan to watch the wielding of his hands, lest by such sleight he were unwares deceived. And ever ere he saw the stroke to land, he would it meet, and warily withstand. One time, when he his weapon feigned to shift as he was wont, and changed from hand to hand, he met him with a counterstroke so swift, that quite smit off his arm, as he it up did lift. Therewith, all fraught with fury and disdain, he brayed aloud for very fell despite, and suddenly to venge himself again, gan into one assemble all the might of all his hands, and heaved them up on height, thinking to pay him with that one for all. But the sad steel seized not where it was height upon the child, but somewhat short did fall, and lighting on his horse's head, him quite did maul. Down straight to ground fell his astonished steed, and eke to the earth his burden with him bare. But he himself full lightly from him freed, and gan himself to fight on foot prepare. Whereof, when as the giant was aware, he walks right blithe, as he had got thereby, and laughed so loud, that all his teeth wide bare one might have seen and ranged disorderly, like to a rank of piles that pitched are awry. Eftsoons again his axe he wrought on high, ere he were throughly buckled to his gear, and can let drive at him so dreadfully, that had he chanced not his shield to rear, ere that huge stroke arrived on him near, he had him surely cloven quite in twain. But that adamantine shield which he did bear so well was tempered, that for all his main it would no passage yield unto his purpose vain. Yet was the stroke so forcibly applied, that made him stagger with uncertain sway, as if he would have tottered to one side, wherewith full wroth he fiercely gan assay that curtsy with like kindness to repay, and smote at him with so importune might, that 2 more of his arms did fall away, like fruitless branches which the hatchet slight hath pruned from the native tree, and cropped quite. With that, all mad and furious he grew, like a fell mastiff, through enraging heat, and cursed and banned and blasphemies forththrew against the gods, and fire to them did threat, and hell unto himself with horror great. Thenceforth he cared no more which way he strook, nor where it light, but gan to chafe and sweat, and gnashed his teeth, and his head at him shook, and sternly him beheld with grim and ghastly look. Naught feared the child his looks, ne yet his threats, but only wexed now the more aware to save himself from those his furious heats, and watch advantage how to work his care. The which good fortune to him offered fair, for as he in his rage him overstrook, he, ere he could his weapon back repair, his side all bare and naked overtook, and with his mortal steel quite through the body strook. Through all three bodies he him strook at once, that all the three at once fell on the plain. Else should he thrice have needed for the nonce them to have stricken, and thrice to have slain. So now all three one senseless lump remain, and wallowed in his own black bloody gore, and biting thirth for very death's disdain, who, with a cloud of night him covering, bore down to the house of dole, his days there to deplore. Which when the lady from the castle saw, where she with her two sons did looking stand, she towards him in haste herself did draw, to greet him the good fortune of his hand. And all the people, both of town and land, which there stood gazing from the city's wall upon those warriors, greedy to understand to whether should the victory befall, now when they saw it fall'n, they eke him greeted all. But Belgie with her sons prostrated low before his feet, in all that people's sight, mongst joys mixing some tears, mongst weal some woe, him thus bespake: O most redoubted knight, the which hast me of all most wretched wight that erst was dead, restored to life again, and these weak imps replanted by thy might, what guerdon can I give thee for thy pain, but even that which thou savest, thine still to remain? He took her up for by the lily hand, and her recomforted the best he might, saying, Dear lady, deeds ought not be scanned by the author's manhood, nor the doer's might, but by their truth and by the cause's right. That same is it which fought for you this day. What other meed then need me to requite, but that which yieldeth virtue's meed alway, that is the virtue's self, which her reward doth pay? She humbly thanked him for that wondrous grace, and further said, Ah, sir, but mote ye please, sith ye thus far have tendered my poor case, as from my chiefest foe me to release, that your victorious arm will not yet cease, till ye have rooted all the relics out of that filed race, and stablished my peace. What is there else, said he, left of their rout? Declare it boldly, dame, and do not stand in doubt. Then wot you, sir, that in this church hereby there stands an idol of great note and name, the which this giant reared first on high, and of his own vain fancies thought did frame, to whom for endless horror of his shame he offered up for daily sacrifice my children and my people burnt in flame, with all the tortures that he could devise, the more to grate his God with such his bloody guise. And underneath this idol there doth lie an hideous monster, that doth it defend, and feeds on all the carcasses that die in sacrifice unto that cursed fiend, whose ugly shape none ever saw, nor kenned that ever scaped. For of a man they say it has the voice that speeches forth doth send, even blasphemous words, which she doth bray out of her poisonous entrails fraught with dire decay. Which when the prince heard tell, his heart gan earn for great desire that monster to assay, and prayed the place of her abode to learn. Which being showed, he gan himself straightway there to address, and his bright shield display. So to the church he came, where it was told the monster underneath the altar lay. There he that idol saw of massy gold, most richly made, but there no monster did behold. Upon the image with his naked blade 3 times as in defiance there he strook, and the 3rd time out of an hidden shade there forth issued from under the altar's smook a dreadful fiend with foul deformed look, that stretched itself as it had long lain still, and her long tail and feathers strongly shook, that all the temple did with horror fill, yet him not terrified that feared nothing ill. An huge great beast it was, when it in length was stretched forth, that nigh filled all the place, and seemed to be of infinite great strength. horrible, hideous, and of hellish race, born of the brooding of Echidna base, or other like infernal furies kind. For of a maid she had the outward face, to hide the horror which did lurk behind, the better to beguile whom she so fond did find. There too the body of a dog she had, full of fell ravin and fierce greediness, a lion's claws with power and rigour clad, to rend and tear whatso she can oppress, a dragon's tail, whose sting without redress full deadly wounds whereso it is impite, and eagle's wings for scope and speediness, that nothing may escape her reaching might, whereto she ever list to make her hardy flight. Much like in foulness and deformity unto that monster whom the Theban knight, the father of that fatal progeny, made kill herself for very heart's despite, that he had read her riddle, which no wight could ever lose, but suffered deadly dool. So also did this monster use like sleight to many a one which came unto her school, whom she did put to death, deceived like a fool. She coming forth, when as she first beheld the armed prince, with shield so blazing bright, her ready to assail, was greatly quelled, and much dismayed with that dismayful sight, that back she would have turned for great affright. But he gan her with courage fierce assay, that forced her turn again in her despite, to save herself, lest that he did her slay, and sure he had her slain, had she not turned her way. Though when she saw that she was forced to fight, she flew at him like to an hellish fiend, and on his shield took hold with all her might, as if that it she would in pieces rend, or reeve out of the hand that did it hend. Strongly he strove out of her greedy gripe to loose his shield, and long while did contend. But when he could not quite it, with one stripe her lion's claws he from her feet away did wipe. With that aloud she gan to bray and yell, and foul blasphemous speeches forth did cast, and bitter curses, horrible to tell, that even the temple wherein she was placed did quake to hear, and nigh asunder brast. Though with her huge long tail she at him strook, that made him stagger, and stand half aghast with trembling joints, as he for terror shook, who not was terrified, but greater courage took. As when the mast of some well-timbered hulk is with the blast of some outrageous storm blown down, it shakes the bottom of the bulk, and makes her ribs to crack as they were torn, whilst still she stands astonished and forlorn, so was he stound with stroke of her huge tail. But ere that it she back again had borne, he with his sword it strook, that without fail he jointed it, and marred the swinging of her flail. Then gan she cry much louder than afore, that all the people there without it heard, and Belgi's self was therewith stunned sore, as if the only sound thereof she feared. But then the fiend herself more fiercely reared upon her wide great wings, and strongly flew with all her body at his head and beard, that had he not foreseen with heedful view, and thrown his shield atween, she had him done to rue. But as she pressed on him with heavy sway, under her womb his fatal sword he thrust, and for her entrails made an open way to issue forth, the which once being brust, like to a great mill dam, forth fiercely gushed, and poured out of her infernal sink most ugly filth, and poison therewith gushed, that him nigh choked with the deadly stink. Such loathly matter were small lust to speak or think. Then down to ground fell that deformed mass, breathing out clouds of sulphur foul and black, in which a puddle of contagion was, more loath than Lerna or than Stygian lake, that any man would nigh a whoppet make. Whom when he saw on ground, he was full glad, and straight went forth his gladness to partake with Belgi, who watched all this while, full sad, waiting what end would be of that same danger dread. Who when she saw so joyously come forth, she gan rejoice, and through triumphant cheer, lauding and praising his renowned worth, by all the names that honorable were. Then in he brought her, and her showed there the present of his pains, that monster's spoil, and eke that idol deemed so costly dear, whom he did all to pieces break, and foil in filthy dirt, and left so in the loathly soil. Then all the people which beheld that day gan shout aloud, that unto heaven it rung, and all the damsels of the town in ray came dancing forth, and joyous carols sung. So him they led through all their streets along, crowned with girlands of immortal bays, and all the vulgar did about them throng, to see the man whose everlasting praise they all were bound to all posterities to raise. There he with V.xi did a while remain, making great feast and joyous merriment, until he had her settled in her reign, with safe assurance and establishment. Then to his first emprise his mind he lent, full loath to V.xi and to all the rest, of whom yet taking leave, thenceforth he went, and to his former journey him addressed, on which long way he rode, ne ever day did rest. But turn we now to noble Artegall, who having left Mercilla, straightway went on his first quest, the which him forth did call, to wit, to work Irene's franchisement, and eke Grand Torto's worthy punishment. So forth he fared, as his manner was, with only Talus waiting diligent, through many perils and much way did pass, till nigh unto the place at length approached he has. There as he travelled by the way, he met an aged wight, wayfaring all alone, who through his years long since aside hath set the use of arms, and battle quite forgone. To whom as he approached, he knew anon that it was he which whilome did attend on fair Irene in her affliction, when first to Faerie Court he saw her wend, unto his sovereign queen her suit for to commend. Whom by his name saluting, thus he gan: Hail, good Sir Sergius, truest knight alive, well tried in all thy lady's troubles, than when her that tyrant did of crown deprive. What new occasion doth thee hither drive, while she alone is left, and thou here found? Or is she thrall, or doth she not survive? To whom he thus: She liveth sure and sound, but by that tyrant is in wretched thraldom bound. For she, presuming on the pointed tide, in which she promised, as ye were a knight, to meet her at the salvage island's side, and then and there for trial of her right with her unrighteous enemy to fight, did thither come, where she, afraid of naught, by guileful treason and by subtle sleight surprised was, and to Grand Torto brought, who her imprisoned hath, and her life often sought. And now he hath to her prefixed a day, by which if that no champion do appear, which will her cause in battleless array against him justify, and prove her clear of all those crimes that he gainst her doth rear, she death shall buy. Those tidings sad did much abash Sir Artegall to hear, and grieved sore that through his fault she had fallen into that tyrant's hands, and usage bad. Then thus replied: Now sure, and by my life, too much am I to blame for that fair maid, that have her drawn to all this troublous strife, through promise to afford her timely aid, which by default I have not yet defrayed. But witness unto me, ye heavens, that know how clear I am from blame of this upbraid. For ye into like thraldom did me throw, and kept me from accomplishing the faith which I did owe. But now read, Sir Sergius, how long space hath he her lent, a champion to provide? 10 days, quoth he granted hath of grace, for that he weeneth well before that tide none can have tidings to assist her side. For all the shores which to the sea accost, he day and night doth ward both far and wide, that none can there arrive without an host. So her he deems already but a damned ghost. Now turn again, Sir Artegall then said, for if I live till those 10 days have end, assure yourself, Sir Knight, she shall have aid, though I this dearest life for her do spend. So backward he at one with him did wend. Then, as they rode together on their way, a rout of people they before them kenned, flocking together in confused array, as if that there were some tumultuous affray. To which as they approached, the cause to know, they saw a knight in dangerous distress, of a rude rout him chasing to and fro, that sought with lawless power him to oppress, and bring in bondage of their brutishness. And far away amid their rake-hell bands they spied a lady left all succorless, crying and holding up her wretched hands to him for aid, who long in vain their rage withstands. Yet still he strives, nay any peril spares, to rescue her from their rude violence, and like a lion wood amongst them fares, dealing his dreadful blows with large dispense, gainst which the pallid death finds no defence. But all in vain, their numbers are so great, that naught may boot to banish them from thence. For soon as he their outrage back doth beat, they turn afresh, and oft renew their former threat. And now they do so sharply him assay, that they his shield in pieces battered have, and forced him to throw it quite away, fro dangers dread his doubtful life to save. Albeit that it most safety to him gave, and much did magnify his noble name. For from the day that he thus did it leave, amongst all knights he blotted was with blame, and counted but a recreant knight, with endless shame. Whom when they thus distressed did behold, they drew unto his aid. But that rude rout them also gan assail, with outrage bold, and forced them, however strong and stout they were, as well approved in many a doubt, back to recule, until that iron man with his huge flail began to lay about, from whose stern presence they diffused ran, like scattered chaff, the which the wind away doth fan. So when that knight from peril clear was freed, he drawing near began to greet them fair, and yield great thanks for their so goodly deed, in saving him from dangerous despair of those which sought his life for to impair. Of whom Sir Artegall gan then inquire the whole occasion of his late misfare, and who he was, and what those villains were, the which with mortal malice him pursued so near. To whom he thus: My name is Bourbonhite, well known, and far renowned heretofore, until late mischief did upon me light, that all my former praise hath blemished sore, and that fair lady which in that uproar ye with those caitives saw, Flordelis hight, is mine own love, though she me have forlore, whether withheld from me by wrongful might, or with her own good will, I cannot read or write. But sure to me her faith she first did plight, to be my love, and take me for her lord, till that a tyrant which Grand Torto hight, with golden gifts and many a guileful word, enticed her to him for to accord. Oh, who may not with gifts and words be tempted? Sith which she hath me ever since abhorred, and to my foe hath guilefully consented. Ay me, that ever guile in women was invented. And now he hath this troop of villains sent by open force to fetch her quite away, gainst whom myself I long in vain have been to rescue her, and daily means assay, yet rescue her thence by no means I may. For they do me with multitude oppress, and with unequal might do overlay, that oft I driven am to great distress, and forced to forego the tempt remedialess. And why have ye, said Artegall, forborne your own good shield in dangerous dismay? That is the greatest shame and foulest scorn which unto any knight behappen may, to lose the badge that should his deeds display. To whom Sir Bourbon, blushing half for shame, That shall I unto you, quoth he, bewray, lest ye therefore mote happily me blame, and deem it done of will, that through enforcement came. True is that I at first was dubbed a knight by a good knight, the Knight of the Red Cross, who when he gave me arms in field to fight, gave me a shield, in which he did endoss his dear Redeemer's badge upon the boss. The same long while I bore, and therewithal fought many battles, without wound or loss. Therewith Grand Torto's self I did appall, and made him oftentimes in field before me fall. But for that many did that shield envy, and cruel enemies increased more, to stint all strife and troublous enmity, that bloody scutcheon, being battered sore, I laid aside, and have of late forbore, hoping thereby to have my love obtained. Yet can I not my love have, now the more, for she by force is still for me detained, and with corruptful bribes is to untruth mistrained. To whom thus Artegall: Certes, Sir Knight, hard is the case the which ye do complain. Yet not so hard, for not so hard may light that it to such a strait mote you constrain, as to abandon that which doth contain your honour's style, that is your warlike shield. All peril ought be less, and less all pain, than loss of fame in disadventurous field. Die rather than do aught that mote dishonour yield. Not so, quoth he, for yet when time doth serve, my former shield I may resume again. To temporize is not from truth to swerve, ne for advantage term to entertain, when as necessity doth it constrain. Fie on such forgery, said Artegall, under one hood to shadow faces twain. Knights ought be true, and truth is one in all. Of all things to dissemble foully may befall. Yet let me you of courtesy request, said Bourbon, to assist me now at need against these peasants which have me oppressed, and forced me to so infamous deed, that yet my love may from their hands be freed. Sir Artegall, albeit he erst did white his wavering mind, yet to his aid agreed, and buckling him eftsoons unto the fight, did set upon those troops with all his power and might, who flocking round about them, as a swarm of flies upon a birchen bough doth cluster, did them assault with terrible alarm, and over all the fields themselves did muster, with bills and glaives, making a dreadful lustre, that forced at first those knights back to retire, as when the wrathful Boreas doth bluster, naught may abide the tempest of his ire, both man and beast do fly, and succour to inquire. But when as overblowen was that brunt, those knights began afresh them to assail, and all about the fields like squirrels hunt, but chiefly Talus with his iron flail, gainst which no flight nor rescue mote avail, made cruel havoc of the baser crew, and chased them both over hill and dale. The rascal many soon they overthrew, but the two knights themselves their captains did subdue. At last they came whereas that lady bode, whom now her keepers had forsaken quite, to save themselves, and
Scattered were abroad.
her half dismayed they found, in doubtful plight, as neither glad nor sorry for their sight. Yet wondrous fair she was, and richly clad in royal robes, and many jewels dight. But that those villains through their usage bad them foully rent, and shamefully defaced had. But Bourbon, straight dismounting from his steed, unto her ran with greedy great desire, and catching her fast by her ragged weed, would have embraced her with heart entire. But she, back starting with disdainful ire, bade him avaunt, ne would unto his lore allured be for prayer ne for meed. Whom when those knights so froward and forlore beheld, they her rebuked and upbraided sore. Said Artegall, what foul disgrace is this? To so fair lady as ye seem in sight, to blot your beauty, that unblemished is, with so foul blame as breach of faith once plight, or change of love for any world's delight. Is aught on earth so precious or dear as praise and honour? Or is aught so bright and beautiful as glory's beams appear, whose goodly light than Phoebus' lamp doth shine more clear? Why then will ye, fond dame, attempted be unto a stranger's love, so lightly placed, for gifts of gold or any worldly glee, to leave the love that ye before embraced, and let your fame with falsehood be defaced? Fie on the pelf, for which good name is sold, and honour with indignity debased. Dearer is love than life, and fame than gold, but dearer than them both your faith once plighted hold. Much was the lady in her gentle mind abashed at his rebuke, that bit her near, ne aught to answer thereunto did find, but hanging down her head with heavy cheer, stood long amazed, as she amated were. Which Bourbon seeing, her again assayed, and clasping twixt his arms, her up did rear upon his steed, while she no whit gainsayed, so bore her quite away, nor well nor ill apaid. Natheless the iron man did still pursue that rascal many with unpitied spoil, ne ceased not till all their scattered crew into the sea he drove quite from that soil, the which they troubled had with great turmoil. But Artegall, seeing his cruel deed, commanded him from slaughter to recoil, and to his voyage gan again proceed, for that the term, approaching fast, required speed.
End of Canto 11. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 12 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 12. Artegall doth Sir Bourbon aid, and blames for changing shield. He with the great Grantorto fights, and slayeth him in field. O sacred hunger of ambitious minds, and impotent desire of men to reign, whom neither dread of God that devils binds, nor laws of men that common weals contain, nor bands of nature that wild beasts restrain, can keep from outrage and from doing wrong, where they may hope a kingdom to obtain. No faith so firm, no trust can be so strong, no love so lasting then, that may endure in long. Witness may Bourbon be, whom all the bands which may a knight assure had surely bound, until the love of lordship and of lands made him become most faithless and unsound. And witness be Gerioneo found, who for like cause fair Belgie did oppress, and right and wrong most cruelly confound. And so be now Grantorto, who no less than all the rest burst out to all outrageousness. Against whom Sir Artegall, long having since taken in hand th' exploit, being thereto appointed by that mighty fairy prince great Gloriana, that tyrant to fordo, through other great adventures hitherto had it forslacked. But now, time drawing nigh, to him assigned, her high behest to do, to the seashore he gan his way apply, to weet if shipping ready he mote there descry. Though when they came to the sea coast, they found a ship all ready, as good fortune fell, to put to sea, with whom they did compound to pass them over, where they list to tell. The wind and weather served them so well, that in one day they with the coast did fall. Whereas they ready found them to repel great hosts of men in order martial, which them forbade to land, and footing did forestall. But na the more would they from land refrain, but when as nigh unto the shore they drew, that foot of man might sound the bottom plain, Talus into the sea did forth issue, though darts from shore and stones they at him threw, and wading through the waves with steadfast sway, maugre the might of all those troops in view, did win the shore, whence he them chased away, and made to fly like doves whom the eagle doth affray. The while Sir Artegall with that old knight did forth descend, there being none them near, and forward marched to a town in sight. By this came tidings to the tyrant's ear, by those which erst did fly away for fear of their arrival. Wherewith troubled sore, he all his forces straight to him did rear, and forth issuing with his scouts afore, meant them to have encountered ere they left the shore. But ere he marched far, he with them met, and fiercely charged them with all his force. But Talus sternly did upon them set, and brushed and battered them without remorse, that on the ground he left full many a corse. Ne any able was him to withstand, but he them overthrew both man and horse, that they lay scattered over all the land, as thick as doth the seed after the sower's hand. Till Artegall, him seeing so to rage, willed him to stay, then sign of truce did make. To which all hearkening, did a while assuage their forces' fury, and their terror slake. Till he an herald called, and to him spake, willing him wend unto the tyrant straight, and tell him that not for such slaughter's sake he thither came, but for to try the right of fair Irene's cause with him in single fight, and willed him for to reclaim with speed his scattered people, ere they all were slain, and time and place convenient to arreed, in which they to the combat might darraign. Which message when Grantorto heard, full fain and glad he was the slaughter so to stay, and pointed for the combat twixt them twain the morrow next, ne gave him longer day. So sounded the retreat, and drew his folk away. That night Sir Artegall did cause his tent there to be pitched on the open plain, for he had given straight commandment that none should dare him once to entertain, which none durst break, though many would right fain for fair Irene, whom they loved dear. But yet old Sergius did so well him pain, that from close friends that dared not to appear, he all things did purvey, which for them needful were. The morrow next, that was the dismal day appointed for Irena's death before, so soon as it did to the world display his cheerful face, and light to men restore, the heavy maid, to whom none tidings bore of Artegall's arrival, her to free, looked up with eyes full sad and heart full sore, weening her life's last hour then near to be, sith no redemption nigh she did nor hear nor see. Then up she rose, and on herself did dight most squalid garments, fit for such a day, and with dull countenance and with doleful sprite she forth was brought in sorrowful dismay, for to receive the doom of her decay. But coming to the place, and finding there Sir Artegall in battleless array waiting his foe, it did her dead heart cheer, and new life to her lent in midst of deadly fear. Like as a tender rose in open plain, that with untimely drought nigh withered was, and hung the head, soon as few drops of rain thereon distil, and dew her dainty face, gins to look up, and with fresh wonted grace dispreads the glory of her levas gay. Such was Irena's countenance, such her case, when Artegall she saw in that array, there waiting for the tyrant till it was far day, who came at length with proud presumptuous gait into the field, as if he fearless were, all armed in a coat of iron plate, of great defence to ward the deadly fear, and on his head a steel cap he did wear, of colour rusty brown, but sure and strong, and in his hand an huge poleaxe did bear, whose steel was iron studded, but not long, with which he wont to fight to justify his wrong. Of stature huge and hideous he was, like to a giant for his monstrous height, and did in strength most sorts of men surpass, ne ever any found his match in might. Thereto he had great skill in single fight. His face was ugly, and his countenance stern, that could affraid one with the very sight, and gaped like a gulf when he did girn, that whether man or monster one could scarce discern. Soon as he did within the lists appear, with dreadful look he Artegall beheld, as if he would have daunted him with fear, and, grinning grisly, did against him weld his deadly weapon, which in hand he held. But the elfin swain, that oft had seen like sight, was with his ghastly countenance nothing quelled, but gan him straight to buckle to the fight, and cast his shield about to be in ready plight. The trumpet sound, and they together go, with dreadful terror and with fell intent, and their huge strokes full dangerously bestow, to do most damage, whereas most they meant. But with such force and fury violent, the tyrant thundered his thick blows so fast, that through the iron walls their way they rent, and even to the vital parts they passed, ne aught could them endure, but all they cleft or brast. Which cruel outrage, when as Artegall did well avise, thenceforth with wary heed he shunned his strokes, wherever they did fall, and way did give unto their graceless speed. As when a skilful mariner doth read a storm approaching, that doth peril threat, he will not bide the danger of such dread, but strikes his sails, and veereth his main sheet, and lends it leave unto the empty air to beat. So did the fairy knight himself abear, and stooped oft his head from shame to shield. No shame to stoop, one's head more high to rear, and, much to gain, a little for to yield. So stoutest knights done oftentimes in field. But still the tyrant sternly at him laid, and did his iron axe so nimbly wield, that many wounds into his flesh it made, and with his burdenous blows him sore did overlaid. Yet when as fit advantage he did spy, the whiles the cursed felon high did rear his cruel hand to smite him mortally, under his stroke he to him stepping near, right in the flank him strook with deadly drear, that the gore blood, thence gushing grievously, did underneath him like a pond appear, and all his armour did with purple dye. Thereat he brayed loud and yelled dreadfully. Yet the huge stroke which he before intended kept on his course, as he did it direct, and with such monstrous poise adown descended, that seemed naught could him from death protect. But he it well did ward with wise respect, and twixt him and the blow his shield did cast, which thereon seizing took no great effect, but biting deep therein did stick so fast, that by no means it back again he forth could wrast. Long while he tugged and strove to get it out, and all his power applied thereunto, that he therewith the knight drew all about. Natheless, for all that ever he could do, his axe he could not from his shield undo, which Artegall perceiving, strook no more, but loosing soon his shield, did it forego, and whiles he cumbered was therewith so sore, he gan at him let drive more fiercely than afore. So well he him pursued, that at the last he stroke him with Crisere on the head, that with the souse thereof full sore aghast, he staggered to and fro in doubtful stead. Again, whiles he him saw so ill bestead, he did him smite with all his might and main, that falling on his mother earth he fed, whom when he saw prostrated on the plain, he lightly reft his head to ease him of his pain. Which when the people round about him saw, they shouted all for joy of his success, glad to be quit from that proud tyrant's awe, which with strong power did them long time oppress, and running all with greedy joyfulness to fair Irena, at her feet did fall, and her adored with due humbleness, as their true liege and princess natural. And eke her champion's glory sounded over all, who straight her leading with meet majesty unto the palace where their kings did reign, did her therein establish peaceably, and to her kingdom seat restore again, and all such persons as did late maintain that tyrant's part, with close or open aid, he sorely punished with heavy pain, that in short space, whiles there with her he stayed, not one was left that durst her once have disobeyed. During which time that he did there remain, his study was true justice how to deal, and day and night employed his busy pain, how to reform that ragged commonweal. And that same iron man, which could reveal all hidden crimes, through all that realm he sent, to search out those that used to rob and steal, or did rebel gainst lawful government, on whom he did inflict most grievous punishment. But ere he could reform it thoroughly, he through occasion called was away to Faerie Court, that of necessity his course of justice he was forced to stay, and Talus to revoke from the right way, in which he was that realm for to redress. But envy's cloud still dimmeth virtue's ray, so having freed Irena from distress, he took his leave of her, there left in heaviness. Though, as he back returned from that land, and there arrived again whence forth he set, he had not passed far upon the strand, when as two old ill-favoured hags he met, by the wayside being together set, two grisly creatures, and, to that their faces most foul and filthy were, their garments yet, being all ragged and tattered, their disgraces did much the more augment, and made most ugly cases. The one of them that elder did appear, with her dull eyes did seem to look askew, that her misshape much helped, and her foul hair hung loose and loathsomely. Thereto her hue was wan and lean, that all her teeth arew, and all her bones might through her cheeks be red. Her lips were like raw leather, pale and blue, and as she spake, therewith she slavered, yet spake she seldom, but thought more the less she said. Her hands were foul and dirty, never washed in all her life, with long nails overwrought like puttocks' claws, with one of which she scratched her cursed head, although it itched not. The other held a snake with venom fraught, on which she fed and gnawed hungrily, as if that long she had not eaten aught. that round about her jaws one might descry the bloody gore and poison dropping loathsomely. Her name was Envy, known well thereby, whose nature is to grieve and grudge at all that ever she sees done praiseworthily, whose sight to her is greatest cross may fall, and vexeth so that makes her eat her gall. For when she wanteth other things to eat, she feeds on her own maw unnatural, and of her own foul entrails makes her meat fit for such a monster's monstrous diet. And if she hap of any good to hear, that had to any happily betid, then would she inly fret and grieve, and tear her flesh for fellness, which she inward hid. But if she heard of ill that any did, or harm that any had, then would she make great cheer, like one unto a banquet bid, and in another's loss great pleasure take, as she had got thereby, and gained a great stake. The other nothing better was than she, agreeing in bad will and cankered kind, but in bad manner they did disagree. For whatso envy, good or bad, did find, she did conceal, and murder her own mind. But this, whatever evil she conceived, did spread abroad, and throw in th'open wind. Yet this in all her words might be perceived, that all she sought was men's good name to have bereaved. For whatsoever good by any said or done she heard, she would straightways invent how to deprave or slanderously upbraid, or to misconstrue of a man's intent, and turn to ill the thing that was well meant. Therefore she used often to resort to common haunts and companies frequent, to hark what any one did good report, to blot the same with blame, or rest in wicked sort. And if that any ill she heard of any, she would it eke and make much worse by telling, and take great joy to publish it to many, that every matter worse was for her melling. Her name was hight Detraction, and her dwelling was near to Envy, even her neighbor next, a wicked hag, and Envy's self excelling in mischief, for herself she only vexed, but this same both herself and others eke perplexed. Her face was ugly, and her mouth distort, foaming with poison round about her gills, in which her cursed tongue, full sharp and short, appeared like aspis sting that closely kills, or cruelly does wound whomso she wills. A distaff in her other hand she had, upon the which she little spins, but spills, and feigns to weave false tales and leasings bad, to throw amongst the good, which others had disprad. These two now had themselves combined in one, and linked together gainst Sir Artegall, for whom they waited as his mortal foe, how they might make him into mischief fall, for freeing from their snares Irena thrall. Besides, unto themselves they gotten had a monster, which the blatant beast men call, a dreadful fiend of gods and men ydrad, whom they by sleights allured, and to their purpose lad. Such were these hags, and so unhandsome dressed, who, when they nigh approaching had espied Sir Artegall returned from his late quest, they both arose and at him loudly cried, as it had been two shepherds' curs had scried a ravenous wolf amongst the scattered flocks. And Envy first, as she that first him eyed, towards him runs, and with rude flaring locks about her ears does beat her breast and forehead knocks. Then from her mouth the gobbet she does take, the which whileare she was so greedily devouring, even that half gnawen snake, and at him throws it most despitefully. The cursed serpent, though she hungrily erst chawed thereon, yet was not all so dead, but that some life remained secretly, and as he passed afore withouten dread, bit him behind, that long the mark was to be read. Then th'other coming near gan him revile and foully rail, with all she could invent, saying that he had with unmanly guile and foul abusion both his honor blent, and that bright sword, the sword of justice lent, had stained with reproachful cruelty in guiltless blood of many an innocent. As for Grand Torto, Him with treachery and trains having surprised, he foully did to die. Thereto the blatant beast, by them set on, at him began aloud to bark and bay, with bitter rage and fell contention, that all the woods and rocks nigh to that way began to quake and tremble with dismay, and all the air rebellowed again, so dreadfully his 100 tongues did bray. And evermore those hags themselves did pain to sharpen him, and their own cursed tongues did strain. And still among most bitter words they spake, most shameful, most unrighteous, most untrue, that they the mildest man alive would make forget his patience, and yield vengeance due to her that so false slanders at him threw. And more to make them pierce and wound more deep, she with the sting which in her vile tongue grew did sharpen them, and in fresh poison steep. Yet he passed on, and seemed of them to take no keep. But Talus, hearing her so lewdly rail, and speak so ill of him that well deserved, would her have chastised with his iron flail, if her Sir Artegall had not preserved, and him forbidden, who his hest observed. So much the more at him still did she scold, and stones did cast. Yet he for naught would swerve from his right course, but still the way did hold to Faerie Court, where what him fell shall else be told.
End of Canto 12. Recording by Thomas Copeland. End of the Faerie Queene, Book 5, by Edmund SPENSER. Book 6, Canto 1 of the Faerie Queene, by Edmund SPENSER. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene, by Edmund SPENSER, Book 6. The sixth book of the Faerie Queene, containing the legend of Sir Calidore, or of courtesy. The ways through which my weary steps I guide in this delightful land of Faerie are so exceeding spacious and wide, and sprinkled with such sweet variety of all that pleasant is to ear or eye, that I, nigh ravished with rare thoughts' delight, my tedious travel do forget thereby. And when I 'gin to feel decay of might, its strength to me supplies, and cheers my dulled sprite. Such secret comfort, and such heavenly pleasures, ye sacred imps that on Parnasso dwell, and there the keeping have of learning's treasures, which do all worldly riches far excel, into the minds of mortal men do well, and goodly fury into them infuse. Guide ye my footing, and conduct me well in these strange ways, where never foot did use, ne none can find but who was taught them by the Muse. Reveal to me the sacred nursery of virtue, which with you doth there remain, where it in silver bowers does hidden lie from view of men, and wicked world's disdain. Since it at first was by the gods with pain planted in earth, being derived at first from heavenly seeds of bounty sovereign, and by them long with careful labor nursed, till it to ripeness grew, and forth to honor burst. Amongst them all grows not a fairer flower than is the blossom of comely courtesy, which, though it on a lowly stalk do bower, yet brancheth forth in brave nobility, and spreads itself through all civility, of which though present age do plenteous seem, yet being matched with plain antiquity, he will them all but feigned shows esteem, which carry colours fair, that feeble eyes misdeem. But in the trial of true courtesy, it's now so far from that which then it was, that it indeed is not but forgery, fashioned to please the eyes of them that pass, which see not perfect things but in a glass. Yet is that glass so gay, that it can blind the wisest sight, to think gold that is brass. But virtue's seat is deep within the mind, and not in outward shows, but inward thoughts defined. But where shall I in all antiquity so fair a pattern find, where may be seen the goodly praise of princely courtesy, as in yourself, O sovereign Lady Queen, in whose pure mind, as in a mirror sheen, it shows, and with her brightness doth inflame the eyes of all which thereon fixed been, but meriteth indeed an higher name,
yet so from low to high uplifted is your fame. Then pardon me, most dreaded sovereign, that from yourself I do this virtue bring, and to yourself do it return again. So from the ocean all rivers spring, and tribute back repay as to their king. Right so from you all goodly virtues well into the rest which round about you ring, fair lords and ladies which about you dwell, and do adorn your court where courtesies excel. Canto 1. Calidore saves from Malafort a damsel used viled, doth vanquish Crudor, and doth make Brianna wax more mild. Of court it seems men courtesy do call, for that it there most useth to abound, and well beseemeth that in princes' hall that virtue should be plentifully found, which of all goodly manners is the ground and root of civil conversation. Right so in Faerie Court it did redound, where courteous knights and ladies most did won of all the earth, and made a matchless paragon. But mongst them all was none more courteous knight than Calidore, beloved over all, in whom it seems that gentleness of sprite and manners mild were planted natural, to which he adding comely guise withal, and gracious speech, did steal men's hearts away. Natheless thereto he was full stout and tall, and well approved in battleless affray, that him did much renown, and far his fame display. Ne was there knight, ne was there lady found in Faerie Court, but him did dear embrace for his fair usage and conditions sound, the which in all men's liking gained place, and with the greatest purchased greatest grace, which he could wisely use and well apply, to please the best and the evil to embase. For he loathed leasing and base flattery, and loved simple truth and steadfast honesty. And now he was in travel on his way upon an hard adventure sore bestead, when as by chance he met upon a day with Artegall, returning yet half sad from his late conquest which he gotten had. Who, when as each of other had the sight, they knew themselves, and both their persons rad. When Calidore thus first: Hail, noblest knight of all this day on ground that breathe in living sprite. Now tell, if please you, of the good success which ye have had in your late enterprise. To whom Sir Artegall gan to express his whole exploit and valorous emprise, in order as it did to him arise. Now, happy man, said then Sir Calidore, which have so goodly as ye can devise achieved so hard a quest as few before, that shall you most renowned make for evermore. But where ye ended have, now I begin to tread an endless trace, withouten guide or good direction how to enter in, or how to issue forth in ways untried, in perils strange, in labors long and wide, in which although good fortune may befall, yet shall it not by none be testified. What is that quest, quoth then Sir Artegall, that you into such perils presently doth call? The blatant beast, quoth he, I do pursue, and through the world incessantly do chase, till I him overtake, or else subdue. Yet know I not or how or in what place to find him out, yet still I forward trace. What is that blatant beast? Then he replied, It is a monster bred of hellish race. Then answered he, which often hath annoyed good knights and ladies true, and many else destroyed. Of Cerberus whilome he was begot, and fell Chimera in her darksome den, through foul commixture of his filthy blot, where he was fostered long in Stygian fen, till he to perfect ripeness grew, and then into this wicked world he forth was sent, to be the plague and scourge of wretched men, whom with vile tongue and venomous intent he sore doth wound and bite, and cruelly torment. Then, since the savage island I did leave, Sir Artegall, I such a beast did see, the which did seem 1,000 tongues to have, that all in spite and malice did agree, with which he bayed and loudly barked at me, as if that he at once would me devour. But I, that knew myself from peril free, did not regard his malice, nor his power, but he the more his wicked poison forth did pour. That surely is that beast, said Calidore, which I pursue, of whom I am right glad to hear these tidings, which of none afore through all my weary travel I have had. Yet now some hope your words unto me add. Now God you speed, quoth then Sir Artegall, and keep your body from the danger dread, for ye have much ado to deal withal. So both took goodly leave, and parted several. Sir Calidore thence travelled not long, when as by chance a comely squire he found, that thorough some more mighty enemy's wrong, both hand and foot unto a tree was bound, who, seeing him from far, with piteous sound of his shrill cries, him called to his aid. To whom approaching in that painful stound, when he him saw, for no demands he stayed, but first him loosed, and afterwards thus to him said, Unhappy squire, what hard mishap thee brought into this bay of peril and disgrace? What cruel hand thy wretched thraldom wrought, and thee captived in this shameful place? To whom he answered thus, My hapless case is not occasioned through my misdesert, but through misfortune, which did me abase unto this shame, and my young hope subvert, ere that I in her guileful trains was well expert. Not far from hence, upon yond rocky hill, hard by a strait, there stands a castle strong, which doth observe a custom lewd and ill, and it hath long maintained with mighty wrong. For may no knight nor lady pass along that way, and yet they needs must pass that way by reason of the strait and rocks among, but they that lady's locks do shave away, and that knight's beard for toll, which they for passage pay. A shameful use as ever I did hear, said Calidore, and to be overthrown. But by what means did they at first it rear, and for what cause? Tell, if thou have it known. Said then that squire, The lady which doth own this castle is by name Brianna hight, than which a prouder lady liveth none. She long time hath dear loved a doughty knight, and sought to win his love by all the means she might. His name is Crudor, who through high disdain and proud despite of his self-pleasing mind, refused hath to yield her love again, until a mantle she for him do find, with beards of knights and locks of ladies lined. Which to provide, she hath this castle dight, and therein hath a seneschal assigned, called Malefort, a man of mickle might, who executes her wicked will with worse despite. He this same day, as I that way did come with a fair damsel, my beloved dear, in execution of her lawless doom, did set upon us, flying both for fear, for little boots against him hand to rear. Me first he took, unable to withstand, and whiles he her pursued everywhere, till his return unto this tree he bond, ne wot I surely whether her he yet have fond. Thus whiles they spake, they heard a rueful shriek of one loud crying, which they straightway guessed that it was she, the which for help did seek. Though looking up unto the cry to lest, they saw that carle from far, with hand unblessed, hailing that maiden by the yellow hair, that all her garments from her snowy breast, and from her head her locks he nigh did tear, ne would he spare for pity, no refrain for fear. Which heinous sight when Calidore beheld, eftsoons he loosed that squire, and so him left with heart's dismay and inward dolour quelled, for to pursue that villain which had reft that piteous spoil by so injurious theft. Whom overtaking, loud to him he cried, Leave, Faetor, quickly that misgotten weft to him that hath it better justified, and turn thee soon to him of whom thou art defied. Who, hearkening to that voice, himself upreared, and seeing him so fiercely towards make, against him stoutly ran, as not afeared, but rather more enraged for those words' sake, and with stern countenance thus unto him spake, Art thou the caitiff that defiest me, and for this maid whose party thou dost take, wilt give thy beard, though it but little be? Yet shall it not her locks for ransom from me free. With that he fiercely at him flew, and laid on hideous strokes with most importune might, that oft he made him stagger as unstayed, and oft recoil to shun his sharp despite. But Calidore, that was well skilled in fight, him long forbore, and still his spirit spared, lying in wait how him he damage might. But when he felt him shrink and come toward, he greater grew, and gan to drive at him more hard. Like as a water stream, whose swelling source shall drive a mill, within strong banks is pent, and long restrained of his ready course, so soon as passage is unto him lent, breaks forth, and makes his way more violent. Such was the fury of Sir Calidore, when once he felt his foeman to relent. He fiercely him pursued, and pressed sore, who as he still decayed, so he increased more. The heavy burden of whose dreadful might, whenas the carle no longer could sustain, his heart gan faint, and straight he took his flight towards the castle, where, if need constrain, his hope of refuge used to remain. Whom Calidore perceiving fast to fly, he him pursued, and chased through the plain, that he for dread of death gan loud to cry upon the ward to open to him hastily. They from the wall him seeing so aghast, the gate soon opened to receive him in. But Calidore did follow him so fast, that even in the porch he him did win, and cleft his head asunder to the chin. The carcass, tumbling down within the door, did choke the entrance with a lump of sin, that it could not be shut, whilst Calidore did enter in, and slew the porter on the floor. With that the rest, the which the castle kept, about him flocked, and hard at him did lay, but he them all from him full lightly swept, as doth a steer in heat of summer's day with his long tail the brises brush away. Thence passing forth into the hall he came, where of the lady's self in sad dismay he was ymet, who with uncomely shame gan him salute, and foul upbraid with faulty blame.
"False traitor knight," said she, "no knight at all, but scorn of arms, that hast with guilty hand murdered my men, and slain my seneschal. Now comest thou to rob my house unmanned, and spoil myself that cannot thee withstand? Yet doubt thou not but that some better knight than thou, that shall thy treason understand, will it avenge, and pay thee with thy right, and if none do, yet shame shall thee with shame requite."
Much was the knight abashed at that word, yet answered thus: "Not unto me the shame, but to the shameful doer it afford. Blood is no blemish, for it is no blame to punish those that do deserve the same. But they that break bands of civility, and wicked customs make, those do defame both noble arms and gentle courtesy. No greater shame to man than inhumanity. Then do yourself, for dread of shame, forego this evil manner which ye here maintain, and do instead thereof mild courtesy show to all that pass. That shall you glory gain more than his love, which thus ye seek to obtain." Wherewith, all full of wrath, she thus replied: "Vile recreant, know that I do much disdain thy courteous lore, that dost my love deride, who scorns thy idle scoff, and bids thee be defied. To take defiance at a lady's word," quoth he, "I hold it no indignity. But were he here, that would it with his sword abet, perhaps he mote it dearer buy." "Cowherd," quoth she, "were not that thou wouldst fly ere he do come, he should be soon in place." "If I do so," said he, "then liberty I leave to you, for aye me to disgrace with all those shames that erst ye spake me to deface." With that a dwarf she called to her in haste, and taking from her hand a ring of gold, a privy token which between them passed, bade him to fly with all the speed he could to Crudor, and desire him that he would vouchsafe to rescue her against a knight, who through strong power had now herself in hold, having late slain her seneschal in fight, and all her people murdered with outrageous might. The dwarf his way did haste, and went all night, but Calidore did with her there abide the coming of that so much threatened knight. Where that discourteous dame with scornful pride and foul entreaty him indignified, that
Iron heart it hardly could sustain. Yet he that could his wrath full wisely guide, did well endure her womanish disdain, and did himself from frail impatience refrain.
The morrow next, before the lamp of light above the earth upreared his flaming head, the dwarf, which bore that message to her knight, brought answer back, that ere he tasted bread he would her succour, and alive or dead her foe deliver up into her hand. Therefore he willed her do away all dread, and that of him she mote assured stand, he sent to her his basenet as a faithful band. Thereof full blithe the lady straight became, and gan to augment her bitterness much more. Yet no whit more appalled for the same, ne aught dismayed was Sir Calidore, but rather did more cheerful seem therefore, and having soon his arms about him dight, did issue forth to meet his foe afore, where long he stayed not, when as a knight he spied come pricking on with all his power and might. Well weened he straight that he should be the same which took in hand her quarrel to maintain, ne stayed to ask if it were he by name, but couched his spear and ran at him amain. They been met in middest of the plain, with so fell fury and dispiteous force, that neither could the other's stroke sustain, but rudely rolled to ground both man and horse, neither of other taking pity nor remorse. But Calidore uprose again full light, whiles yet his foe lay fast in senseless sound. Yet would he not him hurt, although he might, for shame he weened a sleeping wight to wound. But when Brianna saw that dreary stound, there where she stood upon the castle wall, she deemed him sure to have been dead on ground, and made such piteous mourning therewithal, that from the battlements she ready seemed to fall. Natheless at length himself he did uprear in lustless wise, as if against his will, ere he had slept his fill, he wakened were, and gan to stretch his limbs, which feeling ill of his late fall, a while he rested still. But when he saw his foe before him view, he shook off luskishness, and courage chill kindling afresh, gan battle to renew, to prove if better foot than horseback would ensue. There then began a fearful cruel fray betwixt them two, for mastery of might. For both were wondrous practic in that play, and passing well expert in single fight, and both inflamed with furious despite, which as it still increased, so still increased their cruel strokes and terrible affright. Ne once for ruth their rigor they released, ne once to breathe a while their anger's tempest ceased. Thus long they traced and traversed to and fro, and tried all ways how each mote entrance make into the life of his malignant foe. They hewed their helms and plates asunder brake, as they had potshares been, for naught mote slake their greedy vengeances, but gory blood, that at the last like to a purple lake of bloody gore congealed about them stood, which from their riven sides forth gushed like a flood. At length it chanced that both their hands on high at once did heave, with all their power and might, thinking the utmost of their force to try, and prove the final fortune of the fight. But Calidore, that was more quick of sight, and nimbler handed than his enemy, prevented him before his stroke could light, and on the helmet smote him formerly, that made him stoop to ground with meek humility. And ere he could recover foot again, he, following that fair advantage fast, his stroke redoubled with such might and main, that him upon the ground he groveling cast, and leaping to him light, would have unlaced his helm to make unto his vengeance way, who, seeing in what danger he was placed, cried out, "Ah, mercy, sir, do me not slay, but save my life, which lot before your foot doth lay." With that his mortal hand a while he stayed, and having somewhat calmed his wrathful heat with goodly patience, thus he to him said, "And is the boast of that proud lady's threat, that menaced me from the field to beat, now brought to this? By this now may ye learn strangers no more so rudely to entreat, but put away proud look and usage stern, the which shall not to you but foul dishonor yearn. For nothing is more blameful to a knight, that courtesy doth as well as arms profess, however strong and fortunate in fight, than the reproach of pride and cruelness. In vain he seeketh others to suppress, who hath not learned himself first to subdue. All flesh is frail and full of fickleness, subject to fortune's chance, still changing new. What haps today to me, tomorrow may to you. Who will not mercy unto others shew, how can he mercy ever hope to have? To pay each with his own is right and due, yet since ye mercy now do need to crave, I will it grant, your hopeless life to save, with these conditions, which I will propound. First, that ye better shall yourself behave unto all errant knights, whereso on ground. Next, that ye ladies aid in every stead and stound. The wretched man, that all this while did dwell in dread of death, his hests did gladly hear, and promised to perform his precept well, and whatsoever else he would require. So, suffering him to rise, he made him swear by his own sword, and by the cross thereon, to take Gloriana for his loving fear, without endower or composition, but to release his former foul condition. All which accepting, and with faithful oath binding himself most firmly to obey, he up arose, however lief or loath, and swore to him true fealty for aye. Then forth he called from sorrowful dismay the sad Gloriana, which all this beheld, who coming forth, yet full of late affray, Sir Calidore upcheered, and to her telled all this accord, to which he Crudor had compelled. Whereof she now more glad than sorry erst, all overcome with infinite effect, for his exceeding courtesy, that pierced her stubborn heart with inward deep effect. Before his feet herself she did project, and him adoring as her lives dear lord, with all due thanks and dutiful respect, herself acknowledged bound for that accord, by which he had to her both life and love restored. So all returning to the castle glad, most joyfully she them did entertain, where goodly glee and feast to them she made, to show her thankful mind and meaning fain, by all the means she mote it best explain. And after all unto Sir Calidore she freely gave that castle for his pain, and herself bound to him for evermore, so wondrously now changed from that she was afore. But Calidore himself would not retain nor land nor fee for hire of his good deed, but gave them straight unto that squire again, whom from her seneschal he lately freed, and to his damsel as their rightful meed, for recompense of all their former wrong. There he remained with them right well agreed, till of his wounds he wexed whole and strong, and then to his first quest he passed forth along.
End of Canto 1. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 2 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 2. Calidore sees young Tristram slay a proud discourteous knight. He makes him squire, and of him learns his state and present plight. What virtue is so fitting for a knight, or for a lady whom a knight should love, as courtesy, to bear themselves aright to all of each degree as doth behoove? For whether they be placed high above or low beneath, yet ought they well to know their good, that none them rightly may reprove of rudeness, for not yielding what they owe. Great skill it is such duties timely to bestow. Thereto great help Dame Nature's self doth lend, for some so goodly gracious are by kind, that every action doth them much commend, and in the eyes of men great liking find, which others that have greater skill in mind, though they enforce themselves, cannot attain. For every thing to which one is inclined doth best become, and greatest grace doth gain. Yet praise likewise deserve good thews, enforced with pain. That well in courteous Calidore appears, whose every deed and word that he did say was like enchantment, that through both the ears and both the eyes did steal the heart away. He now again is on his former way, to follow his first quest, when as he spied a tall young man from thence not far away, fighting on foot, as well he him descried, against an armed knight that did on horseback ride. And then beside a lady fair he saw, standing alone on foot in foul array, to whom himself he hastily did draw, to weet the cause of so uncomely fray, and to depart them, if so be he may. But ere he came in place, that youth had killed that armed knight, that low on ground he lay, which when he saw, his heart was inly chilled with great amazement, and his thought with wonder filled. Him steadfastly he marked, and saw to be a goodly youth of amiable grace, yet but a tender slip, that scarce did see yet 17 years, but tall and fair of face, that sure he deemed him born of noble race. All in a woodman's jacket he was clad, of Lincoln green, belayed with silver lace, and on his head and hood with aglets spread, and by his side his hunter's horn he hanging had. Buskins he wore of costliest cordwain, pinked upon gold, and paled part per part, as then the guise was for each gentle swain. In his right hand he held a trembling dart, whose fellow he before had sent apart, and in his left he held a sharp boar spear, with which he wont to launch the savage heart of many a lion, and of many a bear, that first unto his hand in chase did happen near. Whom Calidore a while well having viewed, at length bespake, "What means this, gentle swain? Why hath thy hand, too bold, itself imbrued in blood of knight, the which by thee is slain, by thee no knight, which arms impugneth plain?" "Certes," said he, "loath were I to have broken the law of arms, yet break it should again, rather than let myself of wight be stroken, so long as these two arms were able to be wroken. For not I him, as this his lady here may witness well, did offer first to wrong, ne surely thus unarmed I likely were, but he me first, through pride and puissance strong assailed, not knowing what to arms doth long. Perdie great blame." Then said Sir Calidore, "For armed knight, a wight unarmed to wrong. But then areed, thou gentle child, wherefore betwixt you two began this strife and stern uproar?" "That shall I sooth," said he, "to you declare. I, whose unriper years are yet unfit for thing of weight, or work of greater care, do spend my days, and bend my careless wit to salvage chase, where I thereon may hit in all this forest and wild woody reign. Where, as this day I was enranging it, I chanced to meet this knight, who there lies slain, together with this lady, passing on the plain. The knight, as ye did see, on horseback was, and this his lady, that him ill became, on her fair feet by his horse side did pass through thick and thin, unfit for any dame. Yet not content, more to increase his shame, when so she lagged, as she needs mote do, he with his spear, that was to him great blame, would thump her forward, and enforce to go, weeping to him in vain, and making piteous woe. Which when I saw, as they me passed by, much was I moved in indignant mind, and gan to blame him for such cruelty towards a lady, whom with usage kind he rather should have taken up behind. Wherewith he wroth, and full of proud disdain, took in foul scorn that I such fault did find, and me in lieu thereof reviled again, threatening to chastise me, as doth to child pertain. Which I, no less disdaining, back returned his scornful taunts unto his teeth again, that he straightway with haughtier choler burned, and with his spear strook me one stroke or twain, which I enforced to bear, though to my pain cast to requite, and with a slender dart, fellow of this I bear, thrown not in vain, strook him, as seemeth, underneath the heart, that through the wound his spirit shortly did depart." Much did Sir Calidore admire this speech, tempered so well, but more admired the stroke, that through the mails had made so strong a breach into his heart, and had so sternly wroke his wrath on him that first occasion broke. Yet rested not, but further gan inquire of that same lady, whether what he spoke were soothly so, and that th' unrighteous ire of her own knight had given him his own due hire. Of all which, when as she could not deny, but cleared that stripling of imputed blame, said then Sir Calidore, "Neither will I him charge with guilt, but rather do quite claim, for what he spake, for you he spake it, dame, and what he did himself to save. Against both which that knight wrought knightless shame, for knights and all men this by nature have, towards all women kind, them kindly to behave. But sith that he is gone irrevocable, please it you, lady, to us to areed what cause could make him so dishonorable, to drive you so on foot, unfit to tread, and lackey by him, gainst all womanhead." "Certes, Sir Knight," said she, "full loath I were to raise a living blame against the dead, but since it me concerns myself to clear, I will the truth discover, as it chanced whileare. This day, as he and I together rode upon our way, to which we were bent, we chanced to come forby a covert glade within a wood, whereas a lady gent sate with a knight, in joyous jolliment of their frank loves, free from all jealous spies. Fair was the lady, sure, that mote content in heart, not carried with too curious eyes, and unto him did shew all lovely courtesies. Whom when my knight did see so lovely fair, he inly gan her lover to envy, and wish that he part of his spoil might share. Whereto, when as my presence he did spy to be a let, he bade me by and by for to alight. But when as I was loath my love's own part to leave so suddenly, he with strong hand down from his steed me throwth, and with presumptuous power against that knight straight goeth. Unarmed all was the knight, as then more meet for lady's service and for love's delight, than fearing any foeman there to meet. Whereof he taking odds, straight bids him dight himself to yield his love, or else to fight. Whereat the other starting up dismayed, yet boldly answered, as he rightly might, to leave his love he should be ill apaid, in which he had good right gainst all that it gainsayed. Yet, since he was not presently in plight her to defend, or his to justify, he him requested, as he was a knight, to lend him day his better right to try, or stay till he his arms, which were thereby, might lightly fetch. But he was fierce and hot, ne time would give, nor any terms aby, but at him flew, and with his spear him smote, from which to think to save himself it booted not. Meanwhile his lady, which this outrage saw, whilst they together for the quarry strove, into the covert did herself withdraw, and closely hid herself within the grove. My knight hers soon as seems to danger drove, and left sore wounded. But when her he missed, he walks half mad, and in that rage gan rove and range through all the wood, whereso he wist she hidden was, and sought her so long as him list. But when as her he by no means could find, after long search and choff, he turned back unto the place where me he left behind. There gan he me to curse and ban for lack of that fair booty, and with bitter wrack to wreak on me the guilt of his own wrong. Of all which I, yet glad to bear the pack, strove to appease him, and persuaded long. But still his passion grew more violent and strong. Then, as it were to venge his wrath on me, when forward we should fare, he flat refused to take me up, as this young man did see, upon his steed, for no just cause accused, but forced to trot on foot, and foul misused, punching me with the butt end of his spear, in vain complaining to be so abused. For he regarded neither plaint nor tear, but more enforced my pain, the more my plaints to hear. So passed we, till this young man us met, and being moved with pity of my plight, spake as was meet for ease of my regret, whereof befell what now is in your sight. Now sure, then, said Sir Calidore, and right meseems that him befell by his own fault. Whoever thinks through confidence of might, or through support of countenance proud and halt, to wrong the weaker, oft falls in his own assault. Then turning back unto that gentle boy, which had himself so stoutly well acquit, seeing his face so lovely stern and coy, and hearing th' answers of his pregnant wit, he praised it much, and much admired it, that sure he weened him born of noble blood, with whom those graces did so goodly fit. And when he long had him beholding stood, he burst into these words, as to him seemed good: "Fair gentle swain, and yet as stout as fair, that in these woods amongst the nymphs dost one, which daily may to thy sweet looks repair, as they are wont unto Latona's son after his chase on woody Cynthus done. Well may I certes such an one thee rede, as by thy worth thou worthily hast won, or surely born of some heroic seed, that in thy face appears and gracious goodlihead. But should it not displease thee it to tell, unless thou in these woods thyself conceal for love amongst the woody gods to dwell, I would thyself require thee to reveal, for dear affection and unfeigned zeal, which to thy noble personage I bear, and wish thee grow in worship and great weal. For since the day that arms I first did rear, I never saw in any greater hope appear. To whom then thus the noble youth: May be, Sir Knight, that by discovering my estate, harm may arise unweeting unto me. Natheless, sith ye so courteous seemed late, to you I will not fear it to relate. Then wot ye that I am a Briton born, son of a king. However thorough fate or fortune I my country have forlorn, and lost the crown which should my head by right adorn. And Tristram is my name, the only heir of good King Meleagrus, which did reign in Cornwall, till that he through life's despair untimely died, before I did attain ripe years of reason, my right to maintain. After whose death his brother, seeing me an infant, weak a kingdom to sustain, upon him took the royal high degree, and sent me where him list, instructed for to be. The widow queen my mother, which then hight fair Emmeline, conceiving then great fear of my frail safety, resting in the might of him that did the kingly sceptre bear, whose jealous dread enduring not a peer, is wont to cut off all that doubt may breed, thought best away me to remove somewhere into some foreign land, where as no need of dreaded danger might his doubtful humour feed. So, taking counsel of a wise man read, she was by him advised to send me quite out of the country wherein I was bred, the which the fertile Lioness is hight, into the land of Faerie, where no wight should weet of me, nor work me any wrong, to whose wise rede she hearkening, sent me straight into this land, where I have woned thus long, since I was 10 years old, now grown to stature strong. All which my days I have not lewdly spent, nor spilt the blossom of my tender years in idleness, but, as was convenient, have trained been with many noble fears in gentle thews, and such like seemly leers. Mongst which my most delight hath always been to hunt the savage chase amongst my peers, of all that rangeth in the forest green, of which none is to me unknown that ever was seen. Nay, is there hawk which mantleth her on perch, whether high towering or a coasting low, but I the measure of her flight do search, and all her prey and all her diet know. Such be our joys which in these forests grow. Only the use of arms, which most I joy, and fitteth most for noble swain to know, I have not tasted yet past a boy, and being now high time these strong joints to employ. Therefore, good sir, sith now occasion fit doth fall, whose like hereafter seldom may, let me this crave, unworthy though of it, that ye will make me squire without delay, that from henceforth in battleless array I may bear arms, and learn to use them right, the rather since that fortune hath this day given me the spoil of this dead knight, these goodly gilden arms which I have won in fight. All which, when well Sir Calidore had heard, him much more now than erst he gan admire, for the rare hope which in his years appeared, and thus replied: Fair child, the high desire to love of arms, which in you doth aspire, I may not certes without blame deny, but rather wish that some more noble hire, though none more noble than is chivalry, I had you to reward with greater dignity. There him he caused to kneel, and made to swear faith to his knight, and truth to ladies all, and never to be recreant, for fear of peril, or of aught that might befall. So he him dubbed, and his squire did call. Full glad and joyous then young Tristram grew, like as a flower whose silken leaf is small, long shut up in the bud from heaven's view, at length breaks forth, and broad displays his smiling hue. Thus when they long had treated to and fro, and Calidore betook him to depart, child Tristram prayed that he with him might go on his adventure, vowing not to start, but wait on him in every place and part. Whereat Sir Calidore did much delight, and greatly joyed at his so noble heart. In hope he sure would prove a doughty knight, yet for the time this answer he to him behight: Glad would I surely be, thou courteous squire, to have thy presence in my present quest, that mote thy kindled courage set on fire, and flame forth honor in thy noble breast. But I am bound by vow, which I professed to my dread sovereign, when I it essayed, that in achievement of her high behest I should no creature join unto mine aid. For thee I may not grant that ye so greatly prayed. But since this lady is all desolate, and needeth safeguard now upon her way, ye may do well in this her needful state to succor her from danger of dismay. That thankful guerdon may to you repay. The noble imp, of such new service fain, it gladly did accept, as he did say. So taking courteous leave, they parted twain, and Calidore forth passed to his former pain. But Tristram, then despoiling that dead knight of all those goodly implements of praise, long fed his greedy eyes with the fair sight of the bright metal, shining like sun rays, handling and turning them 1,000 ways. And after having them upon him dight, he took that lady, and her up did raise upon the steed of her own late dead knight. So with her marched forth, as she did him behight. There to their fortune leave we them a while, and turn we back to good Sir Calidore, who, ere he thence had travelled many a mile, came to the place where, as ye heard afore, this knight whom Tristram slew had wounded sore another knight in his dispiteous pride. There he that knight found lying on the floor, with many wounds full perilous and wide, that all his garments and the grass in vermeil dyed. And there beside him sate upon the ground his woeful lady, piteously complaining with loud laments that most unlucky stound, and her sad self with careful hand constraining to wipe his wounds and ease their bitter paining. Which sorry sight when Calidore did view, with heavy eyne, from tears uneath refraining, his mighty heart their mournful case gan rue, and for their better comfort to them nigher drew. Then speaking to the lady, thus he said, Ye doleful dame, let not your grief impeach to tell what cruel hand hath thus arrayed this knight unarmed, with so unknightly breach of arms, that if I yet him nigh may reach, I may avenge him of so foul despite. The lady, hearing his so courteous speech, gan rear her eyes as to the cheerful light, and from her sorry heart few heavy words forth sight, in which she showed how that discourteous knight whom Tristram slew, them in that shadow found, joying together in unblamed delight, and him, unarmed as now he lay on ground, charged with his spear, and mortally did wound, withouten cause, but only her to reave from him to whom she was for ever bound. Yet when she fled into that covert grieve, he, her not finding, both them thus nigh dead did leave. When Calidore this rueful story had well understood, he gan of her demand what manner wight he was, and how yclad, which had this outrage wrought with wicked hand. She then, like as she best could understand, him thus described to be of stature large, clad all in gilden arms, with azure band quartered athwart, and bearing in his targe a lady on rough waves rowed in a summer barge. Then gan Sir Calidore to guess straightway, by many signs which he described had, that this was he whom Tristram erst did slay, and to her said, Dame, be no longer sad, for he that hath your knight so ill bestad is now himself in much more wretched plight. These eyes him saw upon the cold earth spread, the meed of his desert for that despite, which to yourself he wrought, and to your loved knight. Therefore, fair lady, lay aside this grief which ye have gathered to your gentle heart for that displeasure, and think what relief were best devised for this your lover's smart, and how ye may him hence, and to what part, convey to be recured. She thanked him dear, both for that news he did to her impart, and for the courteous care which he did bear both to her love and to herself in that sad drear. Yet could she not devise by any wit how thence she might convey him to some place, for him to trouble she had thought unfit, that was a stranger to her wretched case, and him to bear she thought it thing too base, which when as he perceived, he thus bespake, Fair lady, let it not you seem disgraced to bear this burden on your dainty back. Myself will bear a part, co-portion of your pack. So off he did his shield, and downward laid upon the ground, like to an hollow bier, and pouring balm, which he had long purveyed, into his wounds, him up thereon did rear, and twixt them both with parted pains did bear twixt life and death, not knowing what was done. Thence they him carried to a castle near, in which a worthy ancient knight did won, where what ensued shall in next canto be begun.
End of Canto 2. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 3 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Canto 3.
Calidore brings Priscilla home, pursues the blatant beast, saves Serena, whilst Calipene by Turpin is oppressed. True is that whilom that good poet said, the gentle mind by gentle deeds is known. For a man by nothing is so well bewrayed as by his manners, in which plain is shown of what degree and what race he is grown. For seldom seen a trotting stallion get an ambling colt, that is his proper own, so seldom seen that one in baseness set doth noble courage shew with courteous manners met. But evermore contrary hath been tried, that gentle blood will gentle manners breed, as well may be in Calidore descried, by late ensample of that courteous deed done to that wounded knight in his great need, whom on his back he bore, till he him brought unto the castle where they had decreed. There of the knight, the which that castle ought to make abode, that night he greatly was besought. He was to weet a man of full ripe years, that in his youth had been of mickle might, and borne great sway in arms amongst his peers. But now weak age had dimmed his candle light, yet was he courteous still to every wight, and loved all that did to arms incline, and was the father of that wounded knight, whom Calidore thus carried on his kine. And Aldus was his name, and his son's Aladine, who, when he saw his son so ill bedight with bleeding wounds, brought home upon a bier by a fair lady and a stranger knight, was inly touched with compassion dear, and dear affection of so doleful drear, that he these words burst forth: "Ah, sorry boy, is this the hope that to my hoary hair thou brings? Ay me, is this the timely joy which I expected long, now turned to sad annoy? Such is the weakness of all mortal hope, so tickle is the state of earthly things, that ere they come unto their aimed scope, they fall too short of our frail reckonings, and bring us bale and bitter sorrowings, instead of comfort which we should embrace. This is the state of Caesars and of kings. Let none, therefore, that is in meaner place, too greatly grieve at any his unlucky case." So well and wisely did that good old knight temper his grief, and turned it to cheer his guests, whom he had stayed that night, and make their welcome to them well appear. That to Sir Calidore was easy gear. But that fair lady would be cheered for naught, but sighed and sorrowed for her lover dear, and inly did afflict her pensive thought with thinking to what case her name should now be brought. For she was daughter to a noble lord which dwelt thereby, who sought her to affy to a great peer. But she did disaccord, ne could her liking to his love apply, but loved this fresh young knight, who dwelt her nigh, the lusty Aladine, though meaner born, and of less livelihood and ability, yet full of valor, the which did adorn his meanness much, and make her th'other's riches scorn. So, having both found fit occasion, they met together in that luckless glade, where that proud knight in his presumption the gentle Aladine did erst invade, being unarmed and set in secret shade, whereof she now bethinking gan to advise how great a hazard she at erst had made of her good fame, and further gan devise how she the blame might salve with colored disguise. But Calidore with all good courtesy feigned her to frolic, and to put away the pensive fit of her melancholy. And that old knight by all means did essay to make them both as merry as he may.
So they the evening passed till time of rest, when Calidore in seemly good array unto his bower was brought, and there undressed did sleep all night through weary travel of his quest. But fair Priscilla, so that lady hight, would to no bed, nor take no kindly sleep, but by her wounded love did watch all night, and all the night for bitter anguish weep, and with her tears his wounds did wash and steep. So well she washed them, and so well she watched him, that of the deadly swound, in which full deep he drenched was, she at the length dispatched him, and drove away the stound which mortally attached him. The morrow next, when day gan to uplook, he also gan uplook with dreary eye, like one that out of deadly dream awoke. Where when he saw his fair Priscilla by, he deeply sighed, and groaned inwardly to think of this ill state in which she stood, to which she for his sake had weetingly now brought herself, and blamed her noble blood. For first next after life he tendered her good, which she perceiving did with plenteous tears his care more than her own compassionate, forgetful of her own, to mind his fears. So both conspiring gan to intimate each other's grief with zeal affectionate, and twixt them twain with equal care to cast, how to save whole her hesited estate, for which the only help now left them last seemed to be Calidore, all other helps were past. Him they did deem, as sure to them he seemed, a courteous knight, and full of faithful trust. Therefore to him their cause they best esteemed whole to commit, and to his dealing just. Early, so soon as Titan's beams forth brust through the thick clouds in which they steeped lay all night in darkness, dulled with iron rust, Calidore, rising up as fresh as day, gan freshly him address unto his former way. But first him seemed fit that wounded knight to visit, after this night's perilous pass, and to salute him, if he were in plight, and eke that lady his fair lovely lass. There he him found much better than he was, and moved speech to him of things of course, the anguish of his pain to overpass. Mongst which he namely did to him discourse of former days' mishap, his sorrow's wicked source. Of which occasion Aldine taking hold, gan break to him the fortunes of his love, and all his disadventures to unfold, that Calidore it dearly deep did move. In the end, his kindly courtesy to prove, he him by all the bands of love besought, and as it mote a faithful friend behoove, to safe conduct his love, and not for aught to leave, till to her father's house he had her brought. Sir Calidore his faith thereto did plight it to perform. So after little stay, that she herself had to the journey dight, he passed forth with her in fair array, fearless, who aught did think, or aught did say, sith his own thought he knew most clear from white. So as they passed together on their way, he gan devise this countercast of sleight, to give fair colour to that lady's cause in sight. Straight to the carcass of that knight he went, the cause of all this evil, who was slain the day before by just avengement of noble Tristram, where it did remain. There he the neck thereof did cut in twain, and took with him the head, the sign of shame. So forth he passed thorough that day's pain, till to that lady's father's house he came, most pensive man through fear what of his child became. There he arriving boldly did present the fearful lady to her father dear, most perfect pure, and guiltless innocent of blame, as he did on his knighthood swear, since first he saw her, and did free from fear of a discourteous knight, who had her reft, and by outrageous force away did bear. Witness thereof he showed his head there left, and wretched life forlorn for vengement of his theft. Most joyful man her sire was, her to see, and hear the adventure of her late mischance. And thousand thanks to Calidore for fee of his large pains for her deliverance did yield. Ne less the lady did advance. Thus, having her restored trustily as he had vowed, some small continuance he there did make, and then most carefully unto his first exploit he did himself apply. So as he was pursuing of his quest, he chanced to come whereas a jolly knight in covert shade himself did safely rest, to solace with his lady in delight. His warlike arms he had from him undight, for that himself he thought from danger free, and far from envious eyes that mote him spite. And eke the lady was full fair to see, and courteous withal, becoming her degree. To whom Sir Calidore approaching nigh, ere they were well aware of living wight, them much abashed, but more himself thereby, that he so rudely did upon them light, and troubled had their quiet love's delight. Yet, since it was his fortune, not his fault, himself thereof he laboured to acquite, and pardon craved for his so rash assault, that he gainst courtesy so foully did default. With which his gentle words and goodly wit he soon allayed that knight's conceived displeasure, that he besought him down by him to sit, that they mote treat of things abroad at leisure, and of adventures which had in his measure of so long ways to him befallen late. So down he sate, and with delightful pleasure his long adventures gan to him relate, which he endured had through dangerous debate. Of which, whilst they discoursed both together, the fair Serena, so his lady hight, allured with mildness of the gentle weather, and pleasance of the place, the which was dight with divers flowers, distinct with rare delight, wandered about the fields, as liking led her wavering lust after her wandering sight, to make a garland to adorn her head, without suspect of ill or danger's hidden dread. All suddenly out of the forest near, the blatant beast forth rushing unaware, caught her thus loosely wandering here and there, and in his wide great mouth away her bare, crying aloud in vain, to show her sad misfare unto the knights, and calling oft for aid, who, with the horror of her hapless care, hastily starting up like men dismayed, ran after fast to rescue the distressed maid. The beast, with their pursuit incited more, into the wood was bearing her apace, for to have spoiled her, when Calidore, who was more light of foot and swift in chase, him overtook in middest of his race, and fiercely charging him with all his might, forced to forego his prey there in the place, and to betake himself to fearful flight, for he durst not abide with Calidore to fight. Who, natheless, when he the lady saw there left on ground, though in full evil plight, yet knowing that her knight now near did draw, stayed not to succour her in that affright, but followed fast the monster in his flight. Through woods and hills he followed him so fast, that he no let him breathe nor gather sprite, but forced him gape and gasp with dread aghast, as if his lungs and lights were nigh asunder brast. And now by this Sir Calopine, so hight, came to the place where he his lady found in dolorous dismay and deadly plight. All in gore blood there tumbled on the ground, having both sides through gripped with grisly wound. His weapons soon he from him threw away, and stooping down to her in dreary swound, upreared her from the ground whereon she lay, and in his tender arms her forced up to stay. So well he did his busy pains apply, that the faint sprite he did revoke again to her frail mansion of mortality. Then up he took her twixt his armes twain, and setting on his steed, her did sustain with careful hands, soft footing her beside, till to some place of rest they mote attain, where she in safe assurance mote abide, till she recured was of those her woundes wide. Now, when as Phoebus with his fiery wain unto his inn began to draw apace, though waxing weary of that toilsome pain, in travelling on foot so long a space, not wont on foot with heavy arms to trace, down in a dale, for by a river's side, he chanced to spy a fair and stately place, to which he meant his weary steps to guide, in hope there for his love some succour to provide. But coming to the river's side, he found that hardly passable on foot it was. Therefore there still he stood as in a stound, ne wist which way he through the flood mote pass. Thus, whilst he was in this distressed case, devising what to do, he nigh espied an armed knight approaching to the place, with a fair lady linked by his side, the which themselves prepared thorough the ford to ride. Whom Calopine saluting as became, besought of courtesy, in that his need, for safe conducting of his sickly dame through that same perilous ford with better heed, to take him up behind upon his steed. To whom that other did this taunt return: "Perdie, thou peasant knight, mightst rightly read me then to be full base and evil born, if I would bear behind a burden of such scorn. But as thou hast thy steed forlorn with shame, so fare on foot, till thou another gain, and let thy lady likewise do the same. Or bear her on thy back with pleasing pain, and prove thy manhood on the billows vain. With which rude speech his lady much displeased did him reprove, yet could him not restrain, and would on her own palfrey him have eased, for pity of his dame, whom she saw so diseased. Sir Calapine her thanked, yet inly wroth against her knight, her gentleness refused, and carelessly into the river goeth, as in despite to be so foul abused of a rude churl, whom often he accused of foul discourtesy, unfit for knight, and strongly wading through the waves unused, with spear in one hand stayed himself upright, with t'other stayed his lady up with steady might. And all the while that same discourteous knight stood on the further bank, beholding him, at whose calamity, for more despite, he laughed, and mocked to see him like to swim. But when as Calapine came to the brim, and saw his carriage past that peril well, looking at that same carle with countenance grim, his heart with vengeance inwardly did swell, and forth at last did break in speeches sharp and fell. Unknightly knight, the blemish of that name, and blot of all that arms upon them take, which is the badge of honor and of fame, lo, I defy thee, and here challenge make, that thou for ever do those arms forsake, and be for ever held a recreant knight, unless thou dare for thy dear lady's sake, and for thine own defence, on foot alight, to justify thy fault against me in equal fight. The dastard, that did hear himself defied, seemed not to weigh his threatful words at all, but laughed them out, as if his greater pride did scorn the challenge of so base a thrall, or had no courage, or else had no gall. So much the more was Calapine offended, that him to no revenge he forth could call, but both his challenge and himself contemned, ne carried as a coward so to be condemned. But he, not weighing what he said or did, turned his steed about another way, and with his lady to the castle rid, where was his won. Ne did the other stay, but after went directly as he may, for his sick charge some harbour there to seek, where he arriving with the fall of day, drew to the gate, and there with prayers meek and mild entreaty lodging did for her beseek. But the rude porter, that no manners had, did shut the gate against him in his face, and entrance boldly unto him forbade. Nathless the knight now in so needy case gan him entreat, even with submission base, and humbly prayed to let them in that night, who to him answered, that there was no place of lodging fit for any errant knight, unless that with his lord he formerly did fight. Full loath am I, quoth he, as now at erst, when day is spent and rest us needeth most, and that this lady, both whose sides are pierced with wounds, is ready to forego the ghost. Ne would I gladly combat with mine host, that should to me such courtesy afford, unless that I were thereunto enforced. But yet arede to me, how hight thy lord, that doth thus strongly ward the castle of the ford? His name, quoth he, if that thou list to learn, is hight Sir Turpin, one of mickle might and manhood rare, but terrible and stern in all assays to every errant knight, because of one that wrought him foul despite. Ill seems, said he, if he so valiant be, that he should be so stern to stranger wight. For seldom yet did living creature see that courtesy and manhood ever disagree. But go thy ways to him, and from me say, that here is at his gate an errant knight, that house room craves, yet would be loath to say the proof of battle now in doubtful night, or courtesy with rudeness to requite. Yet if he needs will fight, crave leave till morn, and tell with all the lamentable plight in which this lady languisheth forlorn, that pity craves, as he of woman was y-born. The groom went straightway in, and to his lord declared the message which that knight did move, who, sitting with his lady then at board, not only did not his demand approve, but both himself reviled, and eke his love, albeit his lady that Blandina hight him of ungentle usage did reprove, and earnestly entreated that they might find favour to be lodged there for that same night. Yet would he not persuaded be for aught, ne from his currish will a whit reclaim, which answer when the groom returning brought to Callapine, his heart did inly flame with wrathful fury for so foul a shame, that he could not thereof avenged be, but most for pity of his dearest dame, whom now in deadly danger he did see, yet had no means to comfort, nor procure her glee. But all in vain, for why no remedy he saw the present mischief to redress, but that most end perforce for to abye, which that night's fortune would for him address. So down he took his lady in distress, and laid her underneath a bush to sleep, covered with cold, and wrapped in wretchedness, whiles he himself all night did naught but weep, and wary watch about her, for her safeguard keep. The morrow next, so soon as joyous day did show itself in sunny beams bedight, Serena, full of dolorous dismay, twixt darkness, dread, and hope of living light, upreared her head to see that cheerful sight. Then Callapine, however inly wroth, and greedy to avenge that vile despite, yet for the feeble lady's sake full loath to make their lenger stay, forth on his journey goeth. He goeth on foot, all armed by her side, upstaying still herself upon her steed, being unable else alone to ride. So sore her sides, so much her wounds did bleed, till that at length, in his extremest need, he chanced far off an armed knight to spy, pursuing him apace with greedy speed, whom well he wist to be some enemy that meant to make advantage of his misery. Wherefore he stayed, till that he nearer drew, to weet what issue would thereof betide. Though, when as he approached nigh in view, by certain signs he plainly him descried to be the man that with such scornful pride had him abused and shamed yesterday. Therefore, misdoubting lest he should misguide his former malice to some new assay, he cast to keep himself so safely as he may. By this the other came in place likewise, and couching close his spear and all his power, as bent to some malicious enterprise, he bade him stand to bide the bitter stour of his sore vengeance, or to make avour of the lewd words and deeds which he had done. With that ran at him, as he would devour his life at once, who naught could do but shun the peril of his pride, or else be overrun. Yet he him still pursued from place to place, with full intent him cruelly to kill, and like a wild goat round about did chase, flying the fury of his bloody will. But his best succour and refuge was still behind his lady's back, who to him cried and called oft with prayers loud and shrill, as ever he to lady was affied to spare her night, and rest with reason pacified. But he the more thereby enraged was, and with more eager fellness him pursued, so that at length, after long weary chase, having by chance a close advantage viewed, he overwrought him, having long eschewed his violence in vain, and with his spear struck through his shoulder, that the blood ensued in great abundance, as a well it were, that forth out of an hill fresh gushing did appear. Yet ceased he not for all that cruel wound, but chased him still for all his lady's cry, nor satisfied till on the fatal ground he saw his life poured forth dispiteously, the which was certes in great jeopardy, had not a wondrous chance his rescue wrought, and saved from his cruel villainy. Such chances oft exceed all human thought, that in another canto shall to end be brought.
End of Canto 3. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 4 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund SPENSER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 4. Callapine by a salvage man from Turpine rescued is, and whilst an infant from a bear he saves, his love doth miss. Like as a ship with dreadful storm long tossed, having spent all her masts and her ground hold, now far from harbour likely to be lost, at last some fisher bark doth near behold, that giveth comfort to her courage cold, Such was the state of this most courteous knight, being oppressed by that fater bold, that he remained in most perilous plight, and his sad lady left in pitiful affright. Till that by fortune, passing all foresight, a salvage man, which in those woods did won, drawn with that lady's loud and piteous shright, toward the same incessantly did run, to understand what there was to be done. There he this most discourteous craven found, as fiercely yet as when he first begun, chasing the gentle Calipine around, ne sparing him the more for all his grievous wound. The salvage man, that never till this hour did taste of pity, neither gentlest knew, seeing his sharp assault and cruel stour, was much emmoved at his perils view, that even his ruder heart began to rue, and feel compassion of his evil plight, against his foe that did him so pursue. From whom he meant to free him if he might, and him avenge of that so villainous despite. Yet arms or weapon had he none to fight, ne knew the use of warlike instruments, save such as sudden rage him lent to smite, but naked, without needful vestments to clad his corse, with meek habiliments, he carried not for dint of sword nor spear, no more than for the stroke of straws or bents, for from his mother's womb, which him did bear, he was invulnerable made by magic leer. He stayed not to advise which way were best his foe to sail, or how himself to guard, and with fierce fury and with force infest upon him ran, who being well prepared, his first assault full warily did ward, and with the push of his sharp pointed spear full on the breast him strook, so strong and hard, that forced him back recoil, and reel arear, yet in his body made no wound nor blood appear. With that the wild man more enraged grew, like to a tiger that hath missed his prey, and with mad mood again upon him flew, regarding neither spear that mote him slay, nor his fierce steed that mote him much dismay. The savage nation doth all dread despise, though on his shield he gripple hold did lay, and held the same so hard, that by no wise he could him force to loose, or leave his enterprise. Long did he wrest and wring it to and fro, and every way did try, but all in vain. For he would not his greedy gripe forego, but hailed and pulled with all his might and main, that from his steed him nigh he drew again. Who, having now no use of his long spear, so nigh at hand, nor force his shield to strain, both spear and shield, as things that needless were, he quite forsook, and fled himself away for fear. But after him the wild man ran apace, and him pursued with importune speed, for he was swift as any buck in chase, and had he not in his extremest need been helped through the swiftness of his steed, he had him overtaken in his flight, who ever as he saw him nigh succeed, gan cry aloud with horrible affright, and shriek it out, a thing uncomely for a knight. But when the salvage saw his labor vain, in following of him that fled so fast, he weary walks, and back returned again with speed unto the place whereas he last had left that couple near their utmost cast. There he that night full sorely bleeding found, and eke the lady fearfully aghast, both for the peril of the present stound, and also for the sharpness of her rankling wound. For, though she were right glad so rid to be from that vile losel which her late offended, yet now no less encumbrance did she see, and peril by this salvage man pretended, gainst whom she saw no means to be defended, by reason that her knight was wounded sore. Therefore herself she wholly recommended to God's sole grace, whom she did oft implore to send her succor, being of all hope forlore. But the wild man, contrary to her fear, came to her creeping like a fawning hound, and by rude tokens made to her appear his deep compassion of her doleful stound, kissing his hands and crouching to the ground, for other language he had none, nor speech, but a soft murmur and confused sound of senseless words, which nature did him teach, to express his passions, which his reason did impeach. And coming likewise to the wounded knight, when he beheld the streams of purple blood yet flowing fresh, as moved with the sight, he made great moan after his savage mood, and running straight into the thickest wood, a certain herb from thence unto him brought, whose virtue he by use well understood, the juice whereof into his wound he wrought, and stopped the bleeding straight, ere he had staunched thought. Then taking up that recreant's shield and spear, which erst he left, he signs unto them made, with him to wend unto his woning near, to which he easily did them persuade. Far in the forest, by a hollow glade, covered with mossy shrubs, which spreading broad, did underneath them make a gloomy shade, where foot of living creature never trode, ne scarce wild beasts durst come, there was this wight's abode. Thither he brought these unacquainted guests, to whom fair semblance as he could he showed, by signs, by looks, and all his other guests. But the bare ground with hoary moss bestrowed must be their bed, their pillow was unsowed, and the fruits of the forest was their feast. For their bad steward neither ploughed nor sowed, ne fed on flesh, ne ever of wild beast did taste the blood, obeying nature's first behest. Yet howsoever base and mean it were, they took it well, and thanked God for all, which had them freed from that deadly fear, and saved from being to that caitiff thrall. Here they of force, as fortune now did fall, compelled were themselves a while to rest, glad of that easement, though it were but small, that having there their wounds a while redressed, they mote the abler be to pass unto the rest. During which time that wild man did apply his best endeavor, and his daily pain, in seeking all the woods both far and nigh for herbs to dress their wounds, still seeming fain, when aught he did that did their liking gain. So as ere long he had that night his wound recured well, and made him whole again. But that same lady's hurt no herb he found which could redress, for it was inwardly unsound. Now when as Calapine was waxen strong, upon a day he cast abroad to wend, to take the air and hear the thrushes' song, unarmed, as fearing neither foe nor friend, and without sword his person to defend. There him befell, unlooked for before, an hard adventure with unhappy end. A cruel bear, the which an infant bore betwixt his bloody jaws, besprinkled all with gore. The little babe did loudly skrike and squall, and all the woods with piteous plaints did fill, as if his cry did mean for help to call to Calapine, whose ears those screeches shrill, piercing his heart, with pity's point did thrill, that after him he ran with zealous haste, to rescue the infant ere he did him kill, whom though he saw now somewhat overpast, yet by the cry he followed and pursued fast. Well then him chanced his heavy arms to want, whose burden mote impeach his needful speed, and hinder him from liberty to pant. For having long time as his daily weed them wont to wear, and wend on foot for need, now wanting them, he felt himself so light, that like an hawk, which feeling herself freed from bells and jesses, which did let her flight, him seemed his feet did fly, and in their speed delight. So well he sped him, that the weary bear ere long he overtook, and forced to stay, and without weapon him assailing near, compelled him soon the spoiler down to lay. Wherewith the beast, enraged to lose his prey, upon him turned, and with greedy force and fury to be crossed in his way, gaping full wide, did think without remorse to be avenged on him, and to devour his corse. But the bold knight no whit thereat dismayed, but catching up in hand a ragged stone, which lay thereby, so fortune did him aid, upon him ran, and thrust it all atone into his gaping throat, that made him groan and gasp for breath, that he nigh choked was, being unable to digest that bone. Ne could it upward come, nor downward pass, ne could he brook the coldness of the stony mass. Whom when as he thus cumbered did behold, striving in vain that nigh his bowels brast, he with him closed, and laying mighty hold upon his throat, did gripe his gorge so fast, that wanting breath him down to ground he cast. And then oppressing him with urgent pain, ere long enforced to breathe his utmost blast, gnashing his cruel teeth at him in vain, and threatening his sharp claws, now wanting power to strain. Then took he up betwixt his arms twain the little babe, sweet relics of his prey, whom pitying to hear so sore complain, from his soft eyes the tears he wiped away, and from his face the filth that did it ray, and every little limb he searched around, and every part that under sweatbands lay, lest that the beast's sharp teeth had any wound made in his tender flesh, but whole them all he found. So having all his bands again uptied, he with him thought back to return again. But when he looked about on every side, to weet which way were best to entertain, to bring him to the place where he would fain, he could no path nor tract of foot descry, ne by inquiry learn, nor guess by aim, for naught but woods and forests far and nigh, that all about did close the compass of his eye. Much was he then encumbered, ne could tell which way to take. Now west he went a while, then north, then neither, but as fortune fell. So up and down he wandered many a mile, with weary travel and uncertain toil, yet not the nearer to his journey's end, and evermore his lovely little spoil, crying for food, did greatly him offend. So all that day in wandering vainly he did spend. At last, about the setting of the sun, himself out of the forest he did wind, and by good fortune the plain champion won, where looking all about, where he mote find some place of succor to content his mind, at length he heard under the forest side a voice that seemed of some woman kind, which to herself lamenting loudly cried, and oft complained of fate, and fortune oft defied. To whom approaching, when as she perceived a stranger wight in place, her plaint she stayed, as if she doubted to have been deceived, or loath to let her sorrows be bewrayed. Whom when as Calapine saw so dismayed, he to her drew, and with fair blandishment her cheering up, thus gently to her said, "What be you, woeful dame, which thus lament, and for what cause declare, so mote ye not repent?" To whom she thus, "What need me, sir, to tell that which yourself have erst read so right? A woeful dame ye have me termed well, so much more woeful, as my woeful plight cannot redressed be by living wight. Natheless," quoth he, "if need do not you bind, do it disclose, to ease your grieved sprite. Oft times it haps that sorrows of the mind find remedy unsought, which seeking cannot find." Then thus began the lamentable dame: "Sith then ye needs will know the grief I hoard, I am the unfortunate Matilde by name, the wife of bold Sir Bruin, who is lord of all this land, late conquered by his sword from a great giant, called Cormorant, whom he did overthrow by yonder ford, and in 3 battles did so deadly daunt, that he dare not return for all his daily vaunt. So is my lord now seized of all the land, as in his fee, with peaceable estate, and quietly doth hold it in his hand, ne any dares with him for it debate. But to these happy fortunes cruel fate hath joined one evil, which doth overthrow all these our joys, and all our bliss abate, and like in time to further ill to grow, and all this land with endless loss to overflow. For the heavens, envying our prosperity, have not vouchsafed to grant unto us twain the gladful blessing of posterity, which we might see after ourselves remain in heritage of our unhappy pain. So that for want of heirs it to defend, all is in time like to return again to that foul fiend, who daily doth attend to leap into the same after our lives' end. But most my lord is grieved herewithal, and makes exceeding moan, when he does think that all this land unto his foe shall fall, for which he long in vain did sweat and swink, that now the same he greatly doth forethink. Yet was it said, there should to him a son begotten, not begotten, which should drink and dry up all the water which doth run in the next brook, by whom that fiend should be fordone. Well hoped he then, when this was prophesied, that from his sides some noble child should rise, the which through fame should far be magnified, and this proud giant should with brave emprise quite overthrow, who now gains to despise the good Sir Bruin, growing far in years, who thinks from me his sorrow all doth rise, Lo, this my cause of grief to you appears, for which I thus do mourn, and pour forth ceaseless tears. Which when he heard, he inly touched was with tender ruth for her unworthy grief. And when he had devised of her case, he gan in mind conceive a fit relief for all her pain, if please her make the prief. And having cheered her, thus said, Fair dame, in evil's counsel is the comfort chief, which though I be not wise enough to frame, yet as I well it mean, vouchsafe it without blame. If that the cause of this your languishment be lack of children to supply your place, lo, how good fortune doth to you present this little babe, of sweet and lovely face, and spotless spirit, in which ye may enchase whatever forms ye list there to apply, being now soft and fit them to embrace, whether ye list him train in chivalry, or nursel up in lore of learned philosophy. And certes it hath oftentimes been seen, that of the like whose lineage was unknown, more brave and noble knights have raised been, as their victorious deeds have often shown, being with fame through many nations blown, than those which have been dandled in the lap. Therefore some thought that those brave imps were sown here by the gods, and fed with heavenly sap, that made them grow so high, tall honorable hap. The lady, hearkening to his senseful speech, found nothing that he said unmeet nor geason, having oft seen it tried as he did teach. Therefore inclining to his goodly reason, agreeing well both with the place and season, she gladly did of that same babe accept, as of her own by livery and season. And having over it a little wept, she bore it thence, and ever as her own it kept. Right glad was Callapine to be so rid of his young charge, whereof he skilled not. Ne she less glad, for she so wisely did, and with her husband underhand so wrought, that when the infant unto him she brought, she made him think it surely was his own, and it in goodly thews so well upbrought, that it became a famous knight well known, and did right noble deeds, the which elsewhere are shown. But Callapine, now being left alone under the greenwood's side in sorry plight, without an arms or steed to ride upon, or house to hide his head from heaven's spite, albeit that dame by all the means she might him oft desired home with her to wend, and offered him his courtesy to requite, both horse and arms, and whatso else to lend, yet he them all refused, though thanked her as a friend. And for exceeding grief which inly grew, that he his love so luckless now had lost, on the cold ground maugre himself he threw, for fell despite to be so sorely crossed. And there all night himself in anguish tossed, vowing that never he in bed again his limbs would rest, ne lig in ease embossed, till that his lady's sight he mote attain, or understand that she in safety did remain.
End of Canto 4. Recording by Thomas Copeland.